Yeah. Could members of the East York, Toronto and East York Community Council please come to Committee Room 1? Could any remaining members of the Toronto and East York Community Council in the building go directly to Committee Room 1, please? Thank you. Yep. Thank you, everyone. If we could get settled in our seats, we can get underway.
I can't vote for that, but you can.
What is it? Okay. Wait, maybe I don't want to. Could I get the chatter just turned down a little bit, please? Or maybe just get my mic turned up? Why do they do that for you? Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to get started on this, the 12th meeting of the Toronto and East York Community Council. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, could I have a motion to confirm the minutes of our October 12th meeting 2015? Councillor Cressy, all those in favour? Opposed? That carries. We are now moving to item number 30, which on the goldenrod sheets is page 49. The first item, TE 12.30, the East Bayfront Public Art Master Plan. Are there any members of the public to speak to the item? No?
Move the
Councillor-
staff recommendations on the report. Thank you.
All right, all those in favor of the recommendations, opposed, that carries. TE 12.31, preliminary report 1182 and 1221 King Street West zoning amendment application. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm with the motion for expanded notice area. I'd be happy to move this.
All those in favor with the motion, opposed, that carries. TE 12.32, preliminary report 422, 436 Roncesvalles Avenue and 76 Howard Park Avenue zoning amendment application, Ward 14, Councillor Perks.
Again, with the expanded notice.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 12.33, preliminary report 35 Wabash Avenue zoning amendment application, Councillor Perks.
As part of my never-ending plan to try to make sure that everyone in Ward 14 is notified of something this month, I'd like to expand the notification area for this one as well.
Let them be given notice of a very attentive city councillor. All
That's
those in
right.
favor?
I'm watching.
Opposed, that carries. TE 12.34, preliminary report 49 to 51 Camden Street zoning amendment application, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to be moving staff recommendations with expanded notice, if those can be put on screen. This is the first of, I think, 6 prelim reports coming through Ward 20 today.
All those in favor? Opposed, that carries. TE 12.35, preliminary report 203 College Street zoning amendment application, Councillor Cressy.
Again, I'm going to be moving staff recommendations with the expanded notice area on screen. There are a number of prelim reports. I'm going to say a few brief words on 2 of them. On this one, this was an application that came in at the corner of College and Beverly with no pre-application process whatsoever. Notwithstanding the expectation in Ward 20 of not just a pre-application process, but a public pre-application process. It is for a 33-story tower at the corner of College and Beverly. It was done deliberately to preempt the College Street study we've been working on for years, and it is immediately adjacent to a TCHC building, a co-op, and 2 residential streets. We have held a public meeting now after the fact. It was a pitchforks and torches public meeting, and we expect revisions before going forward. Thank you.
That's going to be an easy application now, isn't it? All those in favor? Opposed, that carries. Yeah.
Do you have any wounds to show for that?
TE 12.36, preliminary report 250 Davenport Road zoning amendment application and rental housing demolition and conversion, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
Again, I'm going to be moving staff recommendations with the expanded notice. I'm going to say a few words on this one, and then I will stop on the prelim reports. I want to highlight a contrast to the last one. This is a TCHC revitalization program on Davenport near Avenue Road. It's an important revite project. The process, as part of an extensive pre-application process, has seen the proposal go from 2 towers to 1 giant tower to 1 tower with townhouses. They have engaged the local residents of the TCHC building, the local residents association, as well as adjacent properties, and we still have a ways to go but this is the way you do good process and you manage good development. So I just want to highlight that as we move forward to the final report.
On the amendment and the item, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 12.37, preliminary report 234 Simcoe and 121 St. Patrick. Zoning amendment application, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
I'll be moving the staff recommendations with expanded notice and no commentary.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 12.38, preliminary report 300 McPherson Avenue and 235 Cottingham Street, southern portion official plan amendment application, Ward 22, Councillor Mallow.
I will be moving the staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 12.39, preliminary report 141 Bay Street zoning amendment application, Ward 28, Councillor McConnell.
Yes, I'm actually very pleased that this report is here, and we're moving forward on 141 Bay Street. Excellent project, and I'd recommend the staff recommendations, move the staff recommendations as well as the standard expanded notification. The notification is a bit problematic, but I'll make sure that St. Lawrence and Queens Quay Residents Association are involved in this, because it's on Bay Street, doesn't have really any residential adjacency.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Preliminary report 1240, or TE 1240, preliminary report 545-601 Sherburne Street and 3 to 7 Howard Street, zoning amendment application, Ward 28, Councillor McConnell.
Right, and just when you thought you couldn't put any more in St. Jamestown, we have another application. It's quite a good one, though. So we'll move the preliminary report with the expanded notification. Thank you.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. We have deputations on TE 12.41. So we'll move to 12.42, preliminary report 650652 Kingston Road and 2 Main Street official plan amendment, zoning amendment application, and rental housing demolition and conversion application. Ward 32, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Kingston Road is hopping, and so I will approve this with the extended notice application.
All those in favor,
Notification.
opposed, that carries. We're going to have a presentation for TE 12.43 on TO Core at 2:15. So we'll move to some of the deferred items. TE 12.44, Assumption of Services, Don Mount Court Subdivision, Registered Plan, Ward 30, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, this is just coming back again and again. I would do it sine die, but I really do want this matter sorted out at some point, so I think yes. I'm just waiting, as you know, if I could have 1 second on this, for the traffic plan that would accompany the Don Mount redevelopment. As other redevelopments all have a very clear traffic management plan for pedestrians and making sure it's not just putting in grid streets for cars, this first redevelopment happened without it. So I continue to try to make this happen and get some funding in order to have that. So I'm going to defer this again to February 2016, whatever date that meeting is.
Councillor Bailão.
I have a letter that's gone in. You could be helpful if you'd like to do that. I can stand this down and we can work up a motion. It really has to do with the developer, the city, Toronto Community Housing, recognizing that that wasn't done, and then how will those traffic calming measures be implemented in a timely way and paid for? Really, it's got to do with budgeting now, Councillor. There is a plan, but no money. So until they get the money, yes, the developer's looking after the roads, which they don't want to do.
So it sounds like things are moving, but
Oh, they're very slow. It's- No, I think we should just stand it down. Maybe you can help me with something. We can have, there is a report that was asked for, so how we will actually get what we need funding-wise is something you could help me with, Councillor.
okay, so we'll hold that down until we have some language for a motion. TE 12.45, accessible loading zone, Birch Avenue, Ward 22, Councillor Matlow.
I'm moving to defer it indefinitely.
All right, on the deferral, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 12.46, loading zone, Laxton Avenue, Ward 14, Councillor Perks.
This is to remove a loading zone in a TCHC building we no longer need, so I'll just move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Construction staging area, Blue Jays Way, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
This is to maintain the facade of an existing heritage building, and I'll be moving staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 12.48, construction staging area, King Street West, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
This is the same development, and again, it's around heritage and the maintenance of a heritage facade, and I'll be moving staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 12.49, construction staging area, Bleecker Street, Ward 28, Councillor McConnell.
Thank you very much. I'll move the staff recommendations on that, please.
All those in,
With, I guess, the hoarding, I'm sorry, I don't have it here. Yeah, with the hoarding recommendation.
yep. All those in favor, opposed, that carries.
Mr. Chair, on a point of order, did I hear Roz say that it's now automatic that the hoarding motion goes in?
Apparently.
Congratulations, Roz. Well done.
Thanks to transportation.
Made this whole process more efficient. TE 12.50, construction staging area, 60 Colborne Street, Ward 28, Councillor McConnell.
I think, Mr. Chair, that we have a deputy.
We do,
Yes.
we do, sorry.
And I don't know if Nick is here. Is Nick here? Can he wave at me?
Hold in this afternoon.
Okay, so I'll hold this down, well, we'll hold it down
It's being
anyway,
held.
but I'll try and talk to Nick and see with staff if we can,
Okay, great.
my eyes are very good, but like, you're looking a little different.
A little bit,
Yeah.
a little bit. Don't worry, we will burn all of the evidence of this
I'm
mustache.
thinking I should go
TE
back to
12.
my surgeon and see what's going on. Thank you.
TE 12.51, construction staging area widening, Scott Street, Ward 28. Councillor McConnell.
I'll move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 12.52, installation removal of on-street accessible parking spaces, October 2015. Delegated, wards 18, 19, and 20. Councillor Bailao, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 12.53, installation removal of on-street accessible parking spaces, October 2015. Delegated, wards 18, 19, 29, 30, and 32. Councillor Fragedakis, you'll do the honors. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 12.54, city, this we have speakers on. TE 12.55, parking amendments, Alpine Avenue, Ward 18, Councillor Bailao.
Move staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 12.56, traffic and parking amendments on Argyle Street, wards 18 and 19, to accommodate the new contraflow lane. Councillor Bailao.
Move staff recommendations.
Wonderful. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 12.57, car share vehicle parking areas, various locations, Ward 19. I will adopt the staff, or move the staff recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 5.8, parking amendments, East Liberty Street, Ward 18, Ward 19. I will move the staff recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 12.59, parking amendments, Western Battery Road, Ward 19. I have a motion on this that I haven't shared with the clerk yet, so I'll give it to you and I'll hold it down briefly. TE 12.60, parking amendments, Court Street, Ward 28, Councillor McConnell.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll move the staff recommendations. Thank you.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 12.61, parking amendments, Ramsden Park Road, Ward 27. Will hold down Councillor Wong Tam's motions for the time being. TE 12.62, short-term parking, Durant Avenue, Ward 29. Councillor Fragedakis.
So I'm going to defer this indefinitely, and we don't seem to have any agreement between the school and the neighbors, so perhaps things will change in the distant future.
Sounds good. All those in favor of the deferral? All those opposed? That carries. TE 12.63, parking amendments, Queensdale Avenue, Ward 29, Councillor Fragedakis.
I'm going to defer this for one cycle, and hopefully we'll find a resolution. There seems to be some hope on this street.
Fourth time's a charm. All those on the deferral? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.64, pickup drop-off area, Regent Park Boulevard, Ward 28, Councillor McConnell.
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendations and thank them for the work. Thank you.
All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. TE 12.65, 1 hour parking limit, Leslie Street, Ward 30, Councillor Fletcher.
Move the recommendation, Mr. Chair.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.66, parking amendments, Orley Avenue. That's Councillor Davis. We'll hold that down.
Sorry, she's asked me to approve that.
Councillor Fletcher to move approval. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.67, parking amendments, Fernwood, Park Avenue, Ward 32, Councillor McMahon. We
They're-
have speakers
they're
on
deputies.
67.
Yes, please.
Apologies. We will move on to the next one. TE 12.68, left turn prohibitions, DuPont and Emerson Avenue, Ward 18, Councillor Bailao.
Move staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.69, stopping prohibition, Hillsdale Avenue, Ward 22, Councillor Matlow.
I am moving staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.70, left turn amendment, Broadview Avenue, Councillor Fragedakis.
Yes, I have an amendment, if Roz could put it up on the screen, and it's to make a slight change to the second recommendation, which is TTC vehicles and Brickworks. Actually, there's an S missing on Brickworks, and Brickworks is 2 words.
All right.
Shuttle buses accepted. Thanks very much. So that we don't have intrusion into the residential streets, we're trying to limit that. And we want to make a distinction between that shuttle bus and school buses.
All right. On the amendment and the application, and the report, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.71, no stopping anytime, Connaught Avenue, Ward 32, Councillor McMahon.
Sure, sorry. This is for our, the Russell Yard, TTC Yard, and just making it safer for the streetcars to roll out of there and join the ones from Leslie Barnes. So move staff recommendations.
Someone want to take a closer look at this?
75% of the streetcar fleet in wonderful Ward 32, yep. Okay, thanks.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.72, pedestrian safety, Spadina Avenue, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. I'm going to be moving new recommendations, if those can be put on the screen. And I'll expand on this very briefly. In June, I asked for a pedestrian safety review of Spadina Avenue between the rail corridor and the lakeshore. The detailed report that's come back to us has demonstrated that there has been a 50 times increase in pedestrian movement since 2004 at this area. To put it in context, from 160 people using it in 2004 to 8,056 people using it during a peak hour today. And the recommendation that came back, in spite of this increase in pedestrian movement and the hundreds of collisions that have taken place, was to not do anything. That was the recommendation, and the recommendation for that was because of the impact on vehicular movement in that area. So I'm moving a new recommendation here, and my recommendation is the following. First of all, I will act, and I intend to act, but, well, the recommendation is to come. I will act, and I'm going to take action, but I'm not just going to do it unilaterally without understanding from our expert staff what the best course is. In the pedestrian safety review, they came back and proposed nothing. So my recommendation is to look at 3 specific options and any others that they may have, and to report back in the first quarter of 2016. And if they don't provide an option that will protect pedestrians, then I will move my own. But I'm giving our expert staff the chance to propose something as opposed to nothing. And can that be put on the screen? You don't have it? All right. I moved it. There it is. I'm going to hold this for,
Just because you moved it doesn't mean that they have it in their system. So-
all right. I thought they did. I have it there. I will hold this down for perhaps one
Okay.
item. I've already given the speech, and once it's been typed up, I'll move what I thought I had moved. Thank you.
We'll hold that down for the moment. TE 12.73 Bay Street and Davenport Road intersection safety review, Ward 27. We'll hold that. TE 12.74 road, sorry? You know, I'm going to hold this one down just for the moment because I have an amendment that has just gone in, and I may need to just check the rest. 74. 73 we'll hold down for Councillor Wong-Tam. TE 12.75, traffic amendments, Robertson Crescent, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
Sorry, say again?
TE 12.75, traffic amendments, Robertson. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.76, road alteration, Grenville Street at Yonge Street, Ward 27. We'll hold it down for Councillor Wong-Tam. The next one, the all-way stop at Logan and Simpson, we have a speaker on.
We do.
78, we have a speaker on. 79, TE 12.79, public laneway between 45 and 47 Abermalley Avenue, Ward 30, Councillor Fletcher.
Albemarle. Just for you. I am just going to hold that down, see if the deputants are here, and let them know what I'm doing. Thank you.
We don't have any deputants listed for
Well,
it.
that's fine, then I'll receive the report.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 12.80, vehicle width restriction, public laneway south of Bloor Street West, south of Bloor Street West. I haven't been able to contact the BIA yet about this. We've sent them notice. We haven't been in contact. They haven't sent anything back. So I'm going to defer it indefinitely, and I'll bring it back when we're ready. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 12.81, traffic calming Major Street between College and Ulster, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to be moving the alternate recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 12.82, speed hump poll results, Rostrevor Road, Ward 21, Councillor Mahavik.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My apologies for dominating the meeting. I'll move the alternate recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries.
Yeah, it's too much.
Don't worry, he's not done. TE 12.83, he's got some parking pads too, come on. TE 12.83, speed hump poll results, Westover Hill Road, Ward 21, Councillor Mahavik.
Move the alternate recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries.
Thank you.
No,
stay.
you got to stay in your seat, come on. At least until Councillor Davis or Councillor Wong-Tam.
On a point of information, are there any roads left in Ward 21 without speed humps?
There may be, but I don't know.
Where they are.
TE 12.84, speed hump poll results, College View Avenue, Ward 22, Councillor Matlow.
I'm moving the better recommendations.
That would be the alternate.
The alternate recommendations.
All those in favor?
That's a good
Opposed?
way.
That carries.
Good.
TE 12.83, traffic calming, Roehampton Avenue, Ward 22, Councillor Matlow.
I am also moving the alternate recommendation.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.86, traffic calming, Russell Hill Road, Ward 22, Councillor Matlow.
In order to catch up with Councillor Mahavik, I'm moving the alternate recommendations. The ultimate.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries.
Are you
TE
having fun this morning,
12.87, traffic calming, Duvenet? Yeah, let's get it from Ward 32.
Yes, Duvernay's been very
Duvernay.
patient, so I'd like to move the alternate recommendations for them.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.88, extension of overnight on-street parking permits, Goreville Avenue, Ward 19. I'll move the recommendations in the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.89, appoint of members to the Ted Reeves Community Arena Board, Ward 32. Councillor McMahon.
So I move staff recommendations. Oops, staff recommendations?
There are no staff recommendations.
Oh,
What are your
well,
recommendations?
I'm recommending to move appointment that we deferred.
The MP?
Here we go.
So you're going to want to add Mr. Erskine Smith?
So I move to appoint Nathaniel Erskine Smith, who we deferred. If you recall. Counselor
As the alternate.
Counselor Davis
Yeah.
deferred. Yeah, okay. So I move appointment.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We'll hold down 90 in case we have any more endorsements of liquor license events, or some we want to subtract, of course. TE 12.91, Halo Brewery by the Glass. Do we need a?
yes,
We need a motion to introduce
From 91 to 106.
from 91 to 106. Councillor Perks, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So we'll introduce 12.91, Halo Brewing by the Glass license. Ward 18, Councillor Bailao.
I move the recommendations, and I welcome Hallow Brewery to Ward 18. I think Ward 18 is in a race with Ward 19 to the highest number of breweries, and to you too. I think we're beating everybody by now with this one, but we'll keep at it.
Tour, brewery tour.
Still more beer consumed.
Okay.
Uh,
So move recommendations.
Straight.
It's not an official task force. Things are getting approved. That means they're doing their job. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. T 12.92, request for heritage evaluation of Hydro Block 30 to 42 Baldwin Street, 181 to 203 Beverly Street, 5 to 51 Cecil Street, and 6 to 28 Henry Street. Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to move the recommendations in my letter for Heritage to review this.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.93, reopen item TE 3.47, parking regulations, Darcy Street. We need a two-thirds vote to reopen. All in favor on the reopening? All those, well, we've got enough here. I still see Councillor Mahavik's books here, so you better not.
Got 7.
All right, and on Councillor Cressy?
I'm going to move the recommendations in my letter, which are to take away 2 pay and display spots to make room for a Wheel-Trans vehicle pickup and drop-off.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.94, proposed alterations, Fox Bar Road, Ward 22, Councillor Matlow.
I am moving the motion that you should see on the screen before you, that we submitted to clerks yesterday.
Best right now.
Would you like? It's very simple. Our community council approved the implementation of a cul-de-sac last year, and there has been, let's say, insufficient progress on it. So this is simply to hold a meeting to update the residents on the street about the progress that they expect.
You can get into the meeting, but you can't get out.
I intend to be there as long as it takes to get that done. Yeah.
All those in favor of the
Line,
amendment?
line.
All those opposed? That carries.
Sorry.
We'll give directions about how to actually get in.
TE 12.95, construction staging area 139 to 145 Redpath Avenue, Ward 22, Councillor Mallow.
After a lot of work on this, I'm moving to support staff recommendations. Good news, we are not going to be losing a sidewalk or a lane of traffic.
And on the amendments? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.96, traffic calming speed humps on Grant Street, Ward 30, Councillor Fletcher.
I'm going to move to install, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.97, enacting pan display parking on Dickens Street, Ward 30, Councillor Fletcher.
I'd like to move these recommendations, and this is part of the Carla Dundas neighborhood, and all the condos looking for a new parking lot. We seem to are finding new parking, which is great, and staff have been so helpful with this, particularly Mr. P., who's not here.
Great. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.98, traffic mitigation related to the City Audit Learning Center, Ward 30.
That should say adult, but somewhere along the line. It's adult, not audit. And if anyone has ever driven across the large, the Bloor Viaduct, and when the students, there's 2,000 of them, they all cross at the same time, and the traffic will be backed up right back to Castle Frank. So, again, I went out with our general manager, our director of traffic, after many years of trying to solve this, and he has come up with a great idea to put a pedestrian light there in order to manage traffic flow. So it's very exciting. I couldn't be more excited about this. It's fantastic. No, it's fantastic. I want to thank the staff very much.
Great.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries.
I only had 6 site visits.
TE 12.99, traffic mitigation and parking matters on Verrill Avenue,
Yes,
Ward 30.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that that's 24-hour permit. When Shoppers Drugs expanded and blew out a parking lot, and neighbors were worried, and yes, it did happen exactly what they thought. So this would make that small street 24-hour permit parking.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.100, permit parking hours on Wolfray Avenue from Bowden Street to Hampton Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, this is to move permit parking, allow parking 1 hour, 11 to 6.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.101, car share vehicle parking, Ward 32, delegated, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. So what we're doing here, and this is just a warning, if the car shares spots go in on a street that has parking on one side and a school on the other side, it's quite complicated. So we want those spots, just not on that street. We're just moving them over. So I ask that you support recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.102, safety study at 1986 and 2000 Queen Street East, Ward 32. Councillor McMahon.
Sure, and this is nothing against the LCBO, but the trucks are a little, we have some dangerous situation going on there with trucks coming in the back lane and kids walking down Belfair, so we just want to take another look at that. So I move.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. T 12.103, nominations for appointment to the Board of Management of the Cecil Street Community Center, Ward 20. Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to move to adopt the recommendations in the letter.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. T 12.104, Ontario Municipal Board, 256 Chaplain Crescent, Ward 22. Councillor Matlow.
Does the clerk have a revised motion? There was just an error in the original.
We'll fix that.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just do the fix.
Well, then, if everyone will trust me, I move it.
Yes.
It's a test of a.
Go ahead.
So, actually, I don't have it in front of me, but basically, hold on for a moment. Essentially, it's to have solicitor and planning support us at the OMB on a committee of adjustment issue on 256 Chaplain.
All right, on the motion, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries.
Thank you, everyone.
E 12.105, site plan control application, 5, I always say this wrong.
Aaron.
Why is it spelled? I know. Aaron Key, Ward 20. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. I have an amendment on the screen on this, and with the amendment, I'll be moving the staff recommendations. This is to carry on a short-term lease with the Toronto Port Authority for a 1-year period, and that is until the completion of our Bathurst Quay neighborhood plan. I think to put that in context in light of news in the last couple of weeks, now that we know that the tripartite agreement will not be opened, and indeed the proposal to expand the island airport and permit jets is not going forward and is in fact dead on arrival, our task returns to ensuring that the existing operations better fit in with the city and the neighborhood. And so this is to extend a short-term lease. We did it on a 6-month extension a couple months ago. We're now extending it for 1 year until we complete the neighborhood plan to guide future changes in the area related to movement, infrastructure, congestion, community services, and more. My amendment, and this is one I'd moved previously, is to ensure that site plan approval requires that any signage that the Toronto Port Authority would like to bring forward is in fact goes through our approval process and meets our standards.
All those in favor? The amendment and the item? All those opposed? That carries. TE 12.106, new multi-unit developments in stable neighborhoods in Toronto in the East York District. This is a letter that I submitted just a couple of days ago. My apologies for not giving more advance notice about this. Just in background, the recommendation was written by staff. We've hosted a public consultation about this with many of the residents associations from across the city in attendance. It was a rather lively discussion. This has to do with a trend that has certainly taken hold in Ward 19. I don't know if, I know that Councillor Bailão has had at least one of these experiences where a developer comes in with the purpose of, and Councillor Cressy has, with the purpose of flipping a home, which they're allowed a duplex in, but they decide to put the dividing line on the horizontal plane, on the vertical plane rather than the horizontal plane, which wouldn't typically be a big deal, but the concern is that it disrupts, my concern has been, and that of the residents at the meeting, that it actually disrupts the lot rhythm of the neighborhood. This is an instance where it's not a severance. This is, they're going to the Committee of Adjustment to get approval that are typically for buildings much larger in size than is allowable, but it disrupts the lot pattern. I was thinking that we should probably just keep an eye on it, and then we got an application for 3 units, all separated vertically along that plane and in a site. And I think it would just be good of us to get some recommendations from staff about how we treat it, not to say that it's not possible, but why did we change the official plan to perhaps facilitate this a little bit more, but also how should we be reviewing them? So with your indulgence, I'll have the recommendations in my letter. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And I believe that was 106? If anyone has any additional motions, if you could please submit them to the clerk.
Unfortunately, I haven't written any, but I could if you'd like.
No, that's okay.
I believe Councillor Moore can.
Okay. So we'll return to item number 1. Order. Too much flipping paper. TE 12.1, naming of public lane located north of Danforth Avenue between Logan and Ferrier Avenue, Ward 29. Councillor Fragedakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to adopt the staff recommendations and just say that this is a fitting tribute to Thomas McClintock, who was a builder in the East End and in many parts of East York, and this is a fitting tribute to him and where he lived with his family.
Great, thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. The next item is TE 12.2, final report 299 Campbell Avenue zoning amendment application. We have 3 speakers to the item. If there are members of the public who wish to speak to any of the items, or you're here and you haven't signed up, if you could go see the clerks over here at to my right with the hands up, just to register so we have your name. The first speaker is Kevin Putnam. Then we'll have Michael Dartnell, and then Catherine Kwaychek. Why, hello there. This is fun. Hello. I'm practicing. I'm going to guess it's Michael, Kevin, and Catherine. Kevin, Michael, Catherine. Great. Typically, everyone gets 5 minutes. I'll just start the clock, and if you want to put your time together or each have 5 separate, then...
I just would like to do on a point of personal privilege to note that this is the last community council meeting prior to the birth and arrival of Mike's first child. And so that excitement and wide-eyed look you saw with our deputant is because he's practicing.
Thank you very much, Uncle Joe. And we'll start your time, and please go right ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your pending arrival. My name is Kevin Putnam, and I am the spokesperson for the Junction Triangle Junction Triangle Library Expansion Committee, and I have 2 of my members here today, Michael and Katie, and we're all here in support of the motion that's in front of you today about a new library in the Junction Triangle. We've had a library in the neighborhood for about 35 years. Started originally as a storefront location, and then it moved to a slightly larger location, its current location, at 1538 DuPont. It was originally a woodworking shop with the owners living on the 2nd floor. It was purchased and converted into the current library it is. It's a 2-story library. Main floor is the library. Upstairs are the offices and the meeting room. It's a great library. We call it the Tiny Perfect Library, but we've really outgrown it, and we're in desperate need for a new location, and that's why we're here today. I'm going to let my colleagues speak, but I brought my daughter with me today just as a reminder of who we're really reaching here in the neighborhood. It's really, there are lots of people who need it, but children especially in the neighborhood. We have the children's play area all in the same room, so it's a very noisy branch. We need a place for them. We need we need a place for the...
Yeah, if we could get a little quiet here in the, to my right, the chatter's making it a bit difficult to hear. Thank you very much.
Did you want to say?
And this is something we really want to hear. Please, go ahead.
Okay, so I was just saying that we really do need a larger library. We're all in one room, essentially, on the main floor with the kids' play area. There's not a lot of space for study and quiet reflection or reading. And so it's a project we've been working on now for about 4 years. We've had awesome support from our councillor, Anna Balau, along with Cesar Palacio has been helping, and Councillor Doucette, all been very supportive of our efforts, and we hope that you'll give it due consideration today. Thank you.
Thank you.
President, I have had lots of opportunity to visit and use the library. It is a small facility, much loved in the neighborhood, and always busy whenever I pass or when I enter. It is quite obvious that a larger facility is needed and would be used by people in the area. In the area between Lansdowne and Annette along DuPont, there is a shortage of a public space, such as a library, and this has become particularly evident in the past 5 years as many young families have moved into the area, attracted by the relatively low cost of housing and proximity to the city center and suburbs. Each year, there are more young children in the area who can be expected to use the library facility, as well as parents who would be drawn by the programming that a larger library would provide. The neighborhood is historically a poorer one and heavily industrial. Over the past decades, industry has moved out of the area and has become very diverse in terms of income and origins. What is lacking in the area is the type of center that a larger library would become. That is, a place for meetings, exchange, and community development. In my casual wanderings through the area, I'm always struck by its rich diversity and believe that a larger library could be one of the springboards to enhance and improve the lives of all residents. Everyone in the neighborhood is very excited by the prospect of library expansion, whether the young parents on my street or older residents. Since the area is set to experience a significant influx of new residents when developments at Lansdowne and DuPont and on Wallace are complete, the expansion of the library is also very timely. As a member of the Library Committee over the past few years, I'm aware that Councillor Bayou has worked very hard in support of the project and to secure Section 37 funds for the project. The project is creative, innovative, timely, and exciting for all of us in the area, particularly as it promises to bring an attractive modern building into a strip of DuPont that has been very quiet for about 20 years. We residents in the area would be over the moon if your committee supported the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Catherine?
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here in regards to the proposed expansion of the library, Perth Dupont Library. When the library was built in 1977, it was said that it would be impossible to build a storefront library. Through letter writing and advocacy on the part of my mother, the board saw the possibilities that this model could provide, and that was more than 35 years ago. Since then, our community has continued to grow, change, and modernize with little improvements to our library. A number of the buildings in the area that were once industrial and retail spaces have now been converted to residential, adding to our growing population. And we have been fortunate enough to have the work of our councillor Anna Balau secure funds from Section 37 to be directed to this initiative. We were told once that our little library wasn't possible, and look where we have come today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputants? No, I have one question. Are they always this quiet? Sorry. Thank you.
I think it's an individual experience, but
Thank you all very much. Are there any other speakers to this item? Are there any other speakers to this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No. Councillor Bailão to speak.
Well, I want to first thank the members of the community that are here representing a very, very large and enthusiastic group of people that have followed this process for the last 4 years. 4 years ago, at a time that City Hall was talking about closing libraries and closing hours for libraries, this community got together on an evening in August, and over 100 people showed up for a meeting about our library in 2011. And Councillor Doucette, who's a neighboring councillor and was at the board, came, and she was shocked because we were able to get 100 enthusiastic residents that said, we're not only going to ask for it, we're going to take it in our own hands, and we're going to start fundraising, creating community awareness about the need, not only not to close our little library, but actually expand it. And at the time, everybody thought that I was crazy, and I was, my community was, what are you guys talking about? Well, the reality is that we did come together as a community, and from everything from selling pumpkins to working on Section 37s, we have been able to do it. So today, what you have in front of you is a good planning process. So there's two processes going on. There's a building that actually fits in with the neighborhood that we had to shape. When it first came, it was much higher. It had a different layout. So we worked on that as well as a community and said, nope, actually you need to come down a little bit on height. You need to work with us. And after that, we said, we need to work on our library. We already had some Section 37 from another development. We brought in the library board, and obviously it was a challenge. There's not a lot of libraries that are on the base of a building. And so the library was carefully enthusiastic about the project. But I'm happy to see that they've embraced the project. They're now very enthusiastic. And actually the board, just a couple months ago, actually approved 3 more pilot projects that are going to see possible renovations of existing libraries actually using this model, possibly using the real estate that we have in our libraries to create more housing and use that money to actually tackle the backlog that we have with our libraries. So I think that once again, our community was innovative. 35 years ago was to have it in a storefront. Nowadays is to have it in the base of a building. And it's a 10,000 square feet library. We're going from 1,000 square feet where you go there on a Saturday morning and children are on the floor literally because there's not enough space to 10,000 5,000 square feet of a library, with a building that fits in with the library, that has family units, because that's what we needed, that is storefront, that has a good design. So I think that this is a good project for our community. We're all very proud of it. We came together, and I think we have something that we're going to be very proud for many years to come. So thank you, everybody. Thank you to the library board, the library. I know that Ann Bailey's here as well. The planning staff that all work together, because I know that, getting different Section 37s from different projects, sometimes they were scratching our head and it's like, Councillor, what exactly do you want to do? So thank you for your support, but especially the community. Thank you for believing that it could have been done.
Thank you very much. Any other councillors to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? All on a recorded vote. All those in favor, Councillor Bailao, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Matlow, Councillor McConnell, Councillor Perks, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Layton, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Mahavik. The record reflects that was unanimous. On the next item, the next item is TE 12.3 final report 328 to 340 Adelaide Street West zoning amendment application. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? Seeing none, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to be moving staff recommendations. The background here, this is a rezoning on a Section 37 related to an OMB-approved site years ago. Part of it included a 5,000 square feet community space for the Toronto Arts Council. The Toronto Arts Council has found that the space, frankly, is too small and not suitable for what they need. Thus, we've readjusted that component for the fair market value of what it is worth and allocated those funds, $100,000 towards Toronto Art Council and $235,000 towards community services, which ultimately will be the new YMCA in the area.
Thank you very much. Are there any other councillors to speak? No. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.4, final report, 151, 157, 161, 165, 171, 173, and 177 Roehampton Avenue, and some addresses on Redpath zoning amendment application. I have Adam Brown here. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? No? Mr. Brown, if you want to join us.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Clues and I are here in support of the staff recommendations. So if you need a presentation, we can make one. Otherwise, we support the staff recommendations that are before you with all the conditions.
Do councillors want a presentation on this item? No? Yeah. Okay. No? Sounds like we're good. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Making your life easy. Pass those savings along to your client.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All those, any questions of staff? Any questions? I meant that with love in my heart. And we know you'll be here the rest of the day charging other clients anyhow. So are there any questions of staff? No? Councillors to speak? Councillor Perks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. There are some technical amendments to the proposed amendments in front of you that staff have prepared, which maybe they can put up. There's a small amendment to recommendation 4, an amendment to 3B. You'll see them all there on the screen. Okay, so with those, I'd like to propose those amendments together with the item.
Councillor Matlow.
Yeah, I'll speak briefly to it. Pragmatically, while I recognize why Community Council would support the item to avoid perhaps losing more than we were able to achieve at the Ontario Municipal Board, I, on behalf of my community, could not move or support this item, and for one reason. Which I think is a very valid reason, and this is the reason for the frustration that you hear from residents in the Yonge and Eglinton community. that over and over again, there are more and more development proposals, not only with right at the heart of the node, but also going into the apartment neighborhoods. And we just approved, for example, some staging area for Redpath in Roehampton earlier today. This is another Redpath in Roehampton development. Residents feel like they live in a perpetual construction zone. Developers over and over again, including this morning, completely ignored the noise bylaw, start work at 5:30, 6 in the morning. There is insufficient infrastructure in the Yonge and Eglinton growth area, whether it be transit, school capacity, which we're struggling with, park space, et cetera. And this is why I am happy that we were successful in achieving more open space, POPs, at this location. But that being said, though, my residents are just completely clear that they just can't, at this point, absorb more and more and more and more pressure, and therefore I'm doing what I believe is right on their behalf to represent them, and that's what they've asked me to do.
Are there any other councillors to speak? No? All those in favor of the amendment and the motion? All those opposed? That item carries. TE 12.5, final report, 700 Bay Street and 77 Gerrard Street West rental housing demolition and conversion application. I have 4 speakers. The first is Achoy Wong. Is this everyone?
My name's added to the list.
Jackie, Jeffrey, and Eden? And you all like to speak together?
We'd like separate time, but we
Okay.
need to sit together.
That's fine. Just for the benefit of the community, you don't all have to come up at the same time. You can come up one at a time, or you can come up all at the same time. It's just often people, if they're on opposing sides, don't necessarily wish to sit next to one another, although we should encourage that.
We're on the same page.
Although we should encourage that. I'll start your time. If you could just each state your name when you start your speaking, that would be great.
I'm the first one on the list. My name is Choi Wong, and I live at the 77 Gerrard Street West, and it's a rental building. And it's a rental building and 25-story high and about 250 units. I have just joined a group of tenants which number is increasing and concerned about the recently approved redevelopment project on site. And this redevelopment will involve a demolition and conversion of 22 units within the existing building. And then the construction of a new tall building on the west side, wall to wall to the existing building, and then addition of a new floors, about 4 to 8 new floors on top of the existing building. It is a massive and a complex construction plan. There will definitely be noise, vibration, dust, and barriers and disruptions of all kinds, and to the tenants, and day by day for a long period of time. And for your information about the tenancy profile of our building, because of its proximity to the hospitals, a concentration of tenants are seniors, patients, special needs, and medical staff. They are ill-equipped. They are not very well and equipped to accommodate the construction pain and disruptions. And being considerate, city planning has recommended respite room and rent mitigation measures under the construction mitigation plan for tenants. And this report is awaiting for city approval. And more and more tenants and recently gathered at a meeting to discuss the report, and we all supported the recommendations, but we found a lot of details about this construction, the mitigation plan, particularly, and the respite room and the rent mitigation measures. So, and as a result, and we are here to seek clarity and certainty from the community council, and that Number one, the respite room will provide sufficient capacity to shield and vulnerable tenants, the seniors, the special needs, the patients from the construction pain and disruptions. And also, we like to propose to the community council and a rent mitigation measure under the construction mitigation plan, rent freeze for tenants over the construction period. So again, we are here and to propose two measures. One is a respite room with a capacity sufficient enough to meet the respite needs, and particularly those of the vulnerable tenants living in the building. And then the second is a rent mitigation measure of rent freeze for all tenants over the construction period.
Thank you very much. Are there any questioners to our deputant? No questions. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeffrey Gladdy. Okay.
Good morning, and thanks for your time. I'm a tenant also in the building, and I have some general comments to make and then some comments specifically about the report that I want to draw your attention to. The first is I'm one of the residential tenants that appeared at the Ontario Municipal Board to ask that we actually have a proper and full hearing, and also to oppose the proposal overall. So I do want to say to councillors that this is an example of really haste in terms of the public involvement and timing. And I also want to say that the new owners of our building asked for a new tower to go up, and instead what you're seeing today is a compromise deal, a deal that's part of a legal arrangement struck between the developer and the city. And so, you know, one of the concerns we had in the August public consultation meeting is city staff were unable to tell us that the chief planner herself supported this type of work. And so for us, it smells a lot like a closed deal. And if anything, my own reflection on this would be that I'd ask you to consider to go back to the developer's original proposal for a tower that does not disrupt the entire building structure, but that actually would contain some new amenities, and that's part of their overall concept. If you approve this proposal, you're essentially entombing an old building that we live in, for a long period of time. So I think it's important that there be a bit of a step back and look at the original proposal. Specifically with respect to the staff report, I'd like to draw your attention to pages 7 and 8. Some of my principal concerns are here. One, which is the flight paths of hospital helicopters in proximity to the N-Wave exhaust stack across the street, the issue about dust, noise, and vibration during construction, and the loss of some of the amenities. And you'll see also carried over there for supplementary meetings, others raised these same issues. On page 8, there's also a reflection of the concern I have in terms of the general displeasure with the planning process and how it's been carried out. Overall as well, I want to draw your attention to the fact the report does not address the 8 stories that are being proposed to be added to the commercial tower, which is part of this entire complex. I live 1 unit over from the commercial tower portion, and this has not been addressed in the staff plan. So again, I want to say to you, this plan really is about getting construction throughout the entire complex in terms of touching all of the buildings. And I learned during the process that for the very reason this approach can be supported is one of the concerns that I have, in that the building has an extensive concrete composition to support doing that, but at the same time such a composition is also optimal for the transmission of sound and vibrations. Specific comments that I have are related to page 10 recommendations, begin at the top of the page. I'm really not sure why there's a notation by city staff that tenants over 30 years will be offered a similar package. There's no supporting analysis in the report to support this, and I'd recommend this be changed to 20 years from 30 years in the note. The second item they're recommending has to do with $50 for tenants who would use the recreation or common space. I'd recommend that be changed to $10 a month for those tenants. Otherwise, providing $50 one time is really symbolic and is probably not worth the effort administratively. With respect to the alternative access proposed, the stairwells being opened up so that there can be in and out access is very problematic, and I recommend that this not proceed for reasons of security and environmental reasons, permitting additional space for dust and other issues. With respect to the hours notation in the report, it talks about Saturday being done on an exception basis. This needs specific definition. I would recommend that it read that recommendation be that no more than 10% of Saturdays in a calendar year be in scope. Otherwise, we don't have any assurance as to how this would actually be operationalized. The note concerning tenant communications under noise and related issues currently reads that there should be a response within 2 business days. I recommend that word be changed to resolution within 2 business days, and as well that you add that a log be maintained for tenant viewing so we have a proper and codified understanding of the situation. I have 3 other summary comments to share with you. The first is, despite the issues raised by tenants and city staff and others during this process, the city staff report you're reviewing today is really not featuring environmental analysis and actions. I recommend that a third party be responsible for internal air quality monitoring during the process of construction to ensure the concerns that people have are addressed. I also recommend that the report be amended to include oversight on compliance and performance to ensure that the plan is complied with. It's not clear how that would take place. And my last recommendation is that a streetscape amenity such as a modest modern water fountain and gathering space be placed, as there's very little area in this vicinity for people to pause, wait, and to be outside. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. The next I have is Eden Harnham.
Hello, thank you. I'm Eden Harnham, a tenant of 77 Gerrard. I also agree with Jeff as far as why not look at the original plans. They are less evasive on our very old building. The new building actually proposes that part of the additional apartments move out to the sidewalk, and then there will be large pillars holding it up. I find this particularly dangerous because this area, I'd say every other year a pedestrian gets hit by a vehicle. Luckily, we are right beside the hospital, so majority of them survive. And being a driver myself, the viewpoint is already obstructed. We do ask that we have at least 2 working elevators 24/7 for tenants, as we also do not agree with having the stairwells that lead outside. Now that we do not have the privilege of our security guards anymore, our building is a hot spot and in a very vulnerable location. Personally, the amenities offered for $50 is not at all what we had asked for, nowhere near in the range of what we think is reasonable. Just to get a gym pass these days with tax is approximately $65 a month, I imagine, if you get a discount, I'm sure. What we do ask is that there are 2 facilities within walking distance of our building. That one is 736 Bay Street and or the Delta Chelsea. If they could make arrangements with them so we could possibly use their facilities. Also, we ask that these quiet rooms, because of the fact that some of the construction will be on the commercial side and frankly all over the building, I don't know if we want to address or decide if that should be moved at times dependent on where the noise is. That's not really defined. Or at the Delta Chelsea where there will actually be silence. And please do keep in mind that there are a majority of our tenants are elderly people, medical staff doing shift work, and patients come from all over the country. Also, the last thing, sorry, we asked that there be a rent freeze, particularly for the AGI, which they currently have an application in for, until the construction of the entire building is done, not just the residential part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Jackie Kangas?
Hi. if that's on or not. I don't know if this works or not. Okay. Thank you very much for hearing us on this really important matter, specifically and generally going forward from a perspective of what tenants have to be subjected to in the future. We have objected to this plan strenuously. We understand that it has now been approved with a deal between the city and the developers. So cognizant of that, I would like to talk about the construction mitigation plan. Just to be very clear, this is an on-site construction, not a close construction, not a across-the-street construction. It's a wall-to-wall construction up one side of the building and over the top. When there's construction in the neighborhood across the street or kitty corner, our building actually shakes. Sometimes dust falls from the ceiling. There is asbestos in our ceilings, which is of concern. But as far as the construction mitigation plan, I am asking that you recommend that it be a rent mitigation plan. Obviously, the people in the 3 bedrooms near the construction wall will lose 1 bedroom. The 2 bedrooms will lose the window. They should be very adequately compensated. But the noise in a concrete building will travel throughout the building, and I'm asking that the tenants' rent either be frozen or reduced. As far as a room, a respite room, can you imagine a whole building, 25 stories high, of tenants attempting to take refuge in a little respite room? I work from my home during the day. A respite room would not be conducive to talking to suppliers, clients. It would not be conducive to confidentiality. There may be children in the respite room crying and screaming. That would also not be conducive. And so I put it to you that that is hardly a construction mitigation plan.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputants? No? Seeing none? Thank you. Are there any other members of the public to speak? Sure. If you could just state your name, because I don't have you on my list here.
I will, thank you.
And I'll start your clock for 5 minutes.
My name is Tom Helinski. I'm a lawyer for the landlord and the owner of the building. And I wasn't on the list. I didn't know if I'd need an opportunity to respond to a few of these points, but I'd like to take a couple of minutes if I could do that. I'm here in support of the staff recommendation in the extensive and I submit thorough report. As you know, the application actually has the effect of adding 244 rental units to the city's stock, so it's clearly a huge net positive for the city, including replacing all of the units which are being converted from 3 to 2 bedrooms. Now, construction in this context is inherently disruptive. That's completely fair to say and recognized by everybody. Normally, claims of this sort end up at the Landlord and Tenant Board under the Residential Tenancies Act. But in this situation, through the efforts of housing staff and city staff in general, the owner and staff have negotiated an extensive and comprehensive compensation and communication package to ameliorate the impact on the tenants. And you can see in the staff report how thoroughly the concerns were reviewed and taken into account in formulating the recommendation. And there are obviously very high levels of abatement that are being provided to tenants who are directly impacted, and comparable levels to those who are being indirectly impacted, thus saving them the need to go to the Landlord and Tenant Board after the fact and seek a rent abatement and go through a hearing. In addition, there is extensive construction mitigation modeled on previous experience with these types of projects. It includes limited hours of construction, far below what the city noise bylaw would provide. The respite room, which obviously the extent and capacity of that remains to be finalized, but the goal of it is to provide a quiet respite space for tenants who are impacted. There is an extensive two-way communication and notice plan to keep everybody apprised of what's going on and what will be happening in the near future. And as has been noted, an alternate access to the building in order to make sure that the impact is as little as possible. And with all of that, and subject to any questions, I would ask for your support of the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? No. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, are there questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask a question regarding the planning process, and this would be to Greg Lintern. The application was appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board, is that correct?
That's correct.
And in July of 2015, City Council voted on a settlement package that was put before us, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so what's before us now is the rental demolition control and tenant mitigation piece.
Associated with that, yes.
Okay, so, and that was, as an outcome of the OMB hearing, that this is still subject to the final decision of the board member. This is the remaining piece.
Yes, this is the remaining piece. We would be seeking to secure the construction mitigation and issues in the report. We'd be seeking to secure those matters in the Section 37 agreement that has yet to be signed.
So this is, what's before us is largely because a private property owner made an application to the City of Toronto, appealed the application, and obviously there was a settlement that was approved by council, and now we have to resolve this outstanding component, which is what we're trying to do.
Yes, and council's jurisdiction here is under the rental demolition and conversion provisions of the city's municipal code. So council has the jurisdiction here to place requirements on the replacement unit issue, which is in the report. And also, we've negotiated with the applicant on construction mitigation elements, which staff can expand on if you wish.
Okay, so then the next set of questions is to help clarify what the deputants were asking for. And I think that staff have been working with many of the tenants. You've had individual meetings, conversations, group discussions. There were a number of issues raised, and I think that it probably is best for us to clarify what the deputants were asking for. With respect to the respite room, and perhaps it not being large enough to fit the capacity of the number of tenants who may require that space, what is your opinion about what is being provided as that sort of calm down space that's furthest away from construction, I believe? I have it on? No.
Now we go. Through you, Mr. Chair. The respite room is something that we've done on a couple other occasions on other developments, and it basically is that the landlord holds one of their rental units empty and reappoints it as sort of a sitting media room, and usually there's one area for sort of television and sort of minor amounts of noise, and the other room is actually like a completely quiet room so that people can, if they want, have naps, but be able to read or enjoy themselves quietly away from construction if they're impacted by it.
And when will that room be made available to the tenants?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is supposed to be made available as soon as excavation begins.
As soon as excavation
and demolition,
because so that might be before the internal construction.
It is intended to be before the internal construction.
Months before the internal construction?
The applicant has indicated that the demolition of the retail portion on the western edge of the building will likely start about 3 months before the rest of the building goes.
And so with respect to the request by some of the deputants around rent freeze or mitigation, obviously, those units that are directly impacted by the construction will have some reduction of rent. Can you give us the details of the rest of the compensation to the tenants? What would that look like?
So the details of the compensation to the tenants is effectively a sliding scale that goes both across the building, but also up the building during the construction period. The way that we've done it is that as construction impacts people most directly, they receive reductions in rent. The issue about the entire building have rent freezes or measures like that would be covered under, as the deputy lawyer has said, the Rental Tenancies Act. That would be the usual place for recourse for the rest of the tenants of the building.
And are the tenants aware of that recourse that's available to them? Do they go to the rental tribunal? If residents who are not direct, their units are not directly adjacent to the construction, are they aware that they can go and appeal to the rental tribunal?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I assume that they are, because when we had the tenant meeting, we also invited a representative from the Federation of Metro Tenants Associations to speak to the tenants about their rights without the applicant present. Their people work with tenants and helping them create tenant associations, which I believe this group of tenants has done, as appeals tend to be more successful when they're made in groups.
And so that option is available to the tenants who are here today, and perhaps those who may not have the chance to come out to community council.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that is the intention of the city, is to supplement and complement the Residential Tenancies Act and the provincial policies on that, not to supplant them.
And so therefore, does this community council have the jurisdiction to make those decisions, to offer the tenants what they may be asking for, is a rent freeze or a rent reduction, or no rent at all to be paid during the construction period?
That would not be a typical condition of a permit for the Section 111 permit, which has to do with the conversion of the 22 three-bedroom units.
And so those are the units that are going to be most directly impacted. And so can you just give us a little bit information about the tenant relocation assistance package? Are we going above the provincial requirements? How does this measure up to some other relocation packages? I see quantums of $2,500 for moving allowance, 3 times the rent, an extra month for every 5 years of tenancies. I'm seeing some sizable numbers in here. How does that measure up to what the province stipulates is a right of the tenants?
Under the Provincial Tenancies, Residential Tenancies Act, it is questionable whether this particular application would qualify as a demolition, which would usually give you 4 months notice and 3 months rent of any impending demolition. The right to return would not be associated with this. This would be more like what would be considered a renovation under the Residential Tenancies Act, which has lower amounts of both compensation and has a lower notice period. This particular package is similar and actually in some ways better than many of the permit packages that we approve for Section 111 all over the city, with a higher moving allowance and extended rent, as well as the ability for tenants who really do not wish to move to stay in their units at 50% rent during the construction period.
So the package is more attractive, more favorable, even though it's not a full demolition, but rather closer to what you qualify as what you would classify it as a renovation.
Yes, that would be fair.
Because the building is not coming down. So just one final question, and I want to ask it just, I think it might help the deputants in search of clarification. Mr. Lintern, how would you respond to the deputant who said that we should be going back to the original proposal put forward by the applicant, claiming that there would be less impact if we actually adopted the original proposal, recognizing that we have an OMB settlement, but how would you respond to that gentleman?
Well, again, recognizing that we have an OMB decision approving the zoning bylaw amendment request, the original basis for agreeing with the applicant related to a number of factors, including the retention and replacement of rental housing, the addition of new rental housing. It related to a reduction in the height of the westerly addition to the slab apartment building, such that the height would no longer penetrate the view through City Hall. The City Hall view, which is a heritage conservation measure in the city's policies. And it included an addition on the east side of the building for office space purposes. As well, the city's policies seek to include improvements to the amenity of the rental building that is subject of the application. And there are new amenity facilities that are proposed for this building that don't exist today. Finally, I would just comment that there are a balance of issues and trade-offs that often take place in reaching a settlement at the OMB. It's fair to say that maybe we didn't get everything that we wanted, but on balance, a large number of the city objectives were achieved, including protection measures and replacement measures for the rental housing. There is another part of the process still to come, which, through the chair, we know that the local council in this area has construction committees and site plan committees, which can review specific attributes or have reviewed specific attributes of the site plan, including improvements that are proposed around the entire block of this building, improvements to the amenity space, and the publicly accessible facilities and the actual skin of the building and the retail appearances of the building. So all of that work is still yet to come. And staff would certainly be available to work with local councillor and residents as we work through those issues through the site plan approval process.
Final question that's a planning matter. Do you have any concerns about this application with respect to flight path impacts or perhaps the N-Wave exhaust stack?
Those issues were reviewed in the context of the rezoning application that was approved by the board, and we don't have any concerns.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, any councillors to speak?
Just myself. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would move that we adopt the recommendations in the staff report, and I'll just speak very briefly. This is not an ideal application in many ways because we have an existing building. Many of you walk by it. It's the Luke Cliff apartment towers. It's right on Bay Street. You know the building. You know that perhaps the retail commercial space doesn't respond as well to the streetscape. You know that the sidewalk conditions and necessarily the built form around that is not exactly what I'd call inspiring. And it is a building that's been there for a long time. And we're quite accustomed to seeing what we see as we recognize that properties have been built and they have histories. This application is very complicated. They are proposing to sort of detach one face of the building and add a few more units and then add 8-story addition on top of that. For those who are watching the proceedings on the televisions, on their monitors perhaps, it's not every day that we have an 8-story addition on top of an existing tower. That is what was agreed upon at the Ontario Municipal Board. And we have a city that's constantly intensifying, and we have to respond to these development pressures. And as such, City Council did respond in July and has moved to adopt the settlement. And as our Director of Community Planning has stated for the area, is that it's not often a perfect resolution, but we do the best that we can, and I know that each and every single member of this Community Council struggles with some of these difficult planning decisions based on what the staff are providing, which is their good professional advice, trying to make sure that the planning rationale does meet and work for the city, and in this case, it does. And I'll tell you where it does work. It does work because we're building purpose-built rentals. It does work because there is not a demolition of a rental apartment building where you're going to see it replaced with a condominium tower, or in this case, perhaps 2, which I think was what would have been proposed if the site was completely blank. So if it was a surface parking lot, we'd be probably looking at 2 70-story condominium towers with no purpose-built rental, and probably going to be a struggle to retain 3-bedroom family-size units. So there is a little bit of the give and take, and the give and take in this case is that we get to keep a residential rental building, purpose-built. We get to add more units to it, which is going to be good because we actually have more rentals in the area, and we know that when rentals, purpose-built rentals are built, the units tend to be larger, more generous, and better constructed, as opposed to de facto rental housing, which is what we've seen, which are small bachelor apartments, small 1-bedroom condominiums, which don't necessarily meet the needs of the community. We have family-size units, 3 bedrooms and larger, that are coming into this building. There is going to be construction impact. I have lived across a construction site myself, not in a construction site, but across a construction site for 6 years. Every morning at 7 o'clock, it is like clockwork. There is a coring and drilling and cutting, and it is disruptive. My windows are dusty, and every time I look through the window, I'm thinking it's time to get that cleaned. There is going to be impact. But no one compensates me for that impact, which we who live in the downtown core probably recognize that no one's cleaning my window except for my condominium corporation coming out of my condo fees. The positive thing, and I know it's going to be tough to look at that silver lining because you're seeing changes in your building. The positive outcome is that the rental relocation package is far greater than what the province has stipulated as their minimum. And we've never accepted the minimum in Toronto City Council. Rarely do we in Ward 27 ever accept the minimum. So we exceed all minimum standards, not just by a month or perhaps a month of rent, but usually by many months of notice and many months of rent for compensation and generous relocation for moving allowances in the quantums of $2,500, $3,000, and what have you. The building is not being demolished. And the challenge of it not being demolished, even though it's a demolition application, is that we don't get the full protections. And so what we've done is try to take the maximum protection that the province has stipulated, and then what we do is add on top of that for what is now a not demolition application. It's a non-demolition application classified as a demolition application because the building is being renovated. You are getting all those benefits, if you want to call it that, but the offsets to construction impact and mitigation. It is tough. And I don't envy those who are going to live under construction for the X number of months that are proceeding. But what we will have at the end of it is a building that's going to have expanded amenities, new amenities, a better retail experience with better and improved landscaping. And that is the imperfect world of planning in Toronto. And with that, I ask the Community Council to adopt the professional staff recommendations.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, you're not able to speak at this point in the proceedings. Are there any other councillors who wish to speak to this item? No? Seeing none, on the staff recommendation, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Moving on to the next item, and just so people are aware, we've added a lot of speakers to our 10:30 items, so we're going to be pushing our 11 o'clock items likely until after lunch. But TE 12.6, final report, 838 Broadview Avenue zoning amendment application, Ward 29. I understand the councillor will be moving a motion to defer. To whom? Okay. So the deputants are aware on this next item. The local councillor has indicated they will be referring the item back to staff for further review. So, and perhaps why don't you give us an update where you are before we hear the speakers? They may wish to come back at a later time to depute.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if the next based on amendment number 2, if that would require a completely new hearing, because my second amendment is that we have this application not be brought forward until the completion of the site plan, so that the zoning amendment and the site plan come together. So I'm not sure if that requires a new hearing.
How did planning read that?
Well, I was actually asking the clerk.
It will require a new hearing because unless it's deferred to us or adjourned to a set date, then it would require that we give notice again at a future time.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Chair, the residents are here. They'd like to speak. I'd like their input to be on the public record. So if you don't mind, if we could hear them
Fine
and
with me.
allow them their 5 minutes, that would be very...
First up is Philip Silver.
That better?
Sounds good.
Speaking of the mic, lean forward. Sounds like my mother. As a resident of the area west of Broadview, I've attended the two community consultations and served on the working group. There are a lot of issues attached to this project, and I'm only going to address one of them, which is in the power of the city to change. I've supplied the committee with a fuller document. There's lots of photos in it. You need to have a good look at it, folks. The official address of this project is 838 Broadview, but the building's entrance for residents, parking and disposal services is on Pretoria Avenue. The maps attached to the staff report do not clearly point out something about Pretoria. The Pretoria Avenue is the only thoroughfare access to an area bounded by Broadview on the east, the Don Valley on the west, Danforth on the south, and Chester Hill on the north. Within those boundaries, there are detached and semi-detached residences, as the staff report says, but the staff report did not list several 4 to 6 unit buildings and, more importantly, 3 high-rise units that are within this area. In total, by my informal count, there are over 1,000 residences within this area served by Pretoria. It is the only avenue in for private vehicles, taxis, delivery vehicles, construction equipment, service vehicles, and emergency vehicles, and it's also the designated fire route for this area. Of the 3 dead-end streets in this area, of the 3 non-dead-end streets in this area, Pretoria is the narrowest. The staff report refers to the applicant's traffic and parking survey undertaken on a Saturday morning during peak hours. Anyone familiar with the area knows that Saturday is not a peak time except for the one day of the year when it's Taste of the Danforth. The survey drew laughs at the community meetings. Here's a more realistic look of traffic on Pretoria. My own observations on March 25th, 2015, between 7:30 and 9 a.m. 7 legal parking spaces on the south side of Pretoria were continually occupied, with vehicles being replaced by others coming in. The no parking zone on the south side of Pretoria was occupied by a series of vehicles, including 2 delivery vehicles which parked for between 7 and 10 minutes. And on the north side of Pretoria, the no stopping zone was occupied for several periods of more than 5 minutes for pickup and delivery. During that time, 85 vehicles came out of our area and headed east on Pretoria towards Broadview. However, 346 vehicles headed west on Pretoria from Broadview, of which 288 turned left to go on to Cambridge, and I assume then to the viaduct so they can get downtown. We're a favorite shortcut. More information on this is included in the longer package which I passed into the city. The staff report says that the applicant submitted a traffic impact study that reflects good levels of service, reaching the conclusion that development-generated traffic will have minimal impact. Actually, 2 traffic impact reviews were submitted, a report to the developer by MMM Group, another report to City Planning by MMM. These were not shared with the community group. These were not shared with the working group. 2 simplified PowerPoints were presented at the committee meetings, and all of these reports on traffic were paid for by the developer. Despite the city's the residents urging, including those of us on the working group, the city has refused to do an independent traffic study. The developers' reports discuss the impact of development-generated traffic, but they focus on the condo resident and visitor parking, including the elevator service. They do not consider the effects of activities relating to the entrance on the narrow street called Pretoria, such as entering or leaving the building, loading, deliveries, services, disposal, taxis, school buses, wheel-trans, ambulances, and other vehicles, and God forbid, the day that people move into this building. In addition, the reports fail to identify Pretoria's role as a significant significant route for children heading to and from the school's areas and across Broadview, some with wheelchairs, some with walkers. In other words, there have been no studies to deal with the most important effect of the entrance on 838, the throttling of the sidewalk and the street, and the potential backup onto Broadview. One other point.
Mr. Silver, I'm going to need one final point to wrap it up.
I'm going to make one final point. There are 37 buildings in the block north of 838. Some of them have multi-residences, some are businesses. They all have entrances, disposal services, etc., all on Broadview. One additional building, which is moving the entrance from Pretoria to 838, will not harm things significantly.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Chris Williams.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm Chris Williams, resident of 65 Cambridge, which is about 100 meters from the proposed development. I also sit on the Stakeholder Advisory Committee for the Broadview Avenue Planning Study, and I participated in the working sessions as well. In my 20 years as a resident, I've worked along with my neighbors and the city to improve safety in the area, which has included moving the traffic lights from Pretoria, Cambridge, over to Broadview so that it aligns better with the safety crossing guards, so for the kids to get to school. Also having speed humps installed on Cambridge, etc. As Phil noted, our community, which is to the west of the development, is boxed in by the Don Valley Ravine and some of the other major streets around us. And as he noted quite well, Pretoria acts as a funnel for thousands of residents that live in the area. It is also acting as a funnel for all the school children. This is the one route that they can use to get to Jackman School that aligns with a crossing guard, that aligns with street lights to get across the street. They use the north side of Pretoria Avenue as their route to school. It is this adjacent sidewalk on the north side of Pretoria that the city has guided the developer to cut with 2 driveways for parking garages serviced by elevators and access for a garbage truck to cross forwards and backwards, doing a through-point turn nonetheless. It was indicated that there would be a flagman that would be supplied by the building, but when we talked in the working groups, it was quite clear that there will be no flagman. There is no staff for this building, so the staff report is inaccurate. I wonder why. Why is this all happening? So, we had a letter from Greg Lintern that states in his letter is that access and loading is encouraged on the flanking streets adjacent to the corner lots to increase safety and improve pedestrian environment. So let me paraphrase that. We are increasing pedestrian safety by putting pedestrians at risk. That's a really good plan. If the role of community consultation is for the city planning group to read policy documents to the residents, then it's a pretty useless exercise. We can read the guidelines. We have engaged in the process because this particular site needs a flexible, creative solution, and we believe the developer has tried to do that. Meanwhile, we've also noticed that these guidelines are quite flexible for the developer's concern. Instead of a 20-meter high building, we have a 25-meter high building. Instead of current 12 retail parking spots, there will be 0 retail parking spots. Instead of providing visitor parking, they will be directed to street parking because the elevators do not allow visitors to use the parking. But here is my main point. All these issues would not exist if the Mid-Rise Guidelines and Avenues Plan was improved. As part of the Mid-Rise Avenue Plan, planners should be limiting or eliminating the requirement to build expensive underground parking garages and associated elevators when developments are within 200 meters of a subway. Why? Because Toronto has an affordable housing problem, and also it has a traffic problem. And as part of John Tory's Affordable Open Door program, they state this consideration: expand financial incentives to reduce construction costs. For instance, consider reducing parking standards on a site-specific basis that are well served by public transit. These are the city's words, not mine. 838 Broadview is within 200 meters of the subway, 2 streetcar lines, and 4 major bus lines, including well-serviced by bicycle lanes. So what does the city planning group do with the developer's original proposal for 17 parking spots? It increases them to 33 parking spots, doubles the size of the parking garages, and doubles the number of elevators that are required. And it is any wonder why housing is so expensive in this city? Meanwhile, the city performs research on mid-rise residents called Eglinton Connects. Nearly 40% of the residents of these mid-rise buildings do not own a car. That number rises when the mid-rise building has smaller units, bachelors and one-bedrooms, so we're actually building a parking garage that's not likely necessary. That number also rises for Toronto and East York. And specifically, when we looked at the study for Broadview, it has one of the lowest vehicle ownership rates of all avenues in the study. So it seems that the Avenues plan, to me, could be a significant tool to provide more affordable housing. Residents that don't own cars don't need to park, and they don't drive either. The Prince Edward Viaduct is full morning and night anyway. There's no place for them to drive. No to mention other benefits, such as a walking-oriented community, which are healthy, both physically and mentally, or so Jennifer Keesmaat keeps telling me on Twitter. But we have to show the leadership that aligns the city's initiatives in affordable housing, in traffic reduction, and promoting healthy, walkable communities. And it starts by improving the Avenues policy in regards to parking requirements, and specifically in what is being built at 838 Broadview. But finally, we have to look to the future. Younger generations prefer Wi-Fi to driver's license. That is a well-established fact in studies. Uber is not just for trips. There are apps that allow Uber-type style for parking as well. And the province is testing self-driving cars, which spend far more time actually moving and far less time parked. So my question is, are we planning for our kids' futures, or are we planning to put them in the path of a garbage truck? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I let you go a little overtime there. I'll keep a closer eye out. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, Chris Herron.
Hi, I'm Chris Herron. First I want to say I agree with the previous two speakers about the parking and access problem. It's definitely bad for that street. But I'm here because I'm unhappy about the size of this development. The official plan calls for 14 meters building height, which I think if you visit any European city, you'd see that this is actually basically the built style of most streets. And it does feel very human scale. It doesn't feel overwhelming. This building is supposed to be built twice as high as that, or at least almost 28 meters, twice as high. The plan itself calls for compatibility with adjacent neighborhoods, appropriately scaled design for mid-rise buildings. There are no 8-story buildings anywhere near this building on Broadview. The tallest new building is approximately 14 meters and actually 5 stories with a 45-degree planar setback on the 5th floor. So it appears to be 4 stories. Anyway, the background report, the staff report apparently just gives the developer everything they want with basically no explanation as to why. They call everything appropriate, the size appropriate, the density of the development appropriate, but they don't explain why this is appropriate. They even go so far as to say that this particular intersection is appropriate for a larger building, but no explanation for why that should be. No evidence-based proof for why that should be. But basically, the developer gets everything they want in spite of two community meetings, which all these and other concerns were expressed. Basically, the input of the community has been, you know, on the working report has been absolutely zero. So this, effectively, the draft bylaw that's specified in the background report really covers multiple major variances from the official plan and leaves us with this rather large building. And my concern is that once one building is allowed to do this on Broadview, everybody else can do the same thing. The official plan is effectively out the window. You know, you just go to the OMB. It happened on Cambridge, which is a street just around the corner, when somebody built a house. It was turned down by this council, the original development, but they went to the OMB, and what they did was said, oh, over here, down the street, we have a higher density, so we should have it too. We have a smaller parking spot, so we should have it too. And the OMB said, yep, okay, go ahead. And this is what's going to happen in this situation. And if you allow an 8-story building, the next one's going to be 10 or 12 stories, and it's just not human scale. It's not what, you know, I mean, we've hired, you know, expert planners to come up with a city plan, official plan, and, you know, we should pay some attention to their advice. Basically, the only other thing I have to say is that there's supposed to be money given in lieu of parkland. I think that the amount is supposed to be determined. I would think that it should be at least what the market value of the land is worth. But anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Are there any, if we could, folks, we've got a really long agenda, and we've got to keep on time here. Are there any questions of the deputant? No, seeing none, thank you very much, sir. We'll move on to the next deputant. I have a Magda Velaskovica. Sorry.
Hi, it's actually Magda Veselkovska.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did my best.
So I agree with a lot of the points being raised by the previous deputants. And I'd like to raise the issues that are, you know, that bring us a little bit beyond this particular application itself to larger issues around the future planning of streets such as Broadview, ones that are ripe for development. They're quite older, and they basically they're there for, you know, creating beautiful designs and so on. But what does it mean for residents in the long term? I've been part of the Broadview Avenue Planning Study Community Consultation process for the last year and a half, as many residents who are here or who wrote into the city. And part of that process was, it's actually to establish a framework for new development in this BAPS area that would result in appropriate zoning and or design guidelines that would be created in consultation with the local community. And, you know, we are, of course, I think a lot of residents, of course, look at community-based processes in a very hopeful way, in a way where we feel that our voices are being heard. We appreciate that. We understand the balance city planning, for example, has to have with, for example, needs, especially from the province, in terms of, you know, the provincial policy statement for intensifications for areas such as the avenues. But okay, where do we limit things? This particular development is actually unique because as the previous two Chris's actually mentioned, it would set a precedent. And actually, there's actually 3 points I want to make on this. One is that it would derail, in fact, and put into question the entire validity of the Broadview Avenue study, and also the community consultation process. If the part of these avenue studies is to establish working groups, there's a stakeholders a stakeholders group, basically, that meets before the community consultation meetings. If we have this community process in order to provide input, how does that work in a development which is essentially ignoring what some of those recommendations are being established before the study is complete? So for us, we would like to, of course, request that council defers the approval or any kind of decision around this particular development before the completion of the study. And the study is meant to be completed as far as this is sort of news to some of us that now it was supposed to be the end of 2015. We understand things can take longer, and it's now January. That's not a very long time also for the applicant to wait until clear guidelines are being established in this process. And also, I think that it would create a precedent on built height and density. Again, this is as the previous deputant mentioned, it would be the only 8-story building so far. And where does we limit those heights? You know, the city itself, city planning staff also mentioned, even in the report, that potentially this would create precedents. Okay, so they themselves call attention to it. The working group that's been working with the developer has also mentioned their worry, their concern that this would create a precedent. And of course, we know how planning works. So how do we can keep confidence in the community consultation process, in what planning is about in the city, and especially when we're trying to establish, or we feel, a vision, a future vision for parts of avenues such as the one, for example, included in the Broadview Avenue planning study. Finally, we also think that approval or any kind of decision based on currently before the Broadview Avenue planning study would be complete, would also annul, so completely annul, we think, the narrative vision that is being currently crafted through this Broadview Avenue planning study. So as part of this community process, if you know anything about this section of Broadview, you might, if you drive through, you probably don't actually think about the history, the actual history that's tied to the early industrial history of Toronto, and also some of the buildings. So some of the, you know, we have great historical nuggets there. And even in the city Broadview Avenue planning process, part of that section is being called the avenue, the village. How can it be a village if we suddenly have a forest of overgrown mid-rise buildings in the area that become over, 8 stories and so on?
Thank you very much. I'm going to need you to cut you off there.
Okay.
Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Next up is Sasha Iveson. Sasha?
Mr. Chairman, good morning. I'm not Sasha. I'm Tony Volpentesta.
Okay.
We registered to speak, and if one of us couldn't be here, the other person would speak. So gladly, I could stick around and make a formal deputation to Community Council.
Fair enough. Thank you.
We are planning consultants to the applicant. I'm joined here today by one of the landowners, Mr. John Ferreira. Just wanted to relate to Community Council a number of different facts and the protracted history on this development application. We participated, along with our client and consulting team, in 2 community meetings and 2 working group meetings, wherein we explored a wide range of issues related to the proposal. Our client participated in a working group process in good faith and expended considerable time, effort, and expense to have members of its consulting team attend these various meetings. Participation in this process was seen as a positive way of engaging the community and resolving any substantive issues. The city also expended considerable time, effort, and expense to discuss the proposal. The city was very well represented with members of the planning department, including urban design, and representatives from engineering services. In addition, a large number of surrounding residents attended community meetings, and a smaller group of residents volunteered time to participate in the working group process. The proposal before you is a modest one that has been reviewed exhaustively by all City of Toronto divisions. particularly the Planning, Urban Design, and Engineering Services departments. And the Engineering Services review also includes waste management. The working group process culminated in revisions to the proposal, as detailed in the final report. The most discussed topic during our meetings with the community was, in fact, related to vehicular access for parking, loading, and waste management purposes, and surprisingly, was not height and density. We have reviewed the city planning report from the planning department, which recommends approval of the revised proposal with our client, and advise community council that we concur with the recommendations contained in the report. We commend the planning department, particularly Mr. Quashie, Mr. Canuck, and Mr. Lintern, for the professional manner in which they have dealt with this application and the thorough analysis of the many aspects of the proposal. We are aware, we've heard earlier today from the local councillor, that she is prepared to table a motion referring this application to allow for additional time to review a wide range of issues. We respectfully request that Community Council not adopt the local councillor's motion and instead adopt the recommendations contained in the Planning Department report. We urge Council to make a decision today on this matter, as it recognizes that the applicant deserves a decision, and a referral or deferral, whatever you'd like to call it, will not change the opinion of the Planning Department, and it most certainly will not change the advice and position of the Engineering Services Division with regard to the most discussed and debated matter, the matter of access for loading and waste management. To defer this matter further penalizes an applicant who has acted fairly and openly and has had regard for the positions expressed by all city departments. I would invite all members of council to ask the Director of Community Planning about how this matter has proceeded through the process and why he thinks this proposal merits approval. We simply ask for a decision to be made today. To suggest that there will be added benefit to send this matter back for additional discussion is a position not shared by our client, and if asked, would not be shared by the Planning Department nor the Engineering Services Department. In closing, a deferral sadly only invites an appeal to the OMB, as the deferral being suggested amounts to a protracted and indefinite delay. We ask the Community Council simply do what it is entrusted to do, make a decision on this matter now, that the professionals have given you a thorough assessment and review of this proposal. Those are our submissions, Mr. Chairman. I thank you, and I'd be glad to answer any questions if they should arise.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Councillor Fletcher?
Just on the mid-rise guidelines for Broadview are 20 meters, 6 stories. Is there a reason why you did not fall within 20 meters as the mid-rise guidelines? You're building a mid-rise?
The justification and determination of appropriateness is fully addressed in the final report.
I'm asking you why you didn't apply for.
We felt that the building still does comply with the spirit of the mid-rise guidelines.
But you would agree that mid-rise for that section of Broadview has been established at 20 meters?
They are guidelines. Through you, Mr. Chairman, they are guidelines.
I see. Thank you very much.
Are there any more questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Yep. If you could, come on forward. If there are other members who wish to speak, if they could register with the clerks over there, just so we have your name in advance. If you're ready here, no, we'll just keep it moving.
Hi, I'm Angela Schutz.
Hi, Angela.
We are a very engaged group community, and as you might not know or may know, Toronto Life magazine set our area as number 3 in the city, and we appreciate that delegation. I don't think our area is opposed to development at all. It's just the way it's being done, and the area would be separated by a big, tall building. A lot of people actually think that, maybe they will move out of the bigger houses and into these newer developments, but we want it to consist, and we want more engagement of the community. And like a previous speaker had said, the study that they did, although the developers say they complied, we're saying that they didn't, or they didn't follow. They're saying that they did the study during a busy time on the street, and it was on a Saturday. And if they had done the studies correctly, it would reflect that. We're just asking that more consideration and more thought be put into this process. It is a small piece of land, and they're asking for a big building on this small piece of land. And we're actually working with the committee now to make sure that the development is consistent, and we'd like to not have all this hodgepodge going on, which we already sort of do. And again, just saying that we'd like more thought.
Thank you very much. If there are any other speakers, if we could hear from them. No? Oh. And so if there are two more speakers, if you could please register with the clerks now, that'd be great.
I just have one thing to say. We have a study underway, the Broadview Avenue study, and all I would ask is that...
Sir, if you could just state your name.
Oh, Wayne Gibson.
Thanks, Wayne.
Is that we have a chance to complete this study, and that's all I ask. Just consider that we have a chance to complete the study before any action is taken. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, if you could, just make sure you state your name.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Simon Rollins, and I live at number 8 Pretoria Avenue. And I would like to address, in particular, the issue of height on this building as it relates to the mid-rise guidelines. And I'd like to bring your attention to the wording of the pre-application consultation that was brought before the community meeting. At that time, the planning department stated, planning staff informed the applicant that the proposal does not demonstrate appropriate transition in height, scale, intensity from stable residential areas. It also, under the column issues to be resolved, states planning staff cannot support this application in its form as it constitutes overdevelopment of the site. Among the issues of concern, the staff proposal has not demonstrated a transition in height, massing, scale, and intensity to ensure the stability and general amenity of the adjacent residential area. Since that meeting, the proposal has changed in density from 4.4 times the lot area to 4.31. That's a difference of 0.09%. The allowable is currently 2.5 times density. In the current report of October 9, the planning department is now stating that they find this application acceptable. I don't see any change in the density or the height to this application, and I've been in touch with the planning department to ask what is their thinking behind this change in opinion, and what is different about the proposal now from before. So that's my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No? To speak, go. Councillor Bailao. Questions of staff? Okay, go ahead.
Picking up on the point from the last resident, can you explain a little bit the changes that happened from the first application to now?
Well, the basis of the final report is based on the revisions that the applicant undertook in terms of the transition from Broadview to the low-scale neighborhoods to the west. And so if you look at the various heights from the second level up to the 8th floor, there's been changes in that portion of the building, as well as in the front as well. And so on the balance of the changes that were made, and based on the site conditions and overall context of the area, it was our professional opinion that it's an appropriate development for the site.
And the community has been asking about the avenue planning study. So when you do an avenue planning study, you still have to take in consideration the official plan, the guidelines, so all the plans, the same professional tools that you had to take in consideration when preparing this report. Is that correct?
That's correct. And so what we did as part of writing or finishing our review was that we looked at the learnings that we've gotten out of the avenue study. Though it's not complete, we've looked at that particular segment as well as the overall potential for redevelopment along the entire avenue, and we believe that it's consistent with these learnings.
Okay. And our official plan does call for intensification of avenues,
That's correct.
and this fits in with that principle.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor McMahon.
Sorry, I just have one about timelines. So you're doing the planning study for Broadview now. At what point did this application, when was it submitted?
Okay, this application was submitted before the city commenced the avenue study. So it predates it. So strictly speaking, the avenue study should not apply to this application, but we've spoken to the applicant and they understand that there are important learnings from the study that could be applied to reshape the building and make it, more appropriate for the site. And we're on board. These discussions were part of the working group meetings, and that's why we are where we are at today.
But the application predates the study.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Are there any more questions of the deputant? Seeing none, to speak, Councillor Fragedakis.
Yes, so I have a motion, if you could put it up on the screen. And it's that it get this item, this matter be referred back to the Director of Community Planning, Toronto and East York District, to consider reductions in height, density, relocation of site access, and a review of impacts on the adjoining residential properties in consultation with local residents and the ward councillor, in conjunction with the completion of the Broadview Avenue planning study. And two, that direct that a further report on this application not be brought forward to the Toronto and East York Community Council prior to the completion of the site plan and in consultation with the ward councillor. I'm not going to say very much, except yes, we have had 2 community meetings. Yes, we've had 2 working groups. Not much has changed. The application is quite similar to what it was in its original form, and I think that more consultation is only a good thing, and actually that the planning study be completed to frame all the development in this neighborhood. And actually, I don't think it's unusual to ask that a zoning amendment come forward with the site plan at the same time so that we see where everything goes or where everything will go. So I ask for your support.
Are there any other members to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? That carries. Moving on. Folks, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but we have a very busy agenda in front of us here. Next item up is TE 12.7, final report 77 to 79 East Don Roadway and 661, 677 Queen Street East zoning amendment application. There are several speakers. The first speaker I have is Dave Cohen. We could have Dave. Dave, you're going to have 5 minutes. I'll start your time. As folks leave the room, if we could get the volume turned down a little bit, everyone. Yeah, if we could get the volume turned down from staff and councillors' conversations too, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
Hi.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Thanks for hearing me speak. My name is Dave Cohen. I am a owner and resident at the 90 Broadview Lofts. It's a nice, quiet section of Lower East Side of Toronto, dubbed the Soho of Toronto. I'm here specifically to question the scope of this project that they're proposing. It's going to include 900 residential units and now 6 automotive, an auto mall with 6 car dealerships, with service bays for to service vehicles. With there has not been. The plan has changed dramatically since it was first introduced to the residents at a meeting by the developer, Streetcar Developments. It's changed, it's morphed from lower scale buildings back to heights of over 15 stories, as high as even a 24-story tower has been proposed. And I think that, people are talking about 8 stories, and now our building is 9 stories, and now they're calling for 14 to over 20-story buildings. There hasn't been enough time to engage the public and to do proper studies on the environmental impact that this is going to have. I'm not talking about the construction, because that's inevitable, and we do all want our city to grow and to thrive, but I do not think that the way this project is now going is going to I'm not sure that it's going to meet guidelines in terms of environmental, and there's been very little public consultation. I'm here to present a petition signed by over 150 area residents, as well as the sign that's up at the site right now that calls for 555 residential units, not 890 units. So I'd like these be submitted, please. And thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and the clerks will take that submission from you. Thank you. And so our next speaker.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you for
Question.
coming.
Welcome.
I'm planning to ask for our energy staff to give us a very clear definition of the pollution issue that you're addressing.
Okay.
I think you'd probably
you.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
That would accompany the airshed study that was done by Public Health a number of years ago.
Very good. Thank
Paramount.
you. Thank you.
And do you have a picture of the 500, it says 500 residential units?
I handed it to the gentleman over there.
So that's there. Is that in the phase 1 or the phase 2 or for that?
I am not 100% certain on that.
Okay. I'll have a look at that. Thanks for bringing it. And
Okay.
have you got something there? Sorry.
Yeah, maybe we can.
Okay, I'll have that circulated and then everybody can see it. So thanks for bringing that
Okay.
today. And around the original, anyway, I'll talk a little bit about the amount of consultation. There's been quite a bit at 90 Broadview. Has there not been a number of meetings at 90 Broadview, your own condo?
Yes, there have been meetings, but the auto mall particularly, that part of it appears to that's something that's on the table now, but it doesn't appear that we were consulted about that.
Was it in the original application?
As far as I know, it was not.
Okay, so I'll establish if it was or wasn't in the original
Okay.
application.
Okay.
Are you aware that, how many meetings have you had there at 90 Broadview about this whole application?
With the builder, I'm aware of 2.
2, at least 2.
Correct. Yes.
Are you aware that doesn't happen very often? No. In a development application?
Fair enough.
There's no requirement for that?
Yeah, but they are, I mean, they tout themselves to be a part of the community over, I don't know how many of this, if the CEO lives in the area, but they do operate their business out of there, and they are planning to redevelop, and they have done a lot of work at Dundas and Carlaw as well.
You know what I'm going to do? Would it be helpful if I found out the actual number of meetings with Broadview, with everybody in the neighborhood, so everybody has the same info?
Sure.
From planning?
By all means, yeah.
And thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any more questions of the deputant? No? Next, thank you very much, sir. Next up is Karen Hogg.
Good morning, council members and other caring community members. My name is Karen Hogg, and I'm a resident at 90 Broadview. I'm just a citizen, one of many, though, who is losing faith in what was supposed to be a democratic public process. So thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak today. I'm here on behalf of many and the 156 people who have signed the petition in the last 2 weeks against this huge project called Riverside Square. And I'm representing Riverside Community Organization. We are a group now mobilized to oppose this application currently incorporating, and we're seeking legal counsel. We are intent on co-creating the future in Riverside and are asking for inclusion in a future that does not harm the environment and the air we breathe, while safeguarding disruptions from excessive greed from developers and unhealthy choices. Most of us were not part of a small group of people chosen by our Ward 30 councillor, Fletcher, called a working group. We challenge the validity and representative nature of this group and this process. This group that was handpicked are not opposed, although I do have some documents here from one of the original members who is in opposition. Hundreds of us have had no access to information or communication to truly understand and know what is happening so quickly here. There are many documents that tout the rights for every resident to know about and participate in government decisions that have a significant environmental impact, but this is not readily available. I'm not lazy. I have been trying to access this information and more. Signage and the original documents have not disclosed the true scope and depth of this massive development. People do not know that there are 5 large auto dealerships coming there. There will be many more angry residents here and talking to you when they learn of this vast and sudden changes without their knowledge. They're not lazy either. They have just had no way of knowing. Density for the project has also grown to 6.7 times. Access to information has been extremely difficult. A longtime resident leaked the plans of the development in the late summer of 2014, according to the Toronto Star. Councillor Fletcher's website shows us an outdated air quality report clearly showing 4 substances already exceeding standards in our very community, all due to transportation, yet no one is addressing this. Beyond the internet, this tabloid-sized copy that I'd like to submit that is given to us for the fall-winter, I picked it up at the BIA, and it is from our Councillor Fletcher. This information has no information about the largest development the East Side has ever seen, and I use that in quotation marks because it's out there. Why are we not celebrating this then, unless there's something to cover up? It clearly says on the online documents that this would happen in the 3rd quarter, the procedure. For the working group, I wanted to reach out to access information to the select few who are chosen to represent the residents. The planning office told me I could find that information on the 2nd meeting minutes. I went online. All there is a list of names with no contact information or knowledge of who they are, where they are from, and how they were vetted. I still don't know. Here's another example, the online portal and map-based communication tool that connects neighborhood-level links between residents, the city, and local industries for information sharing on environmental and health risks. You will see all other dealerships and small auto body shops, even dry cleaners listed there, but there is no listing for Toyota for the many, many years they've been there. In closing, let me read you some information that I found posted by the City of Toronto that is found online. The City of Toronto believes in government that is open and accessible to enable full participation in the life of our city. Commitment to this vision includes a goal to enhance transparency through development of policies for routine disclosure of information to the public. Why then is it so difficult to get this information? My fellow resident, Paul, has submitted signage that shows 550 residents were asked for on the signage in original documents. There is a level of degree to non-residential compensation in that signage, but it does not say anything about auto malls. People do not know the scope and depth of this development.
I'm going to need to just get you to sum up in one
Okay,
sentence.
I'm summing up. Where is the environmental study also? I have asked on October 22nd, the meeting that was held, the last meeting, and was told I would get it, though the minutes would reflect this, and they're not published yet, and I have not received it yet, even after a meeting with the developer last week. How does the average person passing on the street and seeing these development signs know about this? Who stands to gain? Even, well, residents not. Every car owner in Toronto, I suppose, coming for selection or service, and real estate agents, of course, they would gain. The residents have been pre-sold at discount prices. Residents do not gain. I beseech you to vote a healthy no today on this proposal that will impact...
I'm going to need to cut you off there. My apologies. We're 30 seconds over, and we've got about 20 people speaking to this particular item. I'm sure your final point will get summed up. Rebecca Wong?
Sorry, I have a question.
Oh, my apologies. Councillor Fletcher to question.
Just, Ms. Hogg, thank you for coming, and you heard me ask Mr. Cohen, I'm going to arrange for the Energy Department to review the issue of the particulate matter associated with the car mall. But are you aware that the car mall was actually part of the original submission?
I have not found it online, and I've been looking for it, and I've been reaching out and asking.
And you've spoken to the planner?
Yes.
And did you ask her that question?
I've asked and I've looked, yes.
And what did she say when you asked her about the car mall not being in the original?
I don't recall. I don't recall that. We've had several conversations and at the
Sure, it
meeting.
wasn't there.
So I'm looking at the online documents that are on the portal of City Hall.
I'm just asking that you're sure it's not there, because you've told us it's not there.
I can
the
show you
original
the actual submission letters, the cover letters from Streetcar for both of the applications. I do not see it.
Yes, but you have the application. So we'll clarify that with the planning staff, whether or not it was there at the
With
beginning.
400 employees, it's quite a large endeavor to have
Are you
5
aware
auto
that's
dealerships.
zoned industrial, and there's no...
I'm aware of the zoning there's a difference with the master plan currently, and this has to be reviewed with community, not just a few people.
I'm just asking you if you know that part, it's zoned industrial, rather than, the rezoning is for residential, not for...
For mixed use, yes.
Yes, but not for the car part, which is part of the industrial zoning. Are you aware of that?
I would ask that we bring this back later when we have legal counsel, because I am not a lawyer, and I know that there's about 7 or 8 other people that would like to speak to that.
That's great. They'll have a chance. That's great. Thank you for coming.
Are there any other questions? No? Thank you very much. Rebecca Wong?
Hi, good morning. My name is Rebecca Wong. I also live at 90 Broadview, directly beside the site that you'll be voting on today. I was not part of the so-called public consultation, nor were other residents that I've spoken to in my building. This is not because my neighbors and I are lazy or just did not bother, but rather because the process was designed to include as few as possible. For instance, I did not receive notification about today's public meeting. I only found out about the meeting and am here today thanks to another concerned resident who had been actively requesting information and was passed on the meeting notice from someone else. How come, seeing as this is a public meeting, not all residents in the affected area received a notification in the mail? Furthermore, the residential component is being increased from 2 to nearly 7 times density, not for good planning, but in order to reduce the cost of the newly planned and already marketed autoplex. This last-minute rush report was only given to the community last week, but will be pushed through council before Christmas. This is wrong. As the final report continues to express on pages 15 and 16, the Riverside community continues to raise several concerns regarding the height and density being proposed and how the development would impact transit, traffic, parking, and air quality, to name just a few things. The buildings proposed are far too many and far too tall for the Riverside community, the tallest being intended to be at least 20 stories. Due to the proposed number of buildings and the heights of those buildings, my unit, as well as all the units in my building that face into a lovely sun-filled courtyard, are bound to lose our sunlight and view of the CN Tower. No one wants to live in the shadows of these taller buildings. It is unfair and an unhealthy way to live. The official plan shows this as a mixed-use area with retail and residential nicely woven together. What we really have here is a high-density residential crammed into a small space so that the autoplex can dominate the DVP. Please refer this back for a proper public meeting whereby all affected residents and unit owners are given adequate notice of a public meeting. I also ask that an independent planner be brought in to review this report and properly address the community's ongoing concerns about the autoplex, building heights, and density being proposed. We need more information and more time to process the information. I ask, and we ask, that your council be fair and responsible and to think about what is really best for the entire Riverside community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Fletcher.
I just wondered how you, the residents of 90 Broadview, were invited through your condo board for these consultations that were held, particularly with the 90 Broadview residents.
To be honest, I don't know. I don't know how they were invited, and I feel that's part of the reason why I feel in the dark.
Because
about
your
this.
condo board, I gather, had invited a number of people or residents to meetings, and you weren't aware of that, or you had no access to it?
Yeah, I did not have access to that.
Uh-huh. And you are aware that this area is not zoned mixed use, it's just Queen Street, that the rest of the area is zoned I2D2, which is heavy industrial. Did you know that before?
No, I did not know that.
So there's just information that you'd like
Yeah,
to have, and I'm going to make
exactly.
sure that you get some of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For coming.
Thank you very much. And just to note that I2D2 is a distant cousin of R2D2.
Yeah.
Couldn't resist.
Where can I submit these documents?
Couldn't resist.
Karen.
The third is Lynn Patterson. Is there a Lynn Patterson? No? Lynn?
She's not speaking.
Okay, thank you. Next, I have a Paul Calarco. Paul?
All right, thank you very much. My name is Paul Calarco. I have lived on Degrassi Street for just over 24 years. I recognize that the city staff and Councillor Fletcher have done a lot of work on this matter, but my opposition to the proposal is simple. It is too big and too much for the neighborhood. This proposal cannot be seen in isolation. It has to, in the time that I have lived in this neighborhood, we've seen a great deal of development. To the east, the Colgate plant is now a major housing development. On my street, a sheet metal plant became 4 townhouses and a coach house. On Cummings, another auto body shop is becoming 4 townhouses. On Dundas, businesses have become 16 approximate residences. On Howie and Bolton, more development. To the east of the Don River, on Queen, there's been significant development on both the north and south sides. To the west of the Don, south of King, there has been further great development. Now, this project cannot be seen in isolation. It has to be looked at in the entire context of the development. The previous developments have all added density and put strain on resources, on the TTC, on hydro, on infrastructure like sewage. To this, it is proposed that some 880 residences be added, plus commercial space. Now, that is further going to complicate traffic density. The TTC in the area is overburdened. We already have brownouts and short blackouts in this area. I don't know how sewage is going to handle all this extra density. Parking is already a problem. All these factors will face further pressure. This proposal is, as I said, too big, too much for the area. Now, I accept that there has to be development in residence, in commercial, in industrial. but the proposal or the plan should be simple, that development must conform to the neighborhood. The neighborhood does not have to conform to the wishes of the developer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you for coming. I think there's a number of us that feel there's not a lot we can do about traffic, sewers, and TTC. The Planning and Growth is having a consultation on mid-rise development because the avenues, people are feeling that things are getting loaded up. Are you aware of that further consultation on mid-rise that would then include a number of these issues that have really come to light with development?
No, I was not aware of that specific meeting, although I do receive regular newsletters from actually your office, Councillor, and and mailings. But I was not aware of that particular
I'm wondering if you
one.
would consider putting some of those things down for the planning and growth as when we look at each application singly, that how is the city looking at everything, including can you get on the 501 streetcar?
I think that all that should be done, but also this committee should be considering those issues as well.
We can, but we're not technically
No.
allowed. So I'm hoping that you would put your thoughts down to planning and growth. I think it'd be very important to start looking at macro issues rather than site by site.
Absolutely, macro
how to
issues
do
have to be
that.
addressed. I agree.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, we'll move on to Leslie Valpy.
Hi, my name is Leslie Velpe. I'm a resident of Riverside, and I also object to this this gargantuan development. I'll be very brief. I feel the stretch of Queen Street is from Degrassi to River is of significant heritage architectural value, and a development of this size would have a destructive impact on the heritage values of the streetscape. I ask that a heritage impact assessment be considered. At one point, this was supposed to be a heritage conservation district, and it didn't go through. I also object to the air quality. I think that I object to so much industrial and retail coming together with in a dense residential neighborhood would have a very poor impact. And overall, I just feel that the density in this area would put too much strain on the resources of this community. And I ask that a more moderate, sensitive density proposal is considered. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Fletcher.
Just have to take the opportunity to clear up around heritage. Are you aware that the Heritage Commercial District isn't finished? It's still ongoing.
Okay, I didn't know that. I thought it was off the table.
No, it's not off the table. And that through this, that the 6-meter height for Queen Street has been maintained, and that, are you aware that Heritage has been involved in this application and urban design to ensure that the heritage nature of Queen Street is maintained in this application?
That I am happy to hear.
You didn't know that? Okay.
I did not know that.
I'm happy to hook you up with these guys if you have a minute. Great,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much. With no more questions, I have a Harry Manson.
Hi. I'm going to be brief as well because I generally try to make a point of not speaking about things for which I'm not fully informed, and as it appears, there's many residents in the building that aren't as informed as they would like to be. I am aware that there were 2 consultation meetings that took place between my residence, which is 90 Broadview. I've been a resident of 90 Broadview for a year and a half. I'm also aware that Councillor Fletcher's office has been very involved in this process, and I did receive a communication from her office mid-last week citing that there have been a number of changes with regards to the proposal that's being considered. The primary issue that I have, aside from my emotional objections to this type of an intensification adjacent to my current residence, have to do with what I would feel is a lack of consistency of information being available. As one of the other residents that already spoke today mentioned that she did not receive the communication directly about this meeting taking place today. I've spoken to a number of other residents in the building that are also in the same boat. I did not receive a communication either by leaflet or by email. And I would also like to point out that the sign that identifies that the development being considered, which has been up since, I believe, 1.5 years now, does not currently indicate that there is a statutory public meeting. There has been no communication on that sign, and I did walk by it today, and it certainly doesn't indicate today's date as being the meeting. So as far as my request, there's a couple of things. Number one, the document that is available cites various concerns with regards to transportation. There was a transportation study that was taken place. I do not feel able or informed as to what the details of that transportation study entail, other than the fact that they have cited a number of issues of concern. As a former employee of the Ministry of the Environment, I would echo concerns about the environmental impact of this type of a development, and I would like to see an environmental study done independently prior to development taking place. Thirdly, and this is, again, based on my personal feeling, I don't want to paint a picture that no consultation has happened, and certainly I have attended the meetings that have taken place. However, I do feel that there has been a lack of information transpired, and that needs to be improved prior to this decision being made today. I do feel that the public needs to be made aware of what the current state of the proposal is, because there has been a number of changes identified. I'm not suggesting whether they're positive or negative. What I'm suggesting is that they're different from when the initial consultation took place. So I would like to see this decision deferred until such time as we can be made aware of the information that is currently available.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor McConnell?
And also there's a question about the process here, because we don't circulate this particular meeting. So my question is, and perhaps it is that people have missed it for a particular reason. So you're in a condominium. Many of the folks that have come today who weren't aware of it, you had 2 public meetings. You did not, I assume, attend either one of those.
Well, I did. I attended both. Yeah, the original consultation that Streetcar did in the building.
So did you not put in, on that matter, you sign up, and from there, this notice is sent by the clerk through that person?
Yes, Councillor, I did actually register to receive the information, and I have not.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, and that was at the community center meeting that took place, which was the second meeting for which Streetcar participated.
Yes, okay. And so you understand, though, that the process, so what you're saying to me, as I'm understanding it, is you were there, you did sign up, and you were not circulated.
Correct.
Okay, I have one other question, if I could, because I've been concerned about what people have been saying. At 90 Broadview, when your board of the condo board was given notice, they did or they did not post it in the building?
To my recollection, I don't recall seeing any notices in the building. I have seen a number of notices that I know that residents had taken it upon themselves to circulate the information, for which security in the building removed almost as quickly as they went up. So I know that there were a number of people. Yeah, Council, I recognize that this is not, the liability here doesn't rest with Council, but I'm just trying to communicate the level of, yeah.
My concern is that, and I'm quite shocked, that your condo board, and I live in a condo also, would not post what they are required to do, which is to circulate the information to their members.
And that very may well be the case. Yeah, that may be a significant concern, and we can certainly take that up with the condo board as well. In addition to, I think.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah.
Councillor Perks, it's a question.
Thank you very much for being here, and I'm glad that, whatever happened with your condo board, that it seems that people know, and I'm glad that people know that the meeting's here. You raised environmental concerns, and you said that, as a former employee of the Minister of Environment, that you had environmental concerns. What specifically would they be?
Well, the air pollutants that I've been made aware of that
Air
are...
pollutants?
Air pollutants, as in dust, as in hydrocarbons, as in many of the things that would occur in an industrialized or a semi-industrialized site adjacent to the Don Valley Parkway. Again, my issue here is not, I'm not here, and I've declared that I'm not here prepared to cite specific numbers in that regard because I don't have the information. What I am aware of is that there is a report which cites that there is elevations of air pollutants beyond the acceptable limits currently. And what I'm suggesting is that before we further industrialize the site with what's being recommended, we simply do an assessment and make the results of that assessment publicly available.
Fair that you're concerned about that. I'm wondering if you're aware of who has what authorities. So we have, in terms of environment, with a development application, we have some very specific authorities. We can ask them to meet our green development standards, for example. But in terms of emissions from a particular business or operation, that's a certificate of approval that's granted by the province of Ontario. And I thought you, as a former ministry employee, would know that.
Yep.
So do you have environmental concerns that are actually within our authority to do anything about? Or is your concern more with the C of A process that the ministry has?
No, I wouldn't say it's with the C of A process. I just think that in general, when one is intensifying use of a site, that council needs to also take into consideration those impacts. And at the very least, we need to make the public aware of those impacts, irrespective of whose accountability it is to impose a change.
In terms of that, I want to pursue this because I think this is important. So we, at the end of the day, have to defend whatever position we've taken should the applicant want to go to the Ontario Municipal Board, and we have to do it on sound planning basis. That's actually what they review our decision based on. Now, in terms of sound planning, we have very specific authorities with our environmental standards, the green development standards, and they're not about the air emissions from the future use. So I appreciate we should be thinking about these things, but if we were to take a position, and you as a former employee of the ministry should know this, if we were to take a position, well, we don't like that there might be air pollution from a future use, we wouldn't have an argument at the OMB. And in fact, what we could do is if anybody does operate, we could make sure that we intervene aggressively in the C of A process, but not through this development application.
I understand.
You think that's a fair assessment?
No, I think it is.
Okay, that's helpful then. Okay. All right, thank you.
So can I respond?
Sure, go ahead.
I said I think it's a fair assessment, but I do still feel that we have an ability here to communicate to the public what the current state of the union is in that regard, and that during the public consultation process, if there are concerns about environmental issues, the public needs to be made aware during that process what the proper procedures are for having those concerns vetted.
Councillor Fletcher?
Oh, sorry, just wanted to follow up on that, and thanks for coming, and I'm glad you got that notice. We're trying to figure out, since you signed up with the city, what happened to that one. The air quality study that I think you're referring to, are you aware that was done in about the air shed for the East End, particularly Ashbridges Bay, Portland's Energy Centre, to see what the contamination or air pollution might be vis-a-vis those two?
No, I was not.
And that was a public health, you aware that was a public health request that I made many years ago?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I remember that you did make the request, yes.
And that what turned out was you may be aware that Ashbridges Bay, which no longer incinerates, and Portland's Energy Centre, which is simply a peaker plant, were no longer, weren't of concern, but the only place where there was large air contamination was the car traffic on the Don Valley.
Right.
So that's what that showed. It also showed that in Ward 5. So I'm going to ask our staff from the Energy Office and the Live Green Office to, and I'm asking if you think this is a good idea, to look at what the impact would be of the car mall and number of bays on that particular study that shows that it's car traffic up and down the Don Valley. That's the point source.
Right. No, I think that would be great. Yep.
So I will do that. they're working on it.
Yeah, no, and again, it's not, I'm not trying to suggest
No, I
that.
understand
You know,
that.
I just, if people can be made aware of the
Totally.
details, that would be wonderful.
Totally.
Yep.
And are you thinking of when the C of A, should this proceed, would you consider that looking at the certificate of approval process through the condominium board to ensure that it's meeting all of those
I
standards?
think that would also be,
Ministry would be fine with whatever emissions and also our right-to-know bylaw in this.
yep, no, absolutely. I think that would be a great way to do it. Again, and it's our accountability to make sure the condo board does their job as well, so
So
I,
that would be up to you, really,
Sure.
to do the C of A piece outside of what piece, and you'd be willing to take that on.
yes, that's fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Looks like we've exhausted the questions and our time before lunch. So we will adjourn for 1 hour for lunch, and we will return promptly, please, promptly at 1:30 to resume the proceedings. If we could let the record reflect that Councillors Fletcher, Councillor Cressy, and Councillor Layton are on time after lunch. Could any other members of the Toronto and East York Community Council proceed immediately to Councillor Perks? Thank you very much. A stand-in for Councillor Bailao, sure. Staff count. You're central to it. You could just.
You should start going around the room naming every staff member is here. In addition, every council member is not. I would like to note that transportation is here, legal is here, planning is here.
We have at least 5 staff from transportation, four staff from clerks. We have a couple area managers, the director of our community planning section, urban design, heritage. Lots of clerks. Probably about 30 members of the community. Andy is holding down the AV booth, but we don't have a quorum. Where is our quorum? Gus, our Sergeant of Arms, is here. We may want him to get pushing around some of our staff, some of our other councillors. Councillor McMahon, there we go. We're halfway to quorum. Thank you very much. We'll get back underway. Thank you for your patience, members of the public. We are back on item TE 12.7, and we'll just resume with deputations. Robert Crowther. Is there a Mr. Crowther here? Hi there, Robert. I'll remind folks, if you're here to depute to an item, on an item, if you could go over to the 2 clerks over here on my right and register, that would just help us move along a lot faster. Robert? You have 5 minutes. The clock's on my right.
We're going to take about 1 minute. So I live in the immediate neighborhood of the proposed development, and I actually support it. I actually support the development. I think it's appropriate for the immediate neighborhood it's in. The frontage on Queen Street leaves an area open to public space, which I think is a good use of space. I support the increase in the tax base that a development like this would bring, and I think the local businesses would also support the increased foot traffic in the area. So I came here out of curiosity to see what was going on, but I do support this, so that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
No, I do have a question. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's been some questions about the car dealership and some of the emissions that may be related.
Right.
Would it be helpful to you if city staff had a good look at that and were able to give you their best advice on if that?
I mean, that sounds like a good idea. There is an existing car dealership and maintenance facility there, so I'm not sure how an expansion of that would change the emissions, but if there's a concern, absolutely, let's find out what it is and deal with it, right?
Okay, so you'd welcome that type of, if I
Sure,
made that motion?
absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There are no more questions. Next up is Karen McMillan. Karen? Are you here, Karen? No? Richard I'm sorry, the clerk's writing here is a bit foggy. Arma? Richard Armis? I was bound to get it. This is the INS sort of, if you could, sir, you got 5 minutes. I'll start the clock when you're comfortable.
Thank you. My name is Richard Arman. I'm a resident at Queen Street East, right at the bottom of Carroll Street. So I'm in the middle of things, and I've been a resident there for 23 years in a building built in 1883, I believe. And I want to thank the people at Planning for informing me of this meeting. And just in a little exchange, and I think my concerns in part have been allayed by Councillor Fletcher, and it's regarding the heritage business. My concern always has been that heritage might single one building in my neighborhood out as a novelty, as a historical novelty, and leave all the rest to fate. And so my concern is that the surrounding buildings that are close to heritage but even may not qualify as the charm of the neighborhood consistent with heritage, and that I would encourage that kind of thinking in their consideration, because I understand that the heritage people are involved in this particular process. So, and we see on sites that show old photographs of Toronto, it's these buildings are really quite wonderful. They have real stone lintels and mason-built structures, and they're quite wonderful. And also I speak a little bit from fears. I don't want to be living in the middle of, in an old building in the middle of Liberty Village. And so I have a bit of that fear. But on the whole, having been there for 25 years, I would like to say that the neighborhood has become wonderful. It used to be a dangerous neighborhood when I moved in. And now with development to date, a lot more people and families now live in the building. The dangers to personal safety seem to have gone. And so I'm very impressed with that. And I am in part very happy that the fact that the area south of Queen Street, which has been a wasteland for many, many decades, is being addressed, and I hope that and encourage that be addressed by the developers in this case. And as far as the car dealerships are concerned, I hope soon we'll be over the carbon age, and they'll all be electric car dealerships. So perhaps that will help us. And with that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arman.
I have a question.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
You said you lived Queen and Carroll.
Yes.
Is that in one of the buildings that you consider a heritage building?
Yes.
Or that we are looking at whether or not that would be a heritage building?
Yes, yes.
And you're aware that when this application came in, I gave a whole number of addresses, including the north side of the street?
Yes.
To make sure they would be listed and protected as
Yes.
development's happening.
Yes.
So
Yes.
you would support that report when that comes forward?
I most certainly will.
Good.
Thank you. And I'm sorry also as well, I just might comment that across the street from me was the old Edwin House,
Yes.
which is really one of the most beautiful buildings in Toronto. It's really a 30s kind of Borsellino structure. It kind of got spoiled with the most recent renovations, but the original building is intact. I encourage everyone to look at it. It's a truly beautiful building, and it's right across from me when I wake up.
And you're aware, of course, that Jilly's is being
Yes.
refurbished back
Yes.
to the new Broadview Hotel?
Yes.
As part of the heritage
Yes.
aspect of
Yes.
Queen. Great. Thank you. So would you mind if I let you know when the listings of the properties will be coming forward for your support?
I'm on your mailing list.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Athena Towers? She's not here. Okay. Carlos Branco? Mr. Branco, I'll give you 5 minutes once you're seated.
My name is Giancarlo Catalano. I am a neighbor of Carlos Branco. He unfortunately is not able to attend, but asked me if I would say a few words on his behalf. I've also signed up to speak as well. So,
If I'll just pause your time for a second, you're only going to be able to speak for 5 minutes total on both of your behalf.
Very good.
That's the case,
Excellent.
okay?
Sorry, what's the deputant's name?
As an owner of a unit and board member of 625 Queen Street East, the Edge Lofts, I am in support of the River Square proposal that Streetcar has planned within our neighborhood. Knowing Streetcar to be a reputable and responsible developer, I am pleased to see their involvement in improving the 7779 East Don Roadway, lands to the south of us, and the 677 Queen Street East lands to the east. One of the most exciting aspects of the proposal is the development along Queen Street East, which we understand will relocate to the current dealership lands in favor of residential lands anchored at the ground level by a grocery store and independent retail opportunities, as well as a significant addition of parkland fronting right on Queen Street East. For many years, this section of Riverside has lacked any sort of vibrant life at the pedestrian level, and I feel that the Riverside Square proposal will change that for the better. As a board member and an owner, I appreciated the opportunity for 625 to have representation at the community stakeholder sessions, as well as many of the efforts Streetcar has made to keep us up to speed and connected with the project. There has been many positive evolutions of the project over the last year and a half. We very much look forward to the proposal becoming a Riverside reality. Thank you. That was on Carlos's behalf.
Sure.
I am a tenant at 625 Queen Street East. I am the proud owner of a Il Ponte Cucina Italiana. We have a little restaurant there, and I'm so excited. I can't tell you how happy I am with the development of this neighborhood. I've been there for 9 months. I look forward and embrace the opportunity of feeding many, many more of my neighbors. I am very happy to be in a wonderful neighborhood, very diversified, and I'm glad to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Fletcher.
Just wanted to thank you. I don't know if you can answer for Giancarlo, but you'd mentioned that you believe moving the dealership to the south is a benefit for Queen Street as a whole,
Absolutely.
rather than why? Because it takes up a lot.
Well, it'll move it from Queen Street to the south of Queen Street, and there's another dealership behind this. There's nothing there. So it'll add a lot of more opportunities for businesses to come along Queen Street. So they're actually situating the dealership, I believe, in a much better site.
And you've heard a number of deputants kind of concerned about the emissions that may be with that site. Would you welcome our city staff to look at that and let you know if they think that that is
Absolutely.
of concern?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I've also had a number of people, you've heard deputants here today, I would take it very seriously that they didn't have enough information. I was thinking about this over lunch, that the condos in the area, through the condo boards, that to make sure everybody has the right information about this application, would you welcome that as we go forward between now and?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you. And would you be prepared to distribute that? You're on the board, are you not?
Carlos is. I would
Carlos-
definitely, yes.
Carlos is on the board.
Yes.
So you're committing for him, are you?
Yes.
That's good, thank you.
Well, also, I'm also a resident in the neighborhood
Yes.
too as well.
But I think through the boards, that
Yes.
if they could distribute things, that would be helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For being here.
Thank you. The next speaker is Chris Crozier. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name's Chris Crozier. I'm the president of the board of directors for 630 Queen Street. It's called the Sink Lofts. We have been involved with Streetcar on this project right from day one. Streetcar made a presentation to our board. We were very impressed with the proposals that they'd put forward. We also house the presentation center in the building on Queen Street. So again, our residents of our building get to all the resources and all the information that's abounded by them. The councilor's been great in passing on information to us, as well as any of our owners or residents in there. I don't think you see any of them opposed to this project at all. The board of directors fully endorses this project. We've seen changes. We did have a board member present during the 4 community council meetings, Catherine Mellon, who was very informative to us as far as the tower itself went from 24 stories, I believe, to 20. Parklands being built onto the Queen Street side, which is a huge advantageous to everybody, that everybody gets to share this area. The moving of the car areas down to the south end. And we were also informed during the last community meeting that the dealerships of the area of the East End, there's particular owners that own more than one dealership, so they're combining them there. So when we talk about emissions and all that stuff, I think our true problem is the Don Valley Parkway and that area in there with the cars, not this project. We also talked about the heritage and of the area, which was fully endorsed by our board. A new dog off-leash area in the south end of the project. We talked about the family-friendly unit sizes, and those were increased by Streetcars Development and their commitment to that. Small-scale retail spaces on Queen Street. We understand there's millions of dollars for construction of affordable housing in the neighborhood that's going to be proposed in this project. The skilled jobs of the auto sector, and a big component was the 1,000 underground parking spaces, and most of the stuff being dealt with on this project is underground, okay? No cars up on top of this place. It's all underground with, which is keeping all the traffic off Queen Street. We understand the problems with the TTC and stuff like that, but I think that's all just part of this project, and this all can be worked upon. So again, we fully endorse this project.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you for coming down and being on the working group. The working group, I think, had members of all of the condos from the
I believe so.
625.
Catherine Mellon was our representative from our particular building. She attended 3 of the meetings and was very informative to us, and I attended the last one that she has since moved.
Was there any requirement to be on the working group that you had to be in favor of this proposal, or you could just?
No, Catherine was very vocal. Catherine was very vocal in in the tower itself, and I understand that that's come down 4 stories, and that made her very happy, as well as the development of the park on the Queen Street side, and the dog areas that were established through this committee.
And there's some of the local residents have thought that the auto dealership was added in at a later date. Do you understand that it was part of the original proposal? There's always been 2 because of the zoning, but they're combined to being heard as one. Is that your understanding that it got added in, or it was part of the original?
It's part of the original.
Part of the original, okay. And I guess that is in the off-leash area. I know you have a dog.
I think this whole area is full of dogs.
One big off-leash area. So is that's obviously, it was identified during the consultation and something that's very important.
Absolutely. We even talked about lighting of the areas. We talked about the park itself to make sure it didn't become a dog park, the Queen Street Park, and it was, we were assured by city planners that they could build this park in a way that it'd be for families and stuff like that too, so.
And I do realize some people believe that that there won't be a park on site, but I mean, part of the working group, there is a park right on Queen Street and the new street, is
right.
That's right.
Correct.
Thank you very much for your attendance today and on the working group. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, I'll move on to the next speaker, Callie Hewitt-Blakey.
Hi, everyone. My name's Callie Hewitt-Blakey. I moved into Corktown in 1993, and at that time it was what I called the asshole of Cabbage Town. And the demographic there was basically prostitutes and drug dealers. And I was afraid to bring my daughter to the park. Then 11 years ago, a streetcar came into our neighborhood, and fundamentally changed the entire fabric, which I'm so grateful for, actually, because they brought life to our neighborhood in a way that I don't know any other developer has ever done that. I live on a little laneway, Percy Street, which is a heritage street. All the houses there were built in 1869. And when I moved there, it was a dirt road. And Streetcar built a building on the corner of King and Sumac, and they cared about whether everybody on Percy Street was okay with every part of the process of building their condo. And they also had townhomes on Percy Street that they built that were integrated into the fabric of our small houses. And they helped us repave the street, have small gardens. There was a lot of communication, so I know that there was some dissonance about Streetcar not being available as a developer for communication. That is just not accurate. They are incredibly open and receptive to members of the community, and they care about how people live, just not about how buildings are made. So I'm just delighted with the thought that I can hop across the bridge and get to another park. And they also care about things like, you know, I know that their buildings have things like those cars that you can rent. What are they called? I have a car myself. Zipcar, thank you very much. They have them on site. They have dog washing things. They have all kinds of things that are for the people. I also understand that the scope or the streetscape, which I care about when I'm walking, you're not going to see a big, huge tower. The tower is set back. So what you're going to see is a market, and we don't have any proper market other than No Frills within walking distance of us. Or you go up north to Regent Park to go to Freshco. But there'll be a market in there for all the local people. And they also bought the Gilly site, which was a total eyesore. And it was scary to walk over there at night. And now they're going to make it into a mini hotel. So what I see is that they've created jobs. They've increased the value of all our homes, like phenomenally. I bought my place for $170,000, and it's now worth like $650 because of Streetcar. Well, that's great for homeowners too. Also, what I see is kids and young people and people who can afford to buy their first home, because who can buy a house now in Toronto, where they're making possibilities for young families, which is fantastic. So I am beyond happy with this project, and I hope the council approves it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of the deputant? Thank you. The next speaker is Rosemary Little Jefferson. Rosemary? Oh, hi there.
It's actually Rosie Jeffers. Not Jeffers.
Rosie Jeffers. Sorry.
Hello. This is exciting. I am a resident of 15 years in the ward, and I'm also a business owner. So I both live and work in Riverside. I own a flower shop directly opposite the proposed site. So I'm on the corner of Monroe Street and Queen at 660 Queen. So naturally, I was very concerned when I heard there was going to be a development going on, and delighted when I found out that it was Streetcar. When I started, when I moved my store from Corktown to Riverside, the sink was going in, another Streetcar development very close to me, and affected the laneway that I used to access my store, to get my supplies in and out. The crews were fantastic. Streetcar was cooperative. There was as little disruption to business as possible. So when I renewed my lease last year, I was fully aware of what was going to happen, and I was fully prepared to live through the construction period, because I think this is the best thing for my neighborhood. And I've been part of the group. I haven't attended all the meetings, but enough to know that there has been every consideration of every voice, as far as I can tell. And I would I'm just very happy to endorse this application.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
I just wondered if having, you say the construction, there would be a lot of construction. If having a construction liaison committee that included the businesses would be helpful to you.
Yes, it would. And I should also just add that right now I'm looking at an auto parking lot, like a dealership parking lot. So the fact that in a few years' time, there will be storefronts, retail storefronts to encourage the joining of the east and the west sides of Riverside, so that people don't stop at Broadview, that they continue along to visit other stores located closer to the bridge. It's a huge plus for our neighborhood.
You find that that's a dead area then, where the Toyota currently is? That
Yes.
it's not a walking area?
No.
On the south side?
My business is 20 years old, so about 75% of my business comes through comes to me from other ways other than walk-in traffic. So I have phone-in orders, I have events, I have weddings. If I relied solely on the walk-in traffic, I would not be able to pay my rent. And that's been a problem in Riverside, of businesses sort of coming and going. We need to increase the foot traffic. We need to have places where people can buy their groceries. And I've been really impressed with Streetcar and the consideration that they've given to the BIA. I'm also on the BIA.
BIA?
Yeah.
Were you aware that moving the car dealership to the south end was always a part of this application?
Absolutely, and that was very important to me. I like the notion that the building that it's going to be located on is being repurposed, that it's already strong enough to hold the building that's proposed. I like this sort of lasagna effect of having the dealership stacked and taking up less space. My understanding is, and I can see them all around me, there's dealerships all over downtown Toronto that don't need to be taking up so much space. And with the parking underground and all of the repairs to the cars being done underground, that makes so much sense to me. I think it's a very well-considered proposition. We need cars, but we don't need the vendors of cars to take up so much valuable space. I'd rather have a park.
And the other issue around the air pollution, you've heard me ask if that's just helpful to have that considered by our air pollution experts that wrote that first paper, and say, would those dealerships in the configuration that they'll be in add in any significant way to that airshed issue? Would that be helpful for you to know that?
Well, yes, of course, Paula, it'd be helpful to know, for sure. It hasn't been a huge concern of mine, because obviously I've located myself at the intersection of two highways, so I know there's going to be pollution.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Anjuli Solanki.
Hi, that's Anjali Solanki, and I am here on behalf of the Riverside BIA Board, which is, and the Riverside BIA is composed of over 120 different businesses. We're in full support of this project. The Riverside has had a strong interest and stake as this development falls within the BIA's service area. And the BIA is one of the oldest BIAs within Toronto. And we really feel strongly that it will bring about positive growth to this neighborhood. As Rosemary mentioned before, we do struggle with a lack of foot traffic, and we believe that this will really positively benefit the street vibrancy in that neighborhood. Over the past 2 years, Riverside Developments has actively engaged Riverside in the planning and consultation of this development. Streetcar has not only invited members of the Riverside BIA to public community meetings, which we've been well aware of, and we have also, I would like to note, received a mailed notice about the development recently. But in addition to that, when our board wanted to have a more detailed understanding of what was taking place within the development, Streetcar was totally on board with having a meeting with the board members to further discuss the developments that were taking place with this particular project. In addition to the two streetcars application, we also feel that they have taken a really proactive approach to integrating design that will benefit the Riverside BIA as a whole and enhance and create opportunities in the neighborhood as a whole. As many of the other people that have spoken have mentioned, this area has been a hole within the Riverside BIA. This area that currently houses a Toyota dealership. So it's not as if there isn't a dealership taking place in this. It's not like it's something new. And we feel that Riverside Square will revitalize this section of the community and improve the amenities and opportunities for a dynamic commercial and residential life. And what is more, we really feel that this development is fitting with the existing character of Riverside. They've taken every opportunity to hear our feedback and keep in mind the existing heritage feel of the neighborhood. So, yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fletcher for questions?
Yes, can you just, talking about that, you call it a dead zone there, Toyota. Is your understanding that there's a mass of parked cars associated with that? I guess the ones that are for sale? It's probably a good couple of acres.
Yeah.
In that new building, are those cars, most of those cars in the showroom going to be inside or?
They'll be inside and not on prime street frontage. And it was also under our understanding from looking at, from the initial plans, that auto mall was always present.
So the auto mall was always there and it's a stacked one of?
That, in the initial plans, correct.
Have you seen the BMW building at, on Sunlight Road?
Yeah.
Are you thinking that it might look more like that than it currently looks today?
We're hoping so. We're hoping that it mirrors a bit of that architecture, and it adds a more interesting element and is not right on the main frontage of Queen Street.
And I did commit now to getting city staff to report to council on the air quality issues. Is that something that you think would be helpful?
It would be valuable, but we also think that this area is, the auto dealership will be facing a very busy highway in any case, which probably has more of a impact on the air quality than the development itself.
That might be one of the conclusions, I don't know, that may come forward. And this is an area you've heard from many people. The BIA, I think, is very committed to the fact that you're in a heritage area, a deep-going heritage area. And the number of heritage buildings that are on the site, are you happy with the fact that the street character has taken into account all of the heritage issues on Queen Street?
That was an essential point of feedback, and when we discussed this with Streetcar, they assured us that they were going to keep in with that character of narrow frontages that would reflect the surrounding area.
So look like it, rather than a big lot, it would be more of the built character of the neighborhood. Great. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. That exhausts our list of speakers. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Yes, please, if you could, have a seat. You could state your name, and then you'll have 5 minutes. Yeah, we can get the overhead turned on for you. Where you at, Andy? We seem to have lost our technical support.
Looks very simple, but not simple enough for me.
There may be a switch that needs to get,
Oh, I see.
there we go.
Okay. My name is Les Mallins. I'm with Streetcar, the applicant for this proposal. First of all, I want to thank everybody that spoke today, those who spoke positively about the about the development and those who have either concerns that have been allayed or continue to have concerns. I think that it's bringing all of those ideas throughout the process that have resulted in a better proposal than the one we submitted in the first instance about 16 or 17 months ago. We did go through a whole series of community consultation, starting with a visioning session about Riverside in general that we participated in, both on behalf of our Riverside Square proposal and the revitalization of the Broadview Hotel. We then had a public meeting. Following the public meeting, we joined a working group process. That working group process, the participants were those who volunteered from the public consultation meeting, and they represented the condominiums in the area, they represented the businesses in the area and local area residents. And then even if you weren't part of the working group, the core team, you were included on all the updates, the minutes of the meetings, and anybody that was at the community consultation meeting, the one that all the public was invited to, was welcome to join as a onlooker into these things. So the opportunity certainly for anybody in the community to stay in tune with the process throughout was available. Just a quick thanks to Kyle and Angela and James, who hosted all of these working group sessions, as well as Councillor Fletcher and Susan. And of course, the working group members who took time out of their schedule to participate and contribute positively. And you know, going into it, it wasn't necessarily the mindset. You know, us stubborn developers think that we have the right solutions coming out of the gate, but there were so many good ideas that came out of the working group session that I think anybody that looks at it will see that the outcome is much better because of it. I'll just refer to a few things that actually relate to some of the comments made specifically with respect to the 90 Broadview, an adjacent condominium project. But essentially, there were four main topics that arose out of this process that were of concerns or people saw as opportunities. The first one, the public realm, was the utmost importance. So we created a new street opposite Monroe. We were proposing it as a Wunnerf-style street, so a pedestrian and bicycle-friendly street as opposed to one that's geared towards cars. And when planning and the Parks Department came to us and asked for an on-site park dedication, we didn't seek to find a place at the back of the site that would be pseudo amenity for the building, future building occupants, but something for the community. So we put it right up on Queen Street. So where you see the public park on Queen in the left-hand portion of Queen Street. That was previously a building that was proposed on that corner, which was eliminated as a result of the working group process. If you look on the right-hand side of the site plan, you see there's a building that's 6 stories on Queen Street, 14 stories, and then 13 stories beyond. One of the things that came to us from the 90 Broadview folks who participated, many of them, unfortunately, none of the people from 90 Broadview that were on the working group are here today, although some other residents are. That was originally proposed as a continuous slab building, but one of their big concerns, if you look at the 90 Broadview building, which is the building to the right of on the screen, was that view corridor that's created by virtue of their project to extend that through the site. So we broke up the building to create those view corridors to the west. Obviously, the heritage of Queen Street was of the utmost importance to everybody that participated in the working groups and the community at large. So we kept the Queen Street frontage to 6 stories, and we exposed the adjacent buildings, which are obviously of heritage significance. And then the final thing that we did vis-a-vis remassing on the site was to reduce the height of the tallest building from what was 24 stories plus a mechanical penthouse level to 19 stories plus a mechanical penthouse level. And I'm out of time.
I'm going to need you to sum up maybe in one statement.
I guess the last thing I would say is specifically with respect to the automotive component that's come up frequently. the automotive dealers owned this property, so the idea that at some point the automotive component was never part of the original proposal is impossible. It was part of the very original proposal. They own the land. It's as of right. If you can see on this little diagram that it's really a consolidation of auto dealerships that are already within 250 meters of this site. So if anything, there's more opportunity to control emissions. There's more opportunity to service an urban automotive format, and that's it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Just to clarify, you did say that dealerships had always been in the application,
Yes.
and that this is about, currently Toyota takes up, what, maybe an acre and a half,
Yep, 2.5, yep.
2.5 acres for the car dealership now, and are all of those moving into one building?
All of the
proposal-
surface parking is moving below grade.
Surface parking below grade for the auto dealerships?
Yes.
And the
And service,
dealer-
yeah.
Pardon me?
And service, yes.
I've reviewed it.
And surface?
Service, yeah.
And service,
Service,
oh, service and, no surface, but service will be underground.
Right.
And then the design of the building is such that they'll be tiered or layered?
And the idea, and you can see it on the diagram that's on the screen now, is the automotive showrooms that are prominent as we sit here today on the Don Valley Parkway, which is the red portion. You can see how the only portion of this site that is meant to have a strong automotive presence are the ones that face the Don Valley Parkway. So that's the red in the bottom of the image on the board, and the other red boxes are other automotive showrooms in the area.
So if there's an issue with auto dealerships and emissions, the city has a much bigger problem. And perhaps that we should look at in that report, are they big contributors to the air pollution, I think is the question.
Probably makes sense.
And the size of the site now that will host the 6 auto dealerships is how much, half an acre, 3 acres?
Well, the footprint of it would be less than an acre now, but and one of the reasons that our GFA figure that's been mentioned earlier today is so high is, one, the way the new bylaw is written, but the vast majority of the GFA related to the automotive is actually below grade. So our above grade GFA on this site is less than 5 times coverage. So that just shows you the extent to which the service, automobile inventory, all of that counts towards GFA, even though it's just parked cars sitting there doing nothing.
So that's, but as well, that is zoned for, this site
Right,
is zoned for a car dealership.
right.
And you're just asking to have it rezoned for the residential and mixed use.
When it came to us, essentially there was 2 options. The existing landowners could have done a suburban-style auto mall, which is, you know, and there was a proposal to put a Target on the site as well, but when they came to us, we actually reorganized the site to put the automotive in line with the other automotive elements on the DVP and made the balance of the site, which is blue on the screen up there, something that fits in with Riverside by the park and the 6 stories on Queen and the Woonerf and the square at the end and the dog park and things like that.
And just on your consultation, because there have been a number of folks from the 90 that have indicated that they didn't know about the
Right.
consultation. Have you been talking to the condo boards, or how have you reached out during this time?
So starting about 14 months ago, we reached out with email and written circulations within the building. We then had a full building process where all the residents, and it was through a distribution of a flyer inviting them to a full building meeting where all residents, because they are an adjacent landowner, would attend the meeting and gather information about the development. We then had a follow-up meeting where everybody from the building was invited to attend to get updated information. And on the working group, panel, there were at least 2 people from the 90 Broadview condo, and there were continual updates through that avenue as well. And of course, we've, up until Last week, we have ongoing discussions with the board, both in term, more to do with like how can we minimize our impact on their budget for, things that happen during the construction process, and and a wide range of issues.
So you're prepared to have that construction liaison with the board members and to refer some of those issues, outstanding issues, to the site plan, lanes and fire routes and other things people are concerned about?
They have some concerns about continue to have concerns, a member of the board does, with the use of a private lane before, which we suggested we continue to look at through site plan to see if it can be addressed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public wish to speak to this item? No? I will move on to questions of staff. Councillor Fletcher?
Sorry, I'm getting moved over here to my mic. Okay, sorry. I was drifting towards Joe. I just wanted to ask, there have been a few concerns here today around this issue of the impact of the car dealerships on air quality, and if, I guess I'm asking Mr. Lintern, and I'm sorry, I hate this when my back's turned to you and I have to ask questions, but that if there could be a report that would be prepared through our Live Green and Energy group that deals with climate issues and air pollution, to council indicating if it is of concern or no concern. Could I make that a motion today?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we can provide that information to City Council.
And the other one is just about the car dealerships, and a number of people are just concerned about car dealerships. Could you just comment on the fact that this is moving 2.5 acres of cars into less than a 1 acre footprint along with other dealerships? Is that considered positive or not from a planning point of view?
Generally, and I'll let Stea supplement my comments, we've taken the view that, first of all, the use is a permitted use today on the site. You can you can go in today with site plan approval and get building permits to build car dealerships on the site. And it has been part of the proposal from the very beginning. So the discussion was, well, how do we introduce car dealerships on the site in a way that urbanizes and takes advantage of the site in a more productive manner, add housing, add retail, ultimately add a city park. We do have examples in the city. I think the Infinity in Corktown and the Mini dealership on King West are just a couple of, and I believe there's another one in Yorkville, examples of car dealerships that are being embedded in mixed-use buildings. It's certainly the way to go. They're less land consumptive. Putting all the infrastructure underground, as is proposed with this through this application, also makes a great deal of sense. Really minimizing the footprint of what is otherwise a land consumptive, kind of unfriendly use, and there'll still be urban or storefront car dealership in the back of the site, has been noted, and will actually animate one of the laneways on the site. But it's been moved to the right place on the site, and what's been given over is the Queen Street frontage, which everyone really wants to celebrate through both heritage buildings, 6-story mid-rise buildings, and a new public park. So really, you're exchanging what has been described as a dead zone today. It's quite a beneficial outcome of this mixed-use project.
Thank you. And just to comment, if you don't mind, on the changes that went through. First of all, the working group. That working group was set up through the planning consultation that the city held. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And one of the things that was identified, you did a community values or community goals session there at that time. Ms. Stea managed that.
Yes, and Ms. Stea can speak to that if you would like more information on that. But we kind of took the conversation out first before we went back to the site, and we talked about the community as a whole and the types of things that people wanted to be able to achieve through this redevelopment opportunity. So we kind of expanded, and we had a discussion as we like to say, at 20 or 30,000 feet about the values that should drive the various considerations of developing the site.
And some of them, I think, the affordable housing and making sure that we can maintain affordability in the neighborhood has always been a goal along Queen. And with the $5 million for affordable housing, do you think that we have more than achieved that?
Yes, it's been a very, positive part of the project. We knew that we were adding a range of housing to the community for places for people to remain in this community, but so obviously adding a component of affordable housing is a big lift for an area that has been seeing gentrification along Queen. So making sure that we've addressed more vulnerable populations as part of the outcome was something that we were very interested in achieving.
And the other piece about the streetscape and heritage, how well do you think that's been addressed over the year that this has been worked on, and types of changes that the applicant has?
Ms. Stea will speak to that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think this is working. It is? Now it is? Yes. There we go. Thank you. Sorry about that. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the heritage context was an important consideration, and this particularly came out when we had one of the working group sessions. We actually took a site tour and walked around the Riverside area. So to address this, the height of the building along Queen Street has come down in height to 6, it's actually 4 stories, steps back to 6 stories. And then in addition, there was much discussion about a corner building on the other side of what is now going to be a public park, so across from Sunlight Park or Baseball Place. That there was really some interesting architectural details to that building. So when we were thinking about what would be the best location for the community park, that putting a park and providing some relief there would really allow the built form of the proposal to kind of highlight the existing heritage context.
Thank you. Thanks very much. That's all my questions.
Questions from Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I don't know if my question is for Mr. Lintern or for the Clerk's Department. There were some comments in some of the earlier deputations about notice. And I was wondering if you could remind me what our standard is for providing notice to members of the public.
Okay, with respect to statutory notice under the Planning Act, there are 2 options, and the clerk discusses with the planner which is the preferred option for a particular development based on the number of units that are in an area. In this particular case, notice was done, which is the normal way for Toronto and East York District, by newspaper ad, and to the interested parties in the IBMS list that had signed up for the community consultation meetings. So it wasn't done on a 120. And that is the normal practice for most developments in our district.
So your files indicate that all the normal notification was done on this. Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Davis.
A woo nerf.
Bless you.
I'm just wondering. Why you chose to use this kind of format of public space in this context?
Well, Mr. Pratt may.
Sure. First, what it is.
One Earth is a shared street, and it's specifically designed to calm traffic so that there are no curbs and the public is more welcome. We just thought it was a more appropriate way to bring people into the site, and the applicant also thought it was a more appropriate way, and also to access the new park.
So it's for, how is it different than a street?
And just to clarify this, in this case, it is not a public street. It's not a street being dedicated. So it'll be designed to look and feel like a public street, but it will remain a privately owned space, and we'll have public accessibility easements over it through our POPs program.
Why would we not have put a street in, or required a street, and opened it up?
It looks and feels and has spatial qualities like a public street. I believe they're building underneath it. So there are limitations to when we can actually go all the way with a public street.
Okay, so is this where all there's parking below ground? So is it the case that there is more automobile use below ground that frees up at grade space for other purposes? Is that essentially
Yes.
what's happening here?
Yeah, where a lot of what you would normally see in a standard dealership is being put into the P2 level so that you don't actually see the mechanics working on the cars, and they'll pull in, they'll be moved through either an elevator or a ramp and brought down to do their fencing up and then come back up.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff? No, seeing none to speak, Councillor Fletcher.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to stand this item down because there were a lot of things that were raised by deputants here today, and I'd like to address those in some motions. So I've kept my notes and will be bringing back some motions to the committee on disposing. Yes, before you're finished.
We'll hold that down.
Thank you.
All
I'm
right.
just going to excuse myself for.
Just for the benefit of members of the public that are here for this item, the local councillor has just requested a bit of time to get some motions polished to bring forward to the committee. So we'll stand that issue down. We'll move along. We are still on 10:30 items. Just for your information, I will, however, as the chair's prerogative, advance item number 12.23. That's the refusal of a Boulevard Cafe permit application located at 1366 Yonge Street, Unit 103. Our very own Councillor Matlow is a single dad this evening and needs to pick up, and I just want to make sure he's not worried about that.
Oh, sure. As one prospective.
We just before that. By the way, a point of privilege. Councillor Leedon did not announce my divorce.
Just for this evening.
Yeah. My wife is out of town, so therefore I'm solely in charge. So
Are there any members of the public who wish to depute to this item? That is the Boulevard Cafe at 1366 Yonge Street. Seeing none, Councillor Matlow. Oh, there is a hand up.
there is.
Public who wish to depute to item 12.23, that's a Boulevard Cafe permit at 1366 Yonge Street. Depute.
Speak to us.
To speak to ICE about this particular item.
On a point of order as he's coming, can you just clarify the timed item that was set, number 43, what the status is? Because there may be members of the public and staff that are here for that. So what the chair's intention is on that.
We don't have any deputations to the item, I believe, but we will I'll confer after this item. So please, sir, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is DePorter, first name Douglas. I am a resident on Balmoral Avenue. The restaurant in question already has a large sidewalk patio. In fact, it's a year-round patio, which is enclosed with awnings. The owner also parks his car on the sidewalk on a regular basis, or someone does that's at the restaurant. It's an expensive car, so I'm assuming it's the owner. The portion of Yonge Street that is being requested for a further outdoor cafe is in fact a narrow sidewalk, and you can certainly confirm that by looking at a restaurant several doors north of that, which has an outdoor cafe and has created a bottleneck on the sidewalk right where there's a crosswalk. The people who use that facility are regularly standing on the sidewalk smoking, because they can't smoke inside, of course. And so, in addition to being at risk to being splashed by automobiles because you can't go close to a building, you have to walk through secondhand smoke. So I strongly oppose. I opposed originally, and I continue to oppose the idea of an extra sidewalk cafe for the restaurant.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, I'll move on to questions of staff. Are there any questions of staff?
Yes. Why does staff recommend that
this patio be allowed? Does it meet the city's standards? Does it allow for sufficient accessibility?
Sorry, can you repeat the question again, Councillor?
Would you just, in your own words, just explain why does staff support the application? Is the sidewalk too narrow, as the deputant suggested, or does it meet the city standards, and does it allow for sufficient accessibility for all pedestrians?
It currently meets the 2.13 meters in terms of what the bylaw currently asks for.
So in your professional opinion, do you believe that that space is too tight for the size of patio that they're asking for?
It is a bit tight due to the, I believe there's a bus shelter there, or I'd have to look at the sketch to make sure what exactly is there, but
There is no
bus
bus-
stop
there
there.
is
I
no-
believe there's a bus stop there.
Yeah, there's no shelter, but there's a stop.
Yeah.
And also, the deputant suggested that there'd be secondhand smoke. In Ontario, is smoking, regardless of whether I put a condition on it, is smoking allowed on patios anymore?
I don't believe so under the current legislation, no.
So the answer is, so there wouldn't be any smoking on the patio?
Not on the patios, no.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
I just didn't, first I heard it met the requirements and it met the throughway requirements.
2.1, yep.
And then you said it was tight. So it meets,
There is a,
or it doesn't?
there is a bus shelter there.
But it meets it?
It meets it, yes.
Okay.
There is no bus shelter there.
Sorry, a bus stop.
So, well, actually, sorry, man, just ask another question, because I'm confused now, because that wasn't sort of part of the recommendation. It meets strictly the standards, but is this something that you believe is appropriate for the site?
We can only
Be-
go by
be
the
candid.
standards right now, so
But
it
in your
meets the
professional,
2.1.
in your opinion, though, do you think it's appropriate for the site? Or do you think it's too tight?
It is a busy intersection.
Okay, I haven't heard from this deputant yet. I'm only assuming that he may have been the complainant. I don't know if he was or not. But I'm gonna defer this off to the next meeting so I can actually figure this out. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of the deferral? Opposed? That carries. Back to item number 8. TE 12.8, refusal report, 217 Adelaide Street West zoning amendment, Ward 20. I have a Calvin Lance from Strikeman Elliott LLP. Hi there. You know the drill. I'll start your clock when you're ready.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council. My name is Calvin Lance with Stikeman Elliott. What you have before you is a refusal report from staff. It's unfortunate. Needless to say, our client, who's the applicant, is disappointed. But we do remain hopeful. And I just wanted to speak to something here. Our client submitted the application June 19th of 2015, this year. And what's interesting about the timing of this application is it came in approximately a year after this council had endorsed a report that was recommended by staff, recommending that the planning of sites in the King Spadina area should occur on a block-by-block basis and not on a site-by-site basis. And that in itself isn't all that surprising, because having worked for developers for many years, we constantly hear that comment that lands need to be developed on a block-by-block basis in a contextual manner and not done in a piecemeal manner. And so we were not surprised that in the King Spadina area, where there is a lot of development activity, that staff saw the merit and the wisdom in developing and doing planning on a block-by-block basis. Staff told the applicant that they would be considering a block planning analysis for the subject block. And then the block plan analysis did not occur. And our consultants requested that staff undertake the block analysis, and staff said it wasn't necessary. And so our client then put it in writing to staff asking that a block analysis be undertaken. And we had a meeting with staff asking for a block analysis be undertaken. So that, in part, is where our concern is coming from. We have since appealed the application to the Ontario Municipal Board, and I think what's going to be interesting is the board will be asked to comment on how to undertake a block plan analysis and when is it appropriate and what are the factors that ought to be considered when doing a block analysis. What we have before us is an application that was submitted approximately 4 weeks after a neighboring application was submitted, but our pre-consultation process began well in advance of our neighbors. So we have competing timelines here. It appears that we're going to be at the Ontario Municipal Board before them. And so given Council's direction for doing a block analysis, firstly, it's surprising that it wasn't undertaken. Our client has expressed an absolute interest in participating in such an analysis to see what benefits could be achieved for the entire block and for the community at large when the development on the site could be considered as a whole. And we believe there are some opportunities there. Like I said at the beginning, we remain hopeful. Our client is absolutely willing to have further conversations with staff and with the local councillor, and we believe something really good can come out of this process. So those are my comments.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the deputant? No? Any other members of the public to speak to this item? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? Councillor Cressy.
A few brief questions. Just for clarity, the proposed application here is for a tower, which is how many meters and how many stories?
For you, Mr. Chair. The tower is 56 stories.
You're going to have to press it again.
The 56 stories, and it's 179 meters tall.
And the width of the property?
The total property width is 24 meters.
24-meter site with a proposal again for how many meters in height?
179.
Thank you. Does that meet our tower separation distances? Can they build a tower at that size and still meet our tower separation distances requirement under the city's guidelines?
No, they could not.
In considering this site, did staff consider it in the context of the block as it relates to our own planning guidelines?
We did. We looked at the context, and we looked at some of the other properties and also some of the heritage resources on the block that we wanted to make sure were protected through any development.
And did staff encourage other property owners on the block to work together in the consideration of any applications they may make?
We did speak with adjacent owners and asked them if they were interested in a block planning exercise with this applicant. Two of the other owners on the block indicated that they were not interested. Both of those properties are able to achieve the city's tall buildings guidelines within their existing properties.
And can staff force property owners to adhere to a block plan?
No, we couldn't.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Any other questions of staff? No. To speak, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. I have an amendment which is being put on the screen, and so I'm going to be moving staff recommendations of the refusal report. And the amendment here, as was alluded to by the deputant, is that this has since been appealed to the OMB by the applicant, and as such, my amendment is directing staff and the city solicitor to participate and to rigorously defend the city's refusal report. Let me comment, first of all, on the application process, and as a starting point, commend the applicant for their participation in a rigorous application process. There were a series of pre-application meetings, including a pre-application public meeting that I hosted, in addition to the mandatory public meeting that took place after, and a range of other meetings that I participated in. And that's an important process, and I commend the applicant for being part of it. The refusal report today is the result of a thorough review that staff have done. And I think you just heard it under questioning, but I would reiterate it. This is a 56-story tower proposal on a site that is 24 meters wide. 24 meters wide for a 56-story tower. We did a full review, and we all acted in good faith, but the reality is that this is not a site that is suitable for a tower. It's not. Not every property in King Spadina gets a tower. We have guidelines at the city that are to be followed and adhered to, and if they aren't, then we refuse it. And on this case, it doesn't comply with the King Spadina secondary plan. The applicant knew that going into this. It doesn't comply with our tall buildings guidelines. And in the assessment, following a thorough review and public consultation process, this constitutes overdevelopment of the site. And so I must admit that in the context of that review and the process we've been through, I am disappointed, to say the least, that this has been appealed to the OMB. I think it is yet another example of an undemocratic process that is the OMB, which supersedes our local control. However, in the case of this application, we have firm guidelines at the city to guide development. And in that context, and under that evaluation, and in light of this refusal, I am very confident that our position as a city will be upheld. And as such, I would encourage the applicant, as I did in explaining that I would be supporting a refusal, to withdraw their appeal, to not waste their money and the city's time and money, and rather come back to discuss something that is more appropriate, and that's something I'd be very happy discussing. And with that, I'll move my motion.
Well, thank you very much. Are there any other speakers? No, I'll just make one comment that should the OMB accept this proposal, I think you should give this committee notice. I have a 12-foot wide property. I think I could fit 40 stories on it. I'm quite convinced. 8 stories of above grade parking, and then that's one thing I think was missed here. There's 4 stories of above grade parking here, and that is. I'm so surprised that someone would actually step forward with that as a proposal in what is quickly developing as a neighborhood with a very elegant and interactive streetscape. It's absolutely ridiculous. I think that we should highlight a point that Councillor Cressy made. I wrote it down before. Not everyone gets a tower, and people need to, I think developers need to realize that. All those in favor? Let's make sure we have enough people in the room. Councillor Bailao, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Perks, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Layton, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Mahavik, Councillor Davis. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 12.9, request for direction report 7577 83 and Mutual Street Zoning Amendment Application Ward 27. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? 12.9, seeing none. Any questions of staff? No. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the recommendations in the staff report and to essentially send the city solicitor to support the city planning staff to oppose the applicant's appeal at the Ontario Municipal Board. Very similar to the last file and address and application we just dealt with. Again, we have a situation where the site is too small, and obviously there's a lot of density that's being asked of us. But more importantly, in this case, we're also dealing with separation distances and the height of the building and the appropriateness of the neighborhood context. And again, we're dealing with a situation where you have an applicant that's asking for a lot of density, asking the neighborhood to absorb a lot of massing and a lot of height and a lot of tower on a site that's just simply too small. And so rather than shaping the application that will be acceptable to the city planning staff, they've chosen to appeal this to the board. And that's not where we want to be. In Ward 27, we're happy to work with the applicants. We've worked with them before in successful situations. The fact that they're not even here to speak to this directions report I think is a clear indication that they're just not willing to cooperate. So I hope that our city solicitors and city planners are going to be successful at the board, but I've now seen a number of situations where the hearings and the adjudication has not been favorable to the city and the neighborhood and the community's position. And once again, I'm just going to take a moment and say, you know, the Ontario Municipal Board is not where we want to be. The Ontario Municipal Board is not anything that we should actually have governing land use planning and development in Toronto, especially when you have a city that's being treated the same as French River with a population of 6,000. We have our professional planning staff. We need to follow their advice and their recommendations, and that's what I'm going to do, and hopefully members of Community Council will do the same. We're going to fight this at the board and hopefully prevail as a winner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members to speak to this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Next up, TE 12.11. This is designated in the St. Lawrence neighborhood. Could I have someone from Gus? Could you go check in with Councillor McConnell, just because we've got a couple of her important items up now? And I'll just keep moving along. TE 12.12. Where's Councillor Cressy? Councillor Cressy? Oh, there he is. Great. TE 12.12. Inclusion of City of Toronto's Heritage Registrar, 357 and 359 Richmond Street West. Ward 20, I have a speaker to the item, Drew Lindsay. Drew? I have a Drew Lindsay. Hi there. Once you're seated, you'll have 5 minutes.
Don't think I'll be that long, but good afternoon, council members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to this. So I'm Drew Lindsay, the owner of 359 Richmond Street West. I wanted to request that this be deferred. The reason being, I actually received no notice about this whatsoever. There was no mail sent to me. There was nothing. I was informed of this actually by my neighbor last week. I came to attend the hearing on Thursday. There was meant to be a speaker named Naram. He was not there because after an hour and a half he had to leave. I tried to get the attention of I guess, the council or the committee at the back of the room. Unfortunately, was not able to get it. I subsequently spoke to the clerk and asked if they might be able to reopen it to request the exact same thing, that it be deferred. They weren't unfortunately willing or able to reopen it and suggested that I attend here today. The reason for which I would like to do this is, as I said, I've had no notice, and as such I've had no opportunity to do any research on my behalf in terms of what the impact might be to me, and have had no opportunity to retain any counsel to understand how this impacts my interests and the potential future development of that area. Okay. I'm all for the idea of maintaining heritage around the city. At the same time, I would just like to have an opportunity to do my own personal research and understand what the impacts of this to me are before it is actually put through to the Heritage Register.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the deputant? No? Thank you. If there are no other members of the public to speak to this item, any questions of staff? No? Councillor Cressy to speak.
Thank you, and I'll thank the deputant for coming out. What's before us here is the listing of 2 properties on Richmond Street. We just dealt with another item on a refusal report. This is in the area of King Spadina in the East Precinct. And to put it in context, these houses, which are on Richmond just west of Peter. On Peter Street, there is, on the southeast corner, a tower that has gone up. On the northwest corner, a tower that has gone up. And on the southwest corner, a tower proposal that is in. And just further south of that, on the west corner, is another tower proposal. I mention that in the context that it is an area under exceptional pressure. It's also an area of exceptional history and heritage. We have a current HCD, which is, we are in the 2nd year, and we anticipate confirmation in January. There is also, I'm moving staff recommendations, by the way. There is also, these 2 properties were listed as contributing as part of that HCD. And so as part of this process, there is an opportunity for first of all, there is advance notice provided to homeowners, but there is an opportunity to consult with us. That does not, though, prevent us as council from doing our due diligence and taking our proactive action to ensure that we are listing or designating properties in an area of exceptional heritage. And it's for those reasons, in a district of unprecedented pressure, that I'll be supporting staff recommendations, and I'll leave it at that.
Are there any other committee members to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor of the staff recommendations? All those opposed? That carries. We'll actually move back to TE 12.10. There was two here. Request for directions report 5361 and 65 Ontario Street and 102 Berkeley Street, zoning amendment, Ward 28. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Seeing none. Councillor McConnell.
Mr. Chair, I'll just, first of all, move staff recommendations for a refusal report and for them to oppose the application in the Ontario Municipal Board. And then if I could just say to members of the committee, Community Council, that this is a very problematic thing that is happening, and that is that developers are coming forward, as Mr. Lamb did in this particular case, are coming forward. We're doing preliminary reports. We are going to community consultations, and before the public meeting in the community, we are going to the Ontario Municipal Board based on the fact that we can't do our applications in 120 days. When you are doing development in Toronto, you cannot do it from beginning to end in 120 days. If you're doing it, you're not doing it properly. So I want to say, first of all, to our staff, that I really appreciate the kind of work and the kind of detailed work that you put into it. And I am very disturbed by our development industry, not all of whom play this silly game, but who more and more are beginning to hook onto this idea that you can basically go around the professional opinions of the city staff. And more importantly, you don't have to come through the democratic process of having approval from this community council. So although my community have gone forward, they've actually had a public meeting. There were some concerns that were raised about the density, the heights, the appearance and consistency with some of the heritage buildings, all of the things that the planner has outlined in this report. It is that as we were sitting there at the public meeting, we were already at the Ontario Municipal Board. And to me, that is a flagrant kind of flip your nose at, or flip your finger at this community council. And I think it's bad enough that we have an Ontario Municipal Board, but I think that we are being abused in these particular cases. And I hope that both our legal department and our planning department take this very seriously and very, very seriously defend the position of this community council around this particular application and others so that we can begin to stop this abuse of the democratic process of this community council and our council. So just a heads up to any other developers in the area, in the time, if you think this is a great way to get around public and democratic scrutiny of your project, you've got another thought coming, because I believe that this is one of those things that we go right to the wall on.
Bravo. Are there any more speakers to the item? No? Flip your hands up if you're if you're in favor of the of the motion from Councillor McConnell. All those opposed? That item carries. We're moving on to TE 12.11, designation of St. Lawrence Neighbourhood Heritage Conservation District under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. We have 6 speakers to the item. Suzanne Kavanagh, President, St. Lawrence Neighbourhood Association. Hello there, Suzanne.
Hello.
You'll have 5 minutes. The clock's at my right.
I do. And just for the record, I work at George Brown College, and this is a vacation day for me. So I've been here a couple of times to talk about this. We were back here, I think we started this whole process in 2005. And as president of the St. Lawrence Neighbourhood Association, we discovered that after we passed the St. Lawrence Urban Design Guidelines, that in order to have, for this to have teeth, we were told that we needed to make this a heritage conservation district. I was actually quite shocked and surprised that the Old Town of York and were the original 10 blocks, that this was not a heritage conservation district. So this has been a process starting in 2005. We call it the stop and start. We had to stop while the act was being rewritten. Then we had to stop again while the terms of reference were being rewritten. And then we discovered that we were then considered a priority neighborhood, which we were happy with. We think that it is a no-brainer that the 10 blocks of the original city and that the town of York be protected as far as the perspective of heritage and history. We've been working with FGMDA, and George Brown College students have been helping with the study. That was a 2-year process. We feel that the process was very inclusive, working along with our counselor. We also included Ryerson students. We had 2 community consultations with that study. Last July, we came to council, it was approved, and then we started working on the plan. The plan was approved last week by Toronto Preservation Board. Through that process, again, still working with FGMDA, we were able to make sure that there were questionnaires being sent out, telephone interviews. We had community consultation meetings, and from what I understand, there was even separate meetings for the commercial owners in our area. I'm going to be guessing that there will be some future speakers who may not be as supportive of this process. We know that this is not perfect. We know that the line needs to be drawn somewhere. And as I tell my students, sometimes good is good enough. If I wait for perfection, I will be dead. So we think it's important that we take a look at the boundaries that have been submitted right now. It is smaller than what we originally planned. We think that we have to lean on the advice of the professionals with FGMDA, that there is an opportunity to have a second study done around the David Crombie area. I think that throughout the process, the feedback we've been getting in the neighborhood is that the study has been very clear. The plan is very clear and provides very clear direction, and it's very consistent as far as interpretation, which is something that we were looking for as a neighborhood, so that in the event it goes to the OMB, unlike other OMB experiences, it is very clear as far as no interpretation. This is exactly what needs to be done. We want to make it clear that this is not about stopping development, but rather being respectful and mindful of the heritage and history in this area. We think that we have more common ground than not, and we applaud the staff for the city for the work that they have done. We think this is a very precise and thoughtful plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, I'll call up our next speaker, Michael McClellan, ERA Architects. That is not. Could you introduce yourself for us, please, and then go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Victoria Angel. I'm the Senior Heritage Planner at ERA Architects, and I'll be speaking on Michael's behalf this afternoon. So I'm here on behalf of ERA Architects, and I'm also here on behalf of a number of our clients. They include Woodcliff Landmark Properties, Grey Esplanade Limited, Market Street Block in partnership with York Heritage Properties, and Great West Life Realty Advisors, and we've submitted letters on their behalf. Our clients are major property owners within the district. They're also important advocates for the heritage of the St. Lawrence neighborhood and its conservation, and have been responsible for conservation projects that have received national recognition. Both ERA Architects and our clients strongly support the designation of the St. Lawrence neighborhood and applaud the work of city staff and the consultants for this study. However, there are serious concerns regarding the policies contained within the plan that was first made available at the end of September. In particular, the lack of clarity regarding what must be conserved and the extremely prescriptive nature of the mandatory policies. Rather than being focused specifically on the conservation of cultural heritage value of the district and its heritage attributes, the plan appears to go far beyond this, calling for the conservation of heritage fabric, which may extend to the interiors of contributing buildings, as well as historic materials of contributing buildings. And so a couple of examples, for example, any historic windows of a contributing property, whether or not they are an attribute, can only be replaced in kind, in form, appearance, materials, glazing pattern, and details. The plan calls for the preservation of any historic wood or metal elements of exterior walls of contributing buildings, again, whether or not they are heritage attributes. And it calls for the replacement in kind of any historic materials of exterior walls, again, whether or not they are attributes that contribute to the cultural heritage value of the district. Overall, there is a concern that the plan lacks the clarity and transparency of the standards and guidelines for the conservation of historic places in Canada, and it is inconsistent with its values-based approach and framework, and it introduces a rigidity and inflexibility that will be very difficult for property owners to work with. Our clients will gladly meet with the city staff and again are strongly supportive of the designation, but they feel that substantive changes are required to the plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Thank you. I'll call our next deputant, which is Eve Lewis, the Woodcliff Landmark Properties. Eve? Oh, hi there.
I've always heard about these meetings. Heard about these meetings, but never been here. My name is Eve Lewis, and I have a company, Woodcliff Landmark Properties, and my late husband, Paul Overman, I think first started doing heritage buildings over 30 years ago in this neighborhood. To make it really, really clear, we are incredibly supportive of HCD. Heritage properties are something that we have really believed in and have done for the last 30 years. And here's the however for this gentleman over here in the gray. Not one of our buildings that have won national awards, the North Toronto Station at Summerhill, the Shops of Summerhill, Market Street, 105 to 109 King James Place, all of these buildings would not have been able, under the new obligations that are planned for this, would be built today as they are. I've had an amazing, and my husband I know did as well, relationship with, well, she's here, Sherry Peterson at Toronto Preservation Services. And what it is it's collaborative. And it's design, and it's pushing you to be creative and innovative. And when you take a heritage building, you are readapting its use for today, not for what it was 100 years ago, if we're lucky enough to have a 100-year-old building to work with. And all I'm asking is that some consideration should be given, because you're asking for 100% replacement of the building as it was. And in many, many, many cases, for example, the doors that go out to the patios on Market Street, those wouldn't have been allowed. And because we work with Preservation Services and they are creative and we work to something, I think that there's another way of imposing some of these obligations. And it takes out what makes creating a magnificent heritage building. I know that there's some developers or landowners out there that are not respectful. And I know that a lot of this is dictated to us, but the problem is it's going to impact all of us who really, really care about making a difference with readapting the use of heritage buildings and renovating them to the quality that you need to have some flexibility. And I have total faith in Toronto Preservation Services that they can work with us to create something that's special. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. I have a David Mayer, St. Lawrence Neighborhood BIA. Hi there, David.
Hello.
You'll have 5 minutes. The clock's at my right.
Okay, my name is David Mayer. I'm with the St. Lawrence Market Neighborhood BIA. Before Community Council approves the St. Lawrence HCD, the St. Lawrence Market Neighborhood Business Improvement Area recommends that the southwestern boundary of the proposed HCD is extended further south to the railway corridor from Scott Street to Jarvis Street. This would collect the properties on the south side of the Esplanade, all of which, as currently proposed, exist as a thin slice between the HCD and what we consider the logical end of the neighborhood at the railway tracks. This area was included in the St. Lawrence Heritage Conservation District study, approved in 2014, and was referred to as Block 37. Our reasoning is as follows. Governing two sets of rules for the north and south properties of the Esplanade makes less sense than using the natural boundary of the railway corridor. The proposed boundary change would improve consistency, as the boundary would then more closely match the St. Lawrence Urban Design Guidelines, as well as the BIA. The character of this sub-area, including a number of contributing properties on the north side, could be compromised by development on the south side that does not have heritage considerations as a prerequisite to its approval. While the St. Lawrence HCD refers to policies for properties adjacent to the district, we believe this sub-area's full inclusion in the HCD is preferable, as properties and businesses on both sides of the street should be on a level playing field. While 25 the Esplanade and 45 the Esplanade, i.e. the Novotel, were built in the 1980s, their styles and massing draw from the character of the area. This is even suggested in the St. Lawrence HCD study, where 25 the Esplanade is used as an example of postmodern architecture that embraces the remaining 19th century industrial architecture. These properties may be a part of the proposed second future HCD, which would include the residences along the Esplanade to the east, yet the second HCD may take years, and there is no guarantee that it would be approved. In our minds, it is better to capture this small slice of properties on the south side now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Thank you, David. Michael Cruikshank?
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Cruikshank. I'm a partner with York Heritage Properties. My partner and I have been involved in the St. Lawrence area for the past 30-plus years. We've renovated for adaptive reuse 15 properties, managed another half dozen. At my stage in life, I didn't think I'd be giving you a resume. I thought that might be more helping my grandchildren with resumes, but I think it's important to my message. I've been on the board of the St. Lawrence Market Neighborhood BIA since its inception. I was the last chair of the Citizens for the Old Town, which was a heritage group. I was in the working group for the Urban Design Guidelines for the St. Lawrence neighborhood. I'm a member of the first Parliament working group, and I received the 2005 award from the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association for helping to defend the heritage nature of the area against an intrusive condo building. Given my involvement with the heritage of the St. Lawrence district to date, it'd be difficult for me to object to an area becoming a heritage conservation district. In fact, I was involved at the early stages of the initiative and cautioned that the devil's in the detail. I don't think the devil's left the room. In particular, my concern, in addition to the concerns of the others that you've heard, is that the HCD purports to do something it does not fully accomplish. Namely, it does not protect its southern flank and leaves it vulnerable to development not in keeping with a heritage community. The southern boundary is drawn down the middle of the Esplanade, such that there would be HCD rules on the north side of the street while there are no heritage restraints whatsoever on the south side of the street. That a heritage environment cannot survive on only one side of the street is not hard to fathom, just like you can't have a neighborhood that's only on one side of a street. Properties on the north side of the street that currently enjoy the benefit of being in a heritage community will lose that benefit when an unbridled development is built across the street. The HDCD restraints placed on the buildings on the north side will put these properties at a competitive disadvantage with underfettered buildings immediately to the south. I submit that allowing the HCCD to move forward in its current form would show little appreciation to those of us who have spent many years getting the neighborhood to a state worthy of being considered for an HCD. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? And thanks for doing all that great stuff to Liberty Village, by the way. That's an honest compliment for work well done in a great part of town. Are there any other speakers to the item? I have one more. Adam, oh, please. Sure.
Thank you. I'm Lorraine Gray. I'm the owner of 56 The Esplanade, which is a brick building, almost 100 years old. It's a contributing building, not a designated heritage building. It's beautiful, but not quite that beautiful. I support the idea of a heritage conservation district with certain changes. My late husband, Philip Gray, was the instigator of the St. Lawrence BIA, and I sat on the committee that wrote the design guidelines for St. Lawrence, both of us huge believers in the value of preserving the heritage feel of the St. Lawrence area. However, I disagree with two key aspects of the current HCD plan. As others have spoken to this as well, the southern boundary of the Heritage Conservation District currently runs through the middle of the Esplanade in part. And this leaves the Heritage Conservation District on one side of the street with my contributing building on one side unprotected from the effects of the development opposite. Of particular concern is our facing conditions and shadowing on the Esplanade, which will destroy the appeal of the patios on the north side. The heritage conservation boundary running down the middle of the street creates an unfair situation, disadvantaging the buildings on the north, potentially creating a canyon effect and destroying that street's charm. I'm also one of the property owners working with ERA Architects to draw your attention to language that is respecting, especially with respect to the maintenance of heritage fabric, which is ambiguous yet mandatory in tone. And I believe it places a disproportionate obligation on owners of contributing buildings. I won't go into specifics of that concern because Valerie outlined them quite well, and they are included in the letter submitted by ERA Architects on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of this deputant? No? Are there any more members of the public to make deputations? I still have Adam Brown, but I don't see him. No? Are there any more speakers? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? Councillor McConnell.
Thank you. So to members of staff, I must say that this has been a very long process, arduous, exciting, but at the end of the day, you have heard questions about the rigidity of the recommendations and also the boundary itself. So I wonder if you or the consultants who I believe are here would address that for Community Council, some of those issues. Yeah.
So through the chair, Councillor, your first question we can answer with regards to the conservation guidelines and their the detail to which they're done. These are guidelines and policies that support the objectives of the plan. We had an opportunity to review them within, the consultant drafted us to, with city staff to see that they're consistent with what we currently use in reviewing applications. and how they are aligned with the standards and guidelines for the conservation of historic places. That said, we've also had an opportunity to have dialogue with Ms. Lewis and ERA to say that we would be pleased to meet with them next week to explain in further detail how these guidelines are consistent with, but also to listen to their concerns specifically. In regards to the matter of the boundary, this was a recommendation that was brought forward in the study phase to the Toronto Preservation Board with a suggestion that given that this area is not within the character of the Heritage Conservation District as proposed, we do have our consultants here to provide a bit of an overview of the plan itself if you want more specificity to that. However, I can just say that in bringing forward the recommendation for moving from a study phase to plan, there was a recommendation to staff to the Toronto Preservation Board about looking and examining a second conservation plan or study, to pursue a study for those areas that are excluded. We do look at alternatives when we need to of heritage protection of those areas that are excluded, and that was brought forward in May of 2014.
I wondered, no, I don't think, but I think it would be useful if very specifically the consultants would address the issue, particularly of boundaries. I think the other piece, we seem to have a process in place, but boundaries, if you don't mind, from the consultants. Sorry.
Hello, my name is Dima Cook. I'm with FGMDA. We're the consultants that the city hired to first do the study phase and then to continue with the development of the plan. In developing the boundaries for the district, we looked at first the evolution of the district and its history. We also looked at what's left in terms of heritage fabric. And looking at both together, there was sort of a layering effect that helped determine which areas of that district. The study area was much larger than the plan area that we currently have. And in looking at this layering process, we narrowed it down to an area where it had heritage integrity, where we could come up with a heritage rationale for why parts of that district were within the boundaries. We looked closely at the area south of the Esplanade, the area in question. Does that work?
Just put it up.
Sorry. There we go. There you go. Oh, excellent. It's up.
Yep, yep.
This is, I believe, the area in question. Ooh, there we go, a bit of time delay there. We looked at it closely. It was initially in the water as part of the development of the area. It then became rail lands. Whatever heritage fabric that was there is no longer there. And as we were developing rationale for what should be in the neighborhood and what should not be in the neighborhood, our first really criteria was whether there was a heritage reason for it to be in the neighborhood. This is, after all, a heritage conservation plan. And in that area, we felt that it did not. It had lost all its integrity. There was no trace of heritage fabric left. Everything that was there was from the north. And we do have to draw a boundary somewhere. And within those areas, you know, the boundary will sometimes be in the middle of the street, and sometimes it will be, you know, at the back end of property lines, where we would have, you know, half a property, one back end of the property within and not. It's one of the issues with dealing with a conservation plan is you have to set your boundary. And when setting our boundary, there was some logic to including fabric that had heritage consistent and excluding areas that did not.
Okay. Thank you. And then finally, I had one further question, and that was of a staff. So you've heard this notion of moving quickly into a second phase, which would really be Crombie Park and south to the railway and over to Yonge Street. If we were to stop this process, and include that, well, how much longer would it be to implement or to get back here? for implementation?
The proposed boundary as shown on the map is what we're recommending to proceed in
Yes, no, I get that.
Yes.
I'm asking a different question. What I'm asking is, if we were to reject that and ask for the other piece to be done, south to the railway, what would be the time that would take in order, how much time would we be putting off the designation of the district? Like, is it 4 months, a year, 2 years? What is it? About?
Our recommendation is actually to deal with them as two separate areas that are aligned.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
You're
To
missing what I'm
extend it,
asking.
if you wish to us to reevaluate it and go back to look at the study phase, I would say it'd probably be another year.
Okay. If we were to undertake immediately the second phase, approve this phase, and then undertake a second phase, I'm assuming that that could be done within an 18-month period of time. Is that correct?
I'm getting some good coaching here. There is actually, it's on our list of requests, but there is other items request in the queue, and so we would be bringing back a report on prioritization. So the second plan would be evaluated with the other requests that are in currently.
Right.
And it would be to look at a work program in 2017.
Right. If I move to support the recommendation of the Preservation Board to proceed with this next phase, presumably that would be in support of what the Preservation Board has said. Is that correct?
That is correct. I did want to make one further clarification that with the new official plan heritage policies that were adopted by the OMB in May, that it provides for us to review properties that are adjacent to a protected heritage property. So the area that is adjacent on Esplanade, once the district plan is in place, would also have to be reviewed as in how it would impact that heritage property, just as a further clarification.
No, that's useful, because that was my last question, but I'll put it in this way. Part of the concern that we have here is we have development pressure south on the south side of the Esplanade, major development pressure, and I think landowners trying to make sure that there's, even on both sides, and so I think that what I'm hearing from you, and I just want you to clarify this is correct, that when applications come forward, as they have, and we've had a public meeting over this particular one at 45, I think, Esplanade, that you will be reviewing it as its consistency to the Heritage District once the Heritage District is put in place. Is that correct? Just want us to be clear.
That application, I really think you're referring to 75, the Esplanade
70.
at Church. That's an existing application in the process of review. This HCD plan has not been adopted yet.
Correct.
If there's a designated building on the north side of the Esplanade, we'll certainly be applying our official plan policies with the way the playing field works today.
Yes.
And that's kind of where we are with that application.
Yes.
A scenario that you're painting through the chair is a future scenario with maybe a new application and the HCD in place.
Okay, so with 75 in particular, because that's what a lot of this concern is about. So with 75 in place, public meeting held, coming back for final approval with lots of changes and things to go through, will the issue of heritage and its consistency and its relationship with the other side of the street is not going to be considered? Is that correct?
Well, it'll be considered to the extent that the policies in place at the time that
Yes.
they filed they will apply.
Right.
I don't have exactly what that date is, but if, for example, OPA 199 was in place, I don't believe it was when they filed, we'll look at the applicable policies in place at the time they filed, and we'll do our level best to give consideration to the heritage buildings that surround it, especially to the north.
And if there was an extension of the boundary to the railway, I'm assuming that the development at 75, the Esplanade, would not be caught anyway, isn't that correct?
Well, it's a matter of it being here before, in place as an application before the new policy framework was put in place.
Yes, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any more questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillors to speak. Councillor McConnell.
Thank you very much. Well, you know, as Suzanne said, and the St. Lawrence neighborhood said, first of all, I'm going to move the recommendations of staff. Secondly, I'm going to move that council support the preparation of a second heritage conservation district plan for the identified area south of the proposed St. Lawrence plan boundary, with a designation at a later date and when it has been identified as a priority. That's the recommendation from the Preservation Board, and I'd like it attached here as well when it goes to council. And I'm also going to just make a request rather than a motion. I'd like staff to meet, as they have said they will, with the ERA and the affected concerned property owners to see whether, and report directly to council if there are any changes or any wording changes or technical changes that may be required. So those are sort of my general directions. And if I could, as Suzanne said, you know, this has been a very long gestation period. And it seems unbelievable to me that when I started to represent this area, that I walked into a place that was the birth of our city, the first 10 square blocks, and it was not designated as a heritage district. And since then, I have seen the erosion of the heritage fabric. I have also, at a great pace, and so we think of the way in which one Front Street, which didn't have heritage on it, but was adjacent to heritage, and the way in which it just absolutely didn't think that it had to in any way respect the heritage. The National Hotel that we lost, based on the fact that I believe the lawyer made an argument that it was just simply for, and she did say, for whores, not for proper people. And so we lost that fabric for that. And I know that we do have a facade that has come back, and you know, we're hoping it's the best we can get, but that's the way it is. We have the first Parliament site, which you've been told is terribly important in the way in which we move forward on the library and also on the design for the outside space. And we have a community that goes between the distillery district on the east, all the way really along the Walks and Gardens to Fort York. It's a very, very important part of our city and has never been acknowledged legally as a heritage district. So I'm not anxious, honestly, with all the respect that I have for the people who have put their money into preserving the heritage, and the people who have put their money in where their mouth is are really the people who came here today, the property owners. I believe that they have really made a difference in this community up against some pretty awful developments that have come in. However, I am concerned about the rigidity and making sure that we can continue to preserve any of the little bits that we have left of this district. We have also set up an interpretation, a heritage interpretation plan. We're in the midst of beginning to implement that, and we have a heritage lighting plan that will blow everybody out of out of the park if we can just simply get it going, right? And it's quite remarkable, and it is funded. But it does mean that we've got to quickly move to protecting what we have. And quite honestly, as much as I understand the issue of the looming 75, the Esplanade, I think that that's the horse that's out of the barn, and so I am, but I would appreciate it if we can, in fact, look at those things when we're evaluating this next proposal. But all of these proposals, Front Street, National Hotel, 60 Coburn, which I wrung my hands over and over again, because we did not have the protection, we lost at the Ontario Municipal Board. And so I would say, you know, in balance, it's important to get what we have done and get it in place and move towards getting the next step, which is really the whole Crombie Park, as well as really the district that was infill and was the original, if you look at the Esplanade, was the original Walks and Gardens area, and get that area designated as well. I'd be happy to spend hours with consultants about what heritage is still there. It isn't bricks and mortar, it is stories. And the question of our city is that we do not tell the story of our city. And so I would suggest that we move forward on this really important piece, that staff report any other pieces that we can adjust at council, and then we turn our minds to getting the last piece of this protected as well. So those are my recommendations. I'm sad that it isn't unanimity in the community, but I do understand that it's been a long time coming, and it's a very complicated issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wong-Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, and I won't take very long, other than to commend city staff, the local councillor, and the consultants on this 253-page HCD plan. This is not a document that we see very often in this community council forum, but I know that the purpose of the plan is such that we all want to be able to support it. I can't think of an area in the city of Toronto that is more important to the historical fabric and the storytelling of the city than this original 10 blocks and what I think is now the birthplace of Toronto, Toronto post-settler. And I think that what's important and before us is the fact that it has taken so long for this plan to come to its final landing point. And as you can tell from the councillor's motion, is that there's still more work to do. We have to find a way to get this work done faster and to do that work with a determined purpose that has no distractions. For the deputants who spoke about some of the concerns about the rigidity of the report, I want to sort of stress to them is that, we know that they are really good landowners in the city. And I think that I will just speak on myself. It's just, recognizing that some of the city's finest heritage properties that they have lovingly, painstakingly restored is something that we all cherish, and we will continue to work with you to make sure that you can realize your goals and ambitions as a property owner at the same time as we try to protect what is of significant heritage value to the neighborhood, to the community, and to the city. And I just want to commend Councillor McConnell for her leadership here. I recognize that there's a lot that we take for granted in this forum. There are applications that fly through, and sometimes we don't spend a lot of time reviewing it, although the local councillor spends a lot of time reviewing this individual application. But I want to specifically just pay credit to Councillor McConnell, because she has stood up for the St. Lawrence neighborhood community time and time again in this forum, on the forum of City Council, and I've seen her do it extremely well for her community, just sort of defending the interests of the community despite the incredible development pressures that she has in the St. Lawrence Market area. And it is really, truly one of the finest neighborhoods in the city. And one of the reasons why it's one of the finest neighborhoods in the city is because you've got such strong advocates as the local councillor who are working in conjunction, hand in hand, with the local BIA, the stakeholders, the Residents Association. And it seems to me it's been not just, a couple months of work, and it's not just a couple of years of work, it's been decades of work that has now manifested itself into a very strong document that will hopefully guide and preserve the development of this neighborhood for the next generation to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any more speakers to this item? No. On the staff recommendations, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries.
Sorry, and the amendments?
Oh, we'll do it as a package with the amendments. We'll see those hands again. All those in support, all those opposed, that carries.
Thank you.
We've got 35 items remaining and still a couple 11 o'clock. So let's try to keep the speeches short and sweet. T 12.13, inclusion of the City of Toronto's Heritage Registry and intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 339 Queen Street East, Ward 28, Councillor McConnell.
I'll move the staff recommendations, which I believe include, do they not, the added condition around the heritage easement if wished, and that would allow this building to actually move forward and propose a grant. So it's at... Oh, you're right, thank you. Of the Preservation Board, excuse me.
The recommendations from the Preservation Board, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.14, inclusion of the City of Toronto's Heritage Register, 811 and 813 Broadview Avenue, Ward 29. Councillor Fragedakis.
There's a speaker, isn't there?
I don't have any listed here. Are there any speakers to this item?
The other page next.
Oh, sorry, if you could just come have a seat. Oh, and indeed it is. My apologies, James. Your name was on the next page. Just make sure the light is, oh, and you're not James, so.
Sorry, am I out of turn?
Nope, that's fine. If you'd like to go now, then we'll have James up next, if that's all right.
We'll be very quick.
Well, if you could just, no, go ahead with your 5 minutes.
Okay.
You're in the chair, and then we'll have the next deputy.
Yeah, so I'm Chris Williams. I live at 65 Cambridge Avenue. I am in favor of having this property listed. I've been sitting on the Broadview Avenue planning study, and through that process have become quite aware of how important heritage is to the city, and especially in the area of Broadview. One of the things that I have become aware of is just how important Broadview is to the city, essentially from a heritage point of view. The Scatting Cabin, the John Cox Cottage at 469 Broadview, and the link of the original city up to Todmorden Mills. Really feel that one of the original fabrics of the city is the road that takes us from the harbor up to those original mills established in 1790. And that is the context that I think that for this particular property, it is one of those steps along that road, and therefore important that we have it listed as part of the heritage.
Thank you very much, Chris. Are there any questions of the deputant?
I have a question.
No. You're not permitted to ask questions of the deputant. We're only allowed to ask questions of the deputant. But thank you. And if you're all set, then I'll invite our next speaker up, James Nomovich. And my apologies on the pronunciation, sir.
You did very well.
I try.
I've heard a lot worse. So, 5 minutes to cover 36 years of occupation on this property. And I would point out I'm a little hard of hearing, so I'll talk loud, and hopefully you will too. My secretary did a search of the Toronto Heritage Property search list, and I see 958, 1102, 1132, 1224, and 1226 Broadview were all listed over 10 years ago. There's nothing current in Ward 29. That's almost 10 years ago. And also 1232, 1230, 1228, 1234 in 06 in Ward 29. 759 Broadview, then it gets old. 759 Broadview, Ward 30, that was listed 1984, so almost 30 years ago. And 90 Broadview, or Danforth, 90 Danforth, which is, I believe, the big building on the corner. That's where I first threw up the shingle. That was listed in 76. So what am I doing here when the last listing on Broadview appears to have been 10 years ago? And the long and the short of it is I'm saying this committee cannot vote now. They must kick it down the road or dispense with it because, number one, you must not only act in good faith, you must appear to act in good faith. In late March of 2014, I signed an agreement of purchase and sale with the City of Toronto Parking Authority. And they were giving me a lease back. And it wasn't just 6 parking places for surface. I believe they were planning to go underground as well. But it required council approval. And I see here, what I'm talking about is lack of transparency on the, right on the agenda. It appears Ms. Fragedakis was bringing it to Heritage on April 14th of 2014. See, deferred from April 4th. So no sooner did the notice of the agreement of purchase and sale with the City Parking Authority come into effect than my counselor moved to have it put on Heritage listing. It should have come before council, and council could have voted on yes or no in terms of the parking. There was a June town hall meeting, and you know about it at the Estonian House. I think 25 people showed up. 3 were against, 22 were in favor. Because of the nature, Ms. Fragedakis should not have brought this before the Heritage Board. I'm saying it should be dismissed, or, as I said in my letters, and may I ask, did everyone get copies of my letters of October 28th, October 30th, and November? My secretary emailed them in.
If they were sent to the clerks, they would have been distributed to everyone.
Are my letters there?
And if I could just remind you, sir, if you're going to refer to the councillors on the committee or any councillors at the
No, I'm
city,
just,
we should refer to them, though, as Councillor Fragedakis.
Oh,
or
Councillor
Layton or
Fragedakis,
Councillor
yes.
Wilson.
All right, so that was my first objection, is it was like an end run. Council was not consulted. It went right to Heritage, and I didn't know about it. I didn't find out until a neighbor emailed me the notice of meeting of the Preservation Board. I did get a letter on the 29th of October dated the 27th. Number 2, I've read Mr. Harold Maddie's report, and I smiled to myself because I could have scratched out 811, 813, and with all due respect, filled in the address of the semi that I live in and own 2 blocks up the street. All the same qualities, over 100 years old, peaked roof, window right in the triangle, front yard, setback. And I thought to myself, no, I'm not going to give the address of that property as a comparable because I don't want that listed as well. And the bothersome issue about listing it is I intend to resell it. The deal with the City Parking Authority is dead. We're in the process of signing mutual releases, but it's going to go back on the market because I'm going to be 71 on my next birthday. That's too old to be the curator of the 811, 813 Broadview Museum. And so it's going back on the market, and a possibility.
Sir, I'm going to have to get you to sum it up in just
Yes.
another statement.
But 90 seconds.
You're not going to get 90 seconds from me, sir, with the agenda we've got.
I'm saying
you got
kick it down the road.
You got about 10 seconds.
Kick it down the road. And also, imagine that property without the signs, without the wicket fence, which I put up, all those additions. Just all you're going to end up with is a shoebox.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Nope. Seeing no questions, thank you. Are there any other members of the public to depute to this item? Seeing none, any questions of staff? No. Councillors to speak. Councillor Fragedakis.
I'm going to be moving that council adopt the recommendations in the report from staff. And I just want to say that since 2013, our community in the Broadview area has been engaged in an avenue planning study, as you heard earlier today, in regards to 838. And one of the key themes of that exercise has been to discuss not simply the cultural heritage of the neighborhood, but actually the natural heritage of the neighborhood and its connection to the Don Valley and to the brickworks and to the families that basically brought industry to this city and then later built up this city from the valley up. So this request, it was not a request to designate. It was a request originally to evaluate any possible heritage attributes that these properties may have. Staff have done a fulsome report and an investigation that preceded the writing of that report, and I thank them for it. And I think that the report speaks to a number of key features of these two properties and their relationship to this neighborhood. So if you could support the staff's recommendations. It was also, just for everyone's edification, passed at the Preservation Board last week as well. So.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the mover? Any other councillors to speak? Seeing none. On the recommendations from the Heritage Board, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. The next item up is TE 12.15, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act and inclusion on the Heritage Registrar 285-297 Danforth Avenue, also known as 60 Bowden Street, Ward 30. I will hold that down for the moment for Councillor Fletcher, and we'll move on to, that was 15. Move on to TE 12.16, residential demolition application 66 Howard Park Avenue, Ward 14. Jessica Crane? Please have a seat. You'll have 5 minutes, and I'll start your clock on my right.
I'll keep this quick. So my name's Jessica Prain. I'm a project manager for Triumph Developments. I'm just here to request that the recommendation to approve the application to demolish the subject residence at 66 Howard Park be passed today. We have received our building permit, our building permit application has been accepted as of November 2nd. And we received our site plan agreement on October 22nd, 2014, from the city. And so we're going to be building a 8-story, 90-unit residential at the location. So I believe that should fulfill the city's requirement to be replacing replacing residential units at that location. And that's pretty much all I have.
Great. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Burks.
I want to be clear. Did I hear you say you've filed for a building for the application permit, or have you received it?
Sorry, we haven't received
You have not received
permit.
it.
We
Okay,
have,
thank you.
It has been accepted, though, our application.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions? No? Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to depute to this item? Seeing none, any questions of staff? Councillor Perks to speak.
I'm going to be moving recommendation 1 that we refuse the application until, and that's, we can review it at such time as there actually is a replacement building permit issued. It's not issued yet.
Thank you very much. It doesn't work that way, sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Are there any questions of the mover? Any other councillors to speak? No. All those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? That carries. TE 12.17 residential demolition application 444446 Bathurst Street, Ward 19. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? No. Seeing as it's already a giant hole in the ground, and the development applications on the way, or the building permit is on the way, I'm prepared to move the alternate recommendations to support the removal. Are there any questions? Any councillors to speak? All those in favor? This is the RioCan proposal on Bathurst, that formerly Walmart, currently probably a Sobeys. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Sure. Councillor Fragedakis would like to make a motion to introduce new business, TE 12.107, TE 12.108, and TE 12.109. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries.
Mr. Chair, I understand you were dealing with Bowden, and I just have a...
Back to Bowden, TE 12.15.
Right.
Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? Seeing none, Councillor Fletcher.
For indefinitely.
Motion to defer indefinitely. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.18, residential demolition application 956 Eglinton Avenue West. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? No. Councillor Mihevc to speak.
Yes. I'm happy to move the staff recommendations, which will allow the Eglinton Crosstown to proceed in the end.
All those in favor?
To keep it short.
The recommendation to approve. All those opposed? That carries. TE 12.19, residential demolition application 31, 33, and 35 Dundonald. There are two speakers. John Hunt. Do we have a John Hunt? No? Cynthia McDougall. No, Cynthia. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? No. Ward 27 would be Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the recommendation that Toronto East York Community Council approve the applications to demolish the three-story detached single-family dwellings at 31, 33, and 35 Dundonald Street. It's not every day that we issue a demolition, ask Toronto Building to issue the demolition of residential properties before we actually get the building permits. But in this case, you've got two development sites that are literally abutting one another, and we're trying to save the neighborhood a lot of aggravation by trying to minimize the period of construction by coordinating the excavation of these two very large development projects. So this is, I believe, probably the first time in 5 years that I've been here that I'm actually approving the demolition of residential properties before we get the issuance of development permits. But hopefully, I think members of council can see the benefit of doing such. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. On the motion to approve, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We're on to the 130 items. This is exciting, folks. TE 12.20, application for fence exemption 163 Cowan Avenue. I've got a Karen Parkin. Karen Parkin. Oh, hi there.
This one?
Wherever you'd like, and just make sure the light is on, the yellow light's on the microphone, and away we go.
I'm Karen Parkin, and I'm the owner of 163 Cowan Avenue. The reason I got a notice of, I can't even remember the real name of it, municipal alliance, yeah. I got a notice that my fence is too high, is about 1.5 feet too high, and the reason we made it so high is because the building, which is across the backyard, has these big lights on, and they shine right into my face. This happened since the tree was taken down. The neighbors on the bottom part of my backyard wanted the tree taken down, which shed the lights, and there was no problem. Now the fence was all ruined through the neighbor who were backing their cars up. So I offered him to go half on the fence, so he didn't respond to it. So I decided to build the fence up high enough so I wouldn't see the light. We had 2 break-ins in the last few years, and so I decided to pay for it myself. Now, the neighbor agrees to the fence now, but at the time when he complained, he said he was scared that the fence was going up and up and up. He got scared. The boy wasn't quite in his, he's not quite responsible, you know, he's doing the caretaker job for his father. Now he told his father, and the father said, the fence is fine, I don't complain, you paid even for it. So I asked them to write a letter and to explain this, but I guess they never did. So the thing is, I have to, it's a little difficult for me to put the sound down, the fence down. It needs to be, it's about 1.5 feet too high. So I try to take that in consideration about my age. I could be the granny of most of you people here. And the break-ins we had and the problem with the lights, and nobody else is complaining about it, that I got exempt from the... my son sent already pictures in and, well, whatever. I think that's pretty well. Maybe I forgot something, but...
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Oh, thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Seeing none? Any questions of staff? No? Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to move the staff recommendation to refuse the request for the fence exemption. It's unfortunate. I hate to do it, but we have received complaints about this fence. It is far too tall, and it was put in without any of the appropriate permits, and it is causing some consternation in the neighborhood. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to move the staff recommendations to refuse the exemption and to direct staff to enforce the notice of violation.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of committee to speak? No. All those in favor of the staff recommendations? All those opposed? The staff recommendations carry. Thank you, Councillor Perks. So we have to, the next item is also going to be heard with our newly added TE 12.109, as there is a connection between the two. And the motion, the recommended motion in 109 will precede the motions made for item 1221. And this is the request for fence exemption to Toronto Municipal Code Chapter 447 for 28 Plater Crescent. I have 2 speakers. We'll hear from both of them, but I will let you know that we're hearing on both those items. The other item, Item 109, should have been circulated, and its request for heritage evaluation of 28 Plater. So the first speaker is Rex Hagan.
It's not me.
Oh. And then we'll hear from Charles Wagman. If there's any other members of the public who wish to speak, if they could go over and see the 2 clerks on the right-hand side of the room here, that'd be great.
Thank you very much. My deepest respect for how long you have to sit here. Thank you. I'm Rex Hagan. I'm a former president of the Plater Area Residents Association. I've had the pleasure of living in the Plater Estates for over 25 years. I moved to the Plater Estates because it was a jewel It was a jewel of Broadview Danforth, one that we're very proud of. And I'm sitting here today to support what I gather is a recommendation from the Municipal Licensing and Standards to talk about not granting the fence exemption. First of all, I want to make it very clear, this is not a fence. It is a wall. A wall is meant to keep people out. This is a wall made of concrete block. This is a wall made of fieldstone. The fieldstone has yet to be capped, or the wall has yet to be capped, thus adding to a potential height of the wall. My objection is that the reasons for putting it out is for privacy and light buffering. Under the topic of privacy, our area is one of communal living in many ways. We are a community of involved individuals and homeowners. We're a community where walls are not part of the landscape. Thus, this particular construction certainly takes the cake on being something that is quite unique in our area. As far as light buffering, there are no street lights that are immediately there on the west side of that wall. There are more lights on the inside of this property that have been constructed on each of the pillars of this wall, so that when they are on in the evening, there is quite a bit of light coming on the inside. I don't believe the request for an exemption covers the lights that have already been built by the owner. This was a historic property. I know you're hearing other items in regards to historic designation. And I really just want to add that the height of this wall already built, which is unfortunate, as opposed to following perhaps some of the guidance of the City of Toronto in having rules which the rest of us are meant to follow. You are now being asked to consider some form of exemption to that which has already been built, and that which has already been built, which is a considerable wall. That is it. I just wish to voice my support of what I see as a recommendation in front of me here under item number 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? I'll move on to the next one. Charles Wagman.
Good
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Charles Wagman, I'm lawyer for the owner, Helen Gatsis. The issue today is an exemption in terms of the height. It's not an issue, as Mr. Hagan indicated, about the wall or the fence. You can have, the owner's entitled to have a fence there. It's the issue is the height. And the problem in this particular case is that at the northwest corner, it's 0.23 meters too high, and that's according to the measurement that my client did today. The purpose of the fence is not to keep out neighbors. It's more in terms of when you look at the. I have a survey and I have another plan that I wanted to leave with you. This is a corner property, and it's a plater on the south side, and the plater wraps around, it becomes Bayfield, and then it veers off to the west with plater continuing. And the problem is that cars proceeding east on Bayfield Crescent, the lights from those cars, it's not lights from other houses, it's lights from those other, from cars traveling east, go right into the home, and the purpose of the fence was to keep out that light. I do have letters of support from the owners of houses that are immediately around the property, and I have a marked up copy of the survey that shows where each of those supporters are. The other factor that I'd ask you to take into consideration is that I have a letter from a landscaper who's going to be doing some regrading so that the actual height difference is going to all but disappear. This is a very minor matter. It's just a matter of 0.23 meters as I have it. The purpose of it is, in my submission, a reasonable one. It's a slight one. It has support. I appreciate that Mr. Hagan has objected. He didn't indicate where he resides, but everybody who is around the house is not affected and in fact is in favor. Subject to any questions, that's all I have. I only took 2 minutes and 45 seconds, so my next time I should get an extra 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yeah, it doesn't bank that way, but everyone behind you will thank you because we're that much closer. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Are there any more members of the public who wish to speak to this item?
May I leave these items?
Sure, if you can pass them along to the clerk here,
I will do that.
that'd be great. Questions of staff, Councillor Fragedakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, has there been a long history of building activity on this site?
Yes, Councillor, there has.
In your opinion, has the length of time to complete the work under the building permits been longer than average?
I would say yes, that the work that's been undertaken at this property has taken longer than average for the type of work.
Thank you. As a result of the long construction activity, the community has had to endure a construction fence for over 6 years on the public right-of-way, and that it has only been removed recently. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. The applicant is seeking approval actually after having built this fence. Is it difficult for the applicant to comply with the bylaw? Excuse me, Councilor Matlow. Did you hear that?
No, I didn't, Councilor.
I'll repeat that. I said the applicant is seeking approval after having built this fence. Is it difficult for the applicant to comply with the bylaw?
The fence is built, there would be a challenge to remove that height, this section of fence that would have to be removed because it's masonry construction.
My next question is for Heritage staff. Is this a heritage property?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is a listed property. It was listed in 1981. It's important in that the Plater family was among Toronto's earliest settlers, and the house stands in its original location and is part of a Crown grant to George Plater that was given in 1793. So this is a very important property, but yes, it's only listed at this time.
Given the height of the fence, does it take away from the heritage attributes of the property, in your opinion?
Because the listing is very early, having been done in 1981, the discussion of the cultural heritage value is quite general. And I would suggest to you that in the context of this issue and other issues that may come up around alterations to the property, that it would be worth doing a detailed evaluation so we could understand the attributes of this property and know what the impact of alterations like this are, if any.
Okay. Another question is for, again, MLS staff. What are the boulders in the photo along the west side? Are they temporary? And if not, is there an agreement in place with the City of Toronto?
It's not clear their purpose, Councillor, through you, Mr. Chair. They are on the right-of-way, so maybe Transportation Division staff can comment further on that.
Mr. Twaddle? It's attachment 1.
Yes, I'm looking at the pictures right now. So the question was whether those...
What are the boulders in the photo along the west side, and are they temporary? And if not, is there an agreement in place with the City of Toronto?
I'm not familiar with this site, so I'm not sure if they have any kind of an agreement to have those boulders in place or not.
Okay, so then I guess you'll...
We can take action against the property if they're not supposed to be there. We can send our right-of-way enforcement group out to take a look at it.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd appreciate that. That's all my questions.
Are there any more questions of staff? I have just one question. Do we differentiate a masonry wall from a fence? Are they both considered? Because I know for patios, we allowed nothing but a wrought iron fence and couldn't allow wood or masonry or any of that. But in this case, is it?
The bylaw doesn't prohibit that type of construction.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? No. To speak, Councillor Fragedakis.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, before I speak to this item, I actually want to deal with item 109, which is before us and has been introduced as new business and is a request to evaluate for heritage designation on this property. So I'd like to move that recommendation first and then move my motion on item 21.
So as I explained when we started the item, we are hearing both together, and we have a recommendation in item 12.109 that needs to be addressed prior to us addressing the next item.
Yes,
So-
because as Ms. Peterson has indicated, the designation for this, the listing of this property was done in 1981 before there was a real thorough investigation of the attributes of this property.
So as a matter of process, I'll take a vote on the recommendation in the letter that Senior Manager of Heritage Preservation Services be requested to evaluate the property at 28 Plater. All those in favor? Opposed? Yes?
I just wanted to say absolutely, I support that.
Absolutely. You can do that with your hand. Real nice and high.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I'll ask for a recorded vote then.
Me that,
Can we have a recorded vote?
Yeah, all those in favor, Councillor Bailao, Councillor McMahon, Councillor McConnell, Councillor Perks, Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Layton, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Mahevik, Councillor Davis, and Councillor Davis again. Just to, absolutely. Thank you very much. Now on item
So now on
21.
item 21, I have an amendment, and the amendment is that the TUICC defer consideration of this report until such time as the results of the heritage evaluation for the subject property is completed and available to the Toronto and East York Community Council. And the recommendation prior was with those results to come back to this Community Council by 2016 June.
Okay. On the motion, all those in favor? Oh, anyone else to speak? Councillor Davis.
I fully support this recommendation from the local councillor. It's excellent.
Yeah, you're backing.
All those in
Absolutely.
favor on the deferral, all those opposed, that carries. TE 12.22, appeal the denial of a Boulevard Park, a cafe permit located at 1090 Bloor Street West, Gladstone Avenue, flankage, Ward 18. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? This is the Boulevard, Cafe Boulevard permit at 1090 Queen. No? Any questions of staff? No? Ward 18, Councillor Bailao. Bloor and Gladstone.
Yes, approve the patio license.
Wonderful. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries the approval. We've dealt with item 12.23. 12.24, front yard parking appeal, 216 Scarborough Road, Ward 32. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? I have none on my list. 216. Yes, please, if you could come. Have a seat at the front. Just make sure the light's on the microphone in front of you and state your name and you'll have 5 minutes.
My name is Hannah Aslam. I'm here with my newborn Arya, and we're residents of 216 Scarborough Road. We'd like your consideration for front yard parking. If we were approved, it would not result in the loss of a tree or street parking, as there's no street parking allowed on our side of the street. We would also ensure to instill proper vegetation and proper water drain drainage. Unfortunately, we have very scarce parking available near my home. We live very close to the businesses of Kingston and Victoria Park, and we also live across the street from the Kingston United Church, which has numerous events, lessons, and a cooperative daycare. So all of the spaces near my home are taken up. I have a newborn as well as a toddler, and unfortunately it's very difficult to have to walk hundreds of yards away from my home to access my car. I'm also a graduate student, and so having access is quite critical for my family and professional activities. The neighbors in my community are very supportive. They've all indicated that in this poll given by City Hall, as well as or the City of Toronto, as well as they've written letters and are very supportive. So we really do hope that you could consider it. You'd make many people happy.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Thank you for your time. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this item? Any questions of staff? Oh, Councillor Davis.
Just curious why there needs to be the installation of a ramp, and at the same time it says there will not affect on-street permit parking.
That's not, so.
There's no ramp to service the property at the moment. Permit parking is on the opposite side of the street, so there's no loss. No, it does not.
So we don't have a ramp.
But the other thing, it doesn't meet the landscaping requirements, is that correct? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any more questions of staff? No. Councillor McMahon to speak.
Thank you very much. I know that you are all very tired, so probably too tired to raise your hands in opposition, so I'd love your support for the alternate recommendations to award the parking pad.
To install it. Councillor Perks.
And I'd like to thank my constituent for waiting all day with her newborn.
Thank you. I'll move the staff recommendation to deny.
All those in favor of Councillor McMahon's to approve? All those opposed? All those in favor of the staff recommendation to oppose? To deny? All those opposed? That passes. So I'm sorry that we supported the staff recommendation to deny the installation. Next item, TE 12.25, front yard parking appeal, 269 Glebe Home Boulevard, Ward 29. There's 3 speakers here, Maria Carpino and Jose Carrello, and then Garnet Ward. So first, if Maria.
May I speak first?
Yes, please. If you would just let us know your name, that'd be great.
Yes, I'm Josie Carrello. I'm Maria Carpino's daughter. And this is Maria Carpino, my mother. My father is not here with us today. He unfortunately could not make it. They are both the owners of 269 Glebe Home. They have lived there for over 40 years. I'm here to support my mom. We're here to request that you reconsider their application for front yard parking at 269 Glebe Home. Their application unfortunately was denied by what I understand to be 1 vote. And just so you know, to ensure that the residents of Glebe Home Boulevard received their voting ballot for front yard parking, my mother, as well as my father, went door to door to the residents of Glebe Home to have them sign a petition, which I have here as well. As a result of going door to door, they came to learn that a few residents received the application. However, they didn't know what the application was for because they couldn't read English and just tossed the application. So there was a bit of a language, I guess, barrier. They didn't know what it was and there was no understanding of it. However, they did sign the petition in support of my parents' application for the front yard parking. As I said, they've lived there for over 40 years. They, too, have been very supportive to other residents over the years, to their community as well. And I'd just like to add that the front yard parking will benefit excuse me, will benefit them greatly. I just wanted to add that my father is not well, and he has health issues, and which limits his mobility. We do have a letter from his doctor, which we would like to keep highly confidential, and if we could show the counselor, maybe they could read it and understand the situation better. They are at an age where, you know, their mobility is limited. They need access to their front door. They need to be close to their home, just to run their daily lives and routine. It would benefit them greatly.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputants? No, I have one question. There's a mutual driveway on the rear of the house. Why are you unable to use that?
Right, it's a mutual driveway. Okay, well, right, the issue is during the winter times, for example, there's a large amount of snow. My dad will not be able to do that any longer. It is a shared driveway. The neighbor does have a vehicle as well. The neighbor has a vehicle as well. It's just not feasible. It's not feasible for him.
In Appendix C, there seems to be a car parked behind 269 Glebe Home. Quite clearly, you can see that there is a spot that's accessible. And so are you currently using the spot behind the house?
Well, my brother resides with my parents, and he drives a vehicle as well. So
That would be his vehicle parked.
You're referring to Appendix C, I'm not sure.
It's just a picture of the house
Okay,
that seems to have there's quite clearly a car back there.
okay, yes?
So I'm just wondering if you're currently using the spot in the rear of the house.
Yes.
So
Yes, he does utilize, yes, that parking spot in the back. However, it is very difficult. It's difficult for him to, again, as I said,
Sure.
during the
Okay.
winter months and getting to and from.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Councillor Wong Tam?
Thank you very much. I know this is difficult, and thank you very much for coming out today.
Yes.
As the chair of the Disabilities Inclusion and Access Advisory Committee Chair, there are all sorts of tools that are available to residents who would like to apply for disability permits, so they can have a designated spot on the street closest to the proximity of their home. Do you have any intentions of making that application, which I'm sure city staff can work with you on?
Right, we understand that. However, we do know that there are other residents that do require a handicap spot. So basically, they'll be fighting for a spot, you know, a parking spot. And again, they're at an age where, you know, to keep fighting for a parking spot is just not, it's not feasible.
Would you consider speaking to staff about this? Because there's a number of requests that come through this community council, and that particular avenue is available to you. And that's usually where we would ask people to start.
We understand that. However, right, we understand that. However, again, there are other residents who hold a handicap permit, and anyone could use it. So say if a visitor comes over who has a handicap sticker, they would be permitted to park in that spot as well. We want it to be more specific to my father's needs and have a specific parking spot in front of the house.
Councillor Davis? Okay. Are there any more questions of the deputant? Seeing none, we have one more deputant, a Garnet Ward. Mr. Ward, if you'd like to join us, just make sure the light is on in front of you, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Yes.
You can take your seats. Ms. Corello and Carpino, you may take your seats.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would actually like to speak against this appeal. I have the greatest sympathy for individual problems that my neighbors might have. I was not aware of those because although I recognize them by sight, I have never spoken to these people, so I wasn't aware that there were any particular problems. But the reason I would like to speak against the appeal is for the benefit of the greater good, if it were. Their original application was turned down because it didn't meet the criteria of the city, and I would like to encourage you to uphold the criteria that the city have already established for very good reasons. In general, when such applications are made, if there is a particular reason for an exemption in this case, then perhaps you want to consider that. But the reasons I think you should stick by the criteria are that the ecological ones that are very obvious, because this application does not match the need for soft landscaping. I actually have a few pictures. Our street is reasonably well treed at the moment, but the big trees you see on the left-hand side are silver maples, which are rapidly decaying and disappearing. The one in front of our house was taken down just this fall, and several of the neighbors mentioned how much they miss it. So taking another space that will not be able to have any amount of greenery, I think would be a big problem. I have a picture to show you, a couple of pictures to show you what would happen if there were a whole series of parking pads in a row. But first of all, I'd like to say my other reason is specifically because parking is so tight on this block. It's quite obvious from the statistics that the city staff have gathered. There are 40 permits and only 34 spaces available according to their quote. But in fact, there are only 32 that are used because wherever there is a parking pad established, even though the city seems to believe that it's possible to access a parking pad from a mutual driveway ramp, whenever there's a parking pad, no one parks in front of it. And I have pictures to support that as well. So there's only 32 that are in fact used at the moment. So on the face of it, it would make sense to take one car off the street. However, what ends up happening in all these other instances is that it ends up being just a reserved spot for one person because nobody parks in front of the parking pad. And we would end up with only 31 usable spaces instead of the 32. In contrast to the picture of our block, this is a picture from Google Street View. It's just 3 blocks west of us and 3 blocks north and 2 blocks west. Along the right side of the street, there's a whole series of parking pads, then a little bit of vegetation, and then another series of 4 parking pads. And you can see the aesthetic effect is totally, totally different. But there's also the greater ecological concern that whenever greenery is removed, the temperature rises more rapidly. It's harder to retain water. And that argument has been made quite strongly by a lot of people. If I could just show you a couple more pictures to show what happens when a parking pad is established. This parking pad was established since I moved into the area. Before it was there, 2 vehicles were parked in front of the 2 houses on your left. Now only one is able to park there. Initially, there was not a ramp there. It was approved supposedly under the rules at that time, which said that if it can be accessed from the ramp of the mutual driveway, then there's no need for special consideration. However, after the parking pad had been in place for a number of years, as you can see from the whiteness of the sidewalk in front, a ramp was actually installed. The same thing has happened on the house to the left of that, on the same street. That parking pad was there longer. It now has a ramp as well. And I have pictures to show that that's exactly what has happened all the way down this block whenever a parking pad is established. I would actually like to contest a couple of things in the staff report as well. One of them is this, in fact, this case that no parking spot would be lost if this application were approved. And the second one is that a review of this application has determined that there is no suitable planting site for a tree at this location. I have pictures of 5 houses along the same side of the street that have a tree in a very similar lot. One of them is on the screen in front of you at the moment. I believe that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Davis?
Just to confirm, if a person has a disabled permit or sticker, however you describe the provincial sticker, they can park on the opposite side of the street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So even though the parking is on the other side, this person with a disabled sticker could park in front of her house.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions of staff? No. To speak, Councillor Fragedakis.
Well, I was going to move a referral back to staff to do another poll, because I met with the applicant on Friday and they told me that there were some oddities around the way the poll was conducted, and that some people were told to throw out their ballots. So I will still move that and see if there's a new poll, because it might change the numbers. I am sympathetic to the applicant's illness. So I was told of some irregularities in the process, and I ask that a new poll be done and then come back with this issue at a later date.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I'm going to move the staff recommendation to deny, and I also want to encourage you not to support the referral. If this were merely a matter of the poll, there might be an argument there, but if you look at it, this is parking on the same side. We typically don't do that. They won't be able to meet the landscaping requirement on the front lawn. They won't meet the landscaping requirement on the city boulevard. And on the issue of there being some special needs in this case, absolutely we should do what we can, and that's why we provide disabled parking spots on the street, and further why the city also provides snow removal services. We have that program to get snow shoveling for seniors. And I would also ask you to note that there's a parking spot on the property already at the rear. So with all of that, I don't think it would be correct to defer.
Thank you very much. Any other councillors to speak? I was just going to make one very brief statement, and it was that if we work on the assumption that if you have a parking spot that isn't cleared municipally of snow and therefore you should be granted a front yard parking pad, then everyone with a laneway parking spot, because there is no laneway clearing of snow or salting, would qualify for, if we were using that as the bar. The reality is we provide services for seniors when there are people able to clear the snow at their own house, then they do. And if the son in this case, who is staying there and currently using the back parking spot, is able to, perhaps he should be encouraged to do his part around the household if they don't qualify. All those in favor of all those in favor of the referral? All those opposed? All those in favor of the staff recommendations? All those opposed? That item carries. So just to be clear, the refusal of the front yard parking pad is what carried. The next item is TE 12.26. Front yard parking appeal 153 Westwood Avenue, Ward 29. I have an Eric Sykes. Hi there, Eric, if you could come and join us. Have a seat, just make sure the light's on in front of you and I'll start your time.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. 2 years ago, my wife and I moved into our house at 153 Westwood Avenue. We now have a 2-year-old, and we are expecting our second child within the week. The reason for the appeal is that there's currently no permitted on-street parking on either side on Westwood between Carlaw and Logan. We currently can't park behind the house through the mutual drive because it's too narrow for the car to fit, and as well, you would have to make a left turn in order to actually get into the back of the backyard. So it's not possible to access through with a car. We've noticed when looking at the approved front yard parking licenses that the City of Toronto has approved multiple front yard parking permits for similar houses that were all built during the similar development. So what we were hoping to do is put in a front yard parking that would be more or less identical in size to what had already been approved. And I think, thank you again for the opportunity to speak here today.
Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? No? Any questions of staff? Was that a question of staff, Councillor Davis?
Wondering if there's on-site parking in behind. It's a mutual driveway.
That's. I didn't hear. Was there a question there? Is if there's on-site parking?
I asked.
Sorry, I can't determine if there is one or not. It seems to be some kind of open space at the back, but as to what size it is, I don't have any measurements of that.
Are there any other questions of staff? To speak, Councillor Fragedakis.
Yes, I was going to move the alternate recommendations. It doesn't appear that they can actually get to the back, so they can't really park there.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move the staff recommendation to deny, noting that the application won't meet the soft landscape requirement on the property and won't meet the open space requirement on the city boulevard, and additionally that there is space to park in the mutual drive.
All those in favor of the alternate recommendations to approve? All those opposed? That does not carry. All those in favor of Councillor Perks' motion to adopt the staff recommendations to refuse that item and opposed? That item carries. The third, our last front yard parking pad, TE 12.27, front yard parking appeal, 30 Flanders Road. I have a Gary Wise.
That's me. Hello.
Hi there.
And with me is my partner, Sandra Beckhor.
Hello. I'll start your clock. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I just wanted to tell you how much we appreciate the opportunity to speak to you about this. We are requesting that the committee support the alternate recommendations, which would permit our front parking spot to proceed, and we're absolutely prepared to cooperate in all regards as may be required to make that happen and to abide by the various components of that recommendation. Secondly, I know it's going to eat into my time, but I do want to commend the people who've been involved at the city with us in this application. Despite the recommendation against us, I think it's worth noting that they've been incredibly helpful and supportive, and that includes our councillor and his office as well, Councillor Mahavik. We are the residents of 30 Flanders Road, which is a small bungalow. It adjoins a laneway that runs just south of Eglinton Avenue West, east of the Allen, in other words, right in the middle of the subway construction zone. Sandra and I are both professionals who require our vehicles for work. Sandra's clients are as far away as Barrie, and I'm called upon basically all over the province for my work as well. So we do need our cars, and we do have to travel frequently. There is no legal street parking on Flanders. And the city tickets quite regularly on the street. And I believe there was a previous attempt to allow for permit parking on the street several years ago that did not succeed. We're asking for approval essentially of our front parking pad. Our neighbors have been polled and quite significantly did support us through the polling. And the polling was in favor of this, which isn't really surprising because our application is really wholly within the character of our street and our neighborhood. Both on Flanders, the adjacent streets of Strathern, West Overhill, and Dewborn, parking and front yard parking is pretty much everywhere. I do have some photos to demonstrate that. Maybe I'll do that toward the end of my presentation. We're winding down.
Mike, sorry, just time out.
Yeah.
It's so
If we could get the level of discussion in the room to just get turned down a little bit, out of respect to the deputants, that'd be great.
I feel like I'm the coach of the Leafs, and I should be asking for time to be added back now.
We'll be generous with the two of you. Don't worry.
Much appreciated. There are two objections that the city has made to our application, and I want to deal with them both. The first is that there's a tree in the front and we don't meet clearance. The second relates to the availability of rear parking, and I want to speak to the second point first because I was actually quite surprised to see that in the report. When the inspector came to attend, I happened to be present, and we walked down the laneway together. She immediately looked in the backyard and said, "Oh, there are two trees there. You can't park there." And there are, in fact, two trees in our backyard. I'll throw a photo on if that's okay, just to help you see it. Am I upside down?
Oh, if you could, great.
And as part of the renovation that we did in the home, we went to great effort to green our backyard. And I want to tell you there's a couple of reasons why the backyard is and was the better candidate for greening. Number one, it gets sun, and everything that's grown there, and trust me, they look a little bit better in the summertime when the leaves haven't fallen already. But there are two trees that are doing extremely well, and we're very happy with them. The tree in the front is one of those Norway maples. It's a very hardy tree. It's certainly not delicate, and we have a love-hate relationship with it in our home. Sandra really doesn't like it so much. I've always loved that tree. But the one thing that's clear about that tree is nothing grows underneath it. The reason for that is it's huge, the canopy is huge, the root system, we've been told by landscapers, basically is so extensive in every direction that every drop of precipitation that falls there gets swallowed up by the tree. And we've seen everything from bushes to perennials, privets that simply did not succeed there. And we've tried growing all kinds of stuff there over the years. So the back gets all the sun, and while the city is talking about additional landscaping in the front, I want to be clear with you, we've tried and it just doesn't work. It's ideal for a parking pad, and the fact is that tree has survived many, many years. During our renovation, it was inspected on 2 occasions, at the beginning and the end of our renovations. We received our $5,000 deposit back because the tree was fine. The tree has been inspected as well as part of this process. So really what we need is somewhere to park, and if I can just indulge that extra couple of seconds that you've been kind enough to mention, we would really appreciate your reconsideration of this appeal. I've listened today, and you guys are dealing with monumental issues that affect lots and lots of people. This is just us. I acknowledge that. It's a gigantic issue for us, though, because the difference between parking and no parking is the ability to carry on in a normal personal and professional life. So with that in mind, and subject to any questions you have, I would really appreciate your support.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant?
Questions?
Councillor Mahavik.
Thank you kindly. Could you describe just to the committee how close you are to the Allen Expressway?
We are about a block and a half from the Allen, where our house is the first house south of Eglinton. The Allen is, the next block is Strathern, and then there's a park, and the subway is directly across from the park, and the expressway, the northern entry is immediately adjacent to Strathern, essentially.
The second question is I noticed there on the map, do you have a garage?
No.
That garage belongs to the Strathern property, is that not?
Yes, that's the property behind us. That's not ours.
Okay, so if
I
this
actually believe that
application is denied, if this application is denied by this committee, there's no parking on Flanders, you don't have a garage, where would you put the car?
On my head.
The truth is that if denied, we're going to have to kill a couple trees in the backyard. That would be the only alternative if we're going to have parking, because that's what we need to park.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Davis?
I'm trying to understand this photo.
Yeah.
It looks as though there is the other half of your backyard without trees.
Okay. I've got a couple other angles, maybe that'll help you. Okay, so you can, what you see are the two trees. The lane is right behind the fence.
Okay.
The fence is on the property line, and the apartment buildings across on the other side of the lane, which also have parking entry ramps along the laneway. They're directly behind.
They could probably be relocated.
Sorry?
Anyway. That's okay, thank you.
Councillor Perks?
If you could just leave that up, please, for a second.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm curious, those look like they were planted quite recently. When were they planted?
2 years ago.
2 years ago. Thank you.
Are there any more questions of the deputant? No, seeing none. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? No. Any questions of staff? No. Councillor Mihevc to speak.
Yes, as I indicated during the question period, this couple would have no alternative but to cut down a couple of trees. It really is one of those pragmatic things. When you see those two buildings, they're just on the other side is the on-ramp to the Allen. They're right by Eglinton. They really don't have an alternative. I think it's time to be pragmatic and allow people to live their lives. Simple as that. So I would urge you, I'd also ask you to note there is wide, strong support from neighbors to this application because they experience obviously similar problems. So I'm going to urge you to take a pragmatic approach here. Thank you.
Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move the staff recommendation to deny and additionally remove the limestone screening and restore the soft landscaping, etc. I am going to be pragmatic. It is a much easier thing to protect two trees that are 2 years old, move them, and we know this from experience right here outside this building, than it is to park a vehicle on the roots of a large canopy tree and expect it to survive. That's why our staff makes these recommendations. It's why we don't allow developers to even temporarily park equipment on top of the roots of trees. It's why we have the tree protection zones when work is being done on a property. The pragmatic thing that you do in a case like this, if you want to protect the tree canopy, which is a goal that Council adopts over and over and over again, is to deny the request for the front yard parking.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members to speak? I'll say just very quickly, I'm looking at a street view of the laneway, and it looks like it's Google date stamp 2014, and there's clearly on the opposite side of the fence where those trees are, there's clearly a gate that's been installed for the purpose of a vehicle coming in and out. It's a double-wide gate. You can...
I can speak to that.
No, you're not able to speak to that at this point. And I'll put it up just so people can see. that even at this stage in 2004, the tree that's indicated that rightly so from the other picture looks like it's right in the middle of that gate, doesn't appear to even match the height of the existing of the fence that was newly built here, but has clearly from the other picture had some weathering. I know, and my sister actually has a home with a very similar circumstance where their backyard is essentially their parking pad. Because they're off, in this case, they're the side house on a main street where they don't have a garage, and the house, the property line is right close to the back of their home, and they have a similar gate like this. And it's unfortunate, but when there's no parking on, they don't have a street permit, but they have to pull in to their backyard, essentially making their backyard their parking. Now, when they have family gatherings, they pull the car out on the street, and we have a great old time on little patio stones that are the area back there. But there's a parking spot there. And there was a parking spot there when they bought the house, and we put parking at the rear of the home so that we can protect and make our streets beautiful. So in this case, there's a parking spot available at the rear of the house, and it, for one reason or another, cannot be used right now, but clearly there was at some point in time a usable parking spot there. In the same street view, there are 2 cars parked at the front of the house that's been completely not asphalted over, but it looks like the gravel has been put over the vast majority of it, and that is quite significantly against the bylaws, I have no doubt. They're currently parking right up, or almost, it appears from the picture, right up to the side of the tree. That's probably not having a good impact on the root system. So for that reason, I'll be supporting the staff recommendations. All those in favor, anyone else to speak? All those in favor of Councillor Mihevic's motion to approve? All those opposed? All those in favor of Councillor Perk's recommendation, the staff recommendations to oppose? To deny? To oppose? You don't like my use? All those in favor? That motion carries. Thank you. We have now finished the timed items. At this point in time, is Councillor Fletcher here? Oh, great. Are you ready with motions? No. Then let's just continue on the way we're going. TE 12.28, appointment to Business Improvement Area Boards of Management. I have a speaker to the item. Yes. Stylianos, please, if you could have a seat. You'll have 5 minutes. I'll start your time, and just make sure the light's lit up in front of you there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stylianos Papatheodosiou. Please address me as Steely. I'm speaking to one particular appointment on your agenda, and that pertains to the appointment under Witchwood Heights, BIA, specifically Mr. Norm Lourenco. And my suggestion to you today would be to consider deferring this particular appointment, and I'll explain why. Last month, Witchwood Heights BIA nominated Mr. Norm Lourenco to join our board. The motion passed without much discussion, and the BIA office was notified. The BIA office responded with an email to our chairperson, named Carolyn Gilligan, who then forwarded the email to me. It was an excerpt from Chapter 19, specifically Chapter 19, Section 17 of the Act. Upon review and discussion, we both agreed that it seems Mr. Lourenco cannot serve on our board because his wife, Jennifer Lourenco, already sits on the board. Mr. and Mrs. Lourenco are joint owners of a commercial property located in our BIA. And according to Chapter 19, which I might point out, I'm informed has been distributed to you. You may want to refer or use it for reference. According to Chapter 19, each property and each business is restricted to one vote. Since this information was brought to our attention, our board chose to defer Mr. Lorenco's nomination excuse me, until a legal opinion is brought to the board ruling that he's eligible, at which point we can renominate Mr. Lorenco. Now, let me direct your attention to two elements that apply in this particular matter. Under Section 19, subsection 19, the Act specifically states that if a board resolves to seek the removal of a member from the board or the appointment of a replacement or additional member to the board, it shall give to the general manager, that's the general manager of the BIA, signed minutes of the meeting at which the vote was held on this matter, and the general manager shall report to council. Now, I can attest to the fact that the signed minutes have not been submitted, nor were they circulated, nor were they distributed and approved and sent to the general manager. So that's an impediment of a regulatory nature, and that can be rectified in the fullness of time. However, there is another fly in the ointment, which is of a more significant nature. On Chapter 19, Section 17, it refers to the election of nominees and voter eligibility. And one of the sections, I won't refer to all of them, but one of them says that each member of a business improvement area is entitled to a single vote per question or motion at business improvement area annual general meetings and general meetings, regardless of the number of properties or businesses that the member may own or lease. Essentially, the point I'm trying to make here is that this Chapter 19 stipulates that if you have more than one business or several business partners, you're limited to one vote. And if you have several properties, you're still limited to one vote. Or if you have co-owned properties, you're still limited to one vote. And so that's the problem that we have with both Mr. and Mrs. Lorenco serving. Mrs. Lorenco was already on, and I think we should need and get a legal opinion as to see whether Mr. Lorenco is eligible. That's why I'm suggesting a deferment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We've reached 5 minutes. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Thank you for your time.
Oh.
Are there any other speakers to this item? Seeing none, any questions of staff? Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, questions to staff on this particular item. I'm just wondering if you have had a chance to investigate whether Mr. Lorenco can be appointed to a member of the board, notwithstanding that his wife is a member. I think.
Through you, Mr. Chair, on that specific item, Mr. Lorenco is both an owner of a commercial property owner and a business tenant. So he could serve on the board as the owner, and his wife could serve on the board as the business tenant. Of course, Chapter 19 always allows council to appoint. Appointments are at the pleasure of community council, so you can also go that route.
Right, but there's no, the other chapter, sorry, I don't know the chapter and verse of this. Is there any impediment that you see here? Usually the council doesn't like to overrule local BIAs.
I believe the deputant was speaking to vacancies and the requirement for signed minutes. In this case, we did receive, actually, a member of my staff was at the board meeting, I believe, and we got confirmation that the board did want to appoint Mr. Lorenco. That decision may have changed at the board.
Okay, that's all I want to ask. Thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff? No councillors to speak. Councillor Mahavik.
Well, this is one that involves many boards, but I'll move the recommendations before us. And speaking to this particular one, the particular person for Witchwood Heights owns both the property and has a business. His wife is representing one, the husband is representing the other, so I think that's been cleared up. If that being the hurdle that some board members saw as an impediment to Mr. Lourenco serving on this BIA, and seeing that hurdle has been withdrawn, I'm happy to keep it as is. And go forward with the staff report.
With the staff recommended. Okay. Any other councillors to speak? No? All those in favor of the amendment and the motion? All those opposed? That carries. Moving on to 12.29, report on composition of Danforth Village BIA Board of Management. I have 3 speakers. First, Louis Depergolis?
Yes.
My apologies for the pronunciation.
Change the orders?
I would like to speak first.
Mary and Amisha I have as well.
Mary Klein would like to speak first.
Mary, hello. You'll have 5 minutes and I'll start your time.
Okay, thank you. I'm Mary Klein. I'm a property owner in the Danforth Village BIA and a board member of the Danforth Village BIA. And I find this report inaccurate, insulting, and unnecessary. This report is not based on facts, as I have been a Danforth Village BIA board member, and I have a different view. I have attended all meetings, and I find this report definitely inaccurate. Whoever initiated this report does not read our meeting minutes. That's how I feel. Under your issue, background, 3 challenges were mentioned. Claim 1, lack of understanding of legislative policies. Claim 2, lack of respect from board members. Claim 3, resistance to accepting direction from city staff. Well, at no time before the BIA office expressed this concern before. I would like to ask for details and examples that support Claim 1, the lack of understanding of legislative policies, and 3, resistance to accepting direction from the city. Claim 2, lack of respect from board members. Well, in any committee, there will be members that they will challenge the committee, and in ours, there was a member that challenged the committee, and he had the good heart and the best interest for us, but it was a challenge. But at this point, that member has resigned, so that's not an issue anymore. And being a member and being a business owner and a property owner, I must say, I know this BIA has very good productive meetings and communication. The deliverables to our members have exceeded our members' expectations by wisely using our taxpayers' dollars. I'm not going to keep you too long. I state that I will ask you to, this report, it's not a valid report. I feel that this board functions where now there is no need for additional members or make changes. And specifically, our deliverables, by going to that area there, you'll see that we've done, this board has done an excellent job. There's mention in this report of inefficient, lengthy meetings. Some of the meetings were lengthy. This one is lengthy, but it doesn't mean it's inefficient. So definitely, some of our meetings were lengthy. Definitely, I don't feel they were inefficient. There were a lot of deliverables to be addressed, and they did address. So I don't think the report should go farther to save taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. Sorry, did I hear you, Mary? Did you say you don't feel there's a need for more people and anyone else on the board?
More people are not going to add value to our deliverables, really.
Sorry, pardon?
More people on the board will not add value to our deliverables for the businesses and property owners. I don't see that they would.
Councillor Davis.
First of all, thank you very much for coming. I understand that this report, you feel affronted by it in some way, but I would really like to ask about the specific recommendations. So it asks for the board to be reduced from 18 to 12. And I'm wondering specifically, Mary, if you oppose that.
Well, the board started with 18, and a lot of boards start with excited people to participate. And through certain reasons, one has a baby, the other one gets sick, the other one gets fed up, they don't participate. So there's not 18 board members at this point, there's 9. But we find these 9 are efficient enough to carry the business of this board.
So then 12 wouldn't really be an issue.
Well, you're going through a process, throwing more people in a board, and what is the reason there?
Okay.
I don't see any reason.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Now we can hear from either of you, if you'd like.
I'll speak. Hello, everyone. My name is Amisha Murjani, and I'm here to raise concerns with the intent of the report and the so-called light it is shedding on the Danforth Village BIA board, of which I am a very active member and also the treasurer. To begin with, we as a board were not approached with this report, its findings, or these so-called issues. We accidentally came across it on the Toronto website, and that's how we came to know about it. Specifically, page 1 of the report is asking the Danforth Village BIA to ask prospective new board members to present their previous experience serving on a board or other community-based organization. A BIA is formed by business and/or property owners to so-called improve the businesses in the area. My question is, how would a person from a community or a non-profit organization know the needs and the requirements of a for-profit business? Another concern is recommendation number 3, which is on page 2 of the report, which recommends reducing the number of board members from 18 to 12. If the author or authors of this report actually intend to assist, they would not recommend a reduction in the number of board members. The so-called issue, which is also on page 2 of the report, the issue background, talks about the challenges in providing the level of governance and management required by the city. What I demand is to know specific examples of this, as I'm sure so would you, esteemed councillors. You would demand the same kind of examples when you came across these kinds of challenges from any board. Ever since I have been elected and re-elected to the board in 2012 and 2014 respectively, we board members have put in tremendous time and effort in improving the DVBIA, which is short for Danforth Village BIA, as demonstrated by the new businesses coming into the area, increased exposure on social media and our own website, approximately $350,000 sitting in our bank accounts after having paid down approximately $200,000 as a lump sum towards our $659,000 cost-shared pedestrian light project, which we successfully completed in collaboration with the city, which was a 65-35 shared project, and for which we even received the Best Streetscape Award last year. I have concerns with the report stating that we as board members have had lengthy, inefficient meetings. Again, I demand specific examples. The challenges in maintaining board members can easily be clarified by going over our board meeting minutes for July 2015, which talks about the various resignations and their reasons over the past year. This report is nothing but a targeted board takeover move and puts me and my fellow volunteer board members.
Mr. Chair, on a point of order, while I'm absolutely keen to hear any facts the deputants want to bring, I'm not interested in, I think it's out of order to have deputants attribute motives to staff.
Okay, I think the point has been made.
The phrase targeted takeover. The city staff simply don't.
We don't use terms like that in this forum and accuse staff of malice or anything or wrongdoing. So if you could continue but refrain from making those claims.
Sure. Well, it's putting me and my fellow volunteer board members in a very bad, insulting light where the Big Brother has to intervene and set things right. I request you, the esteemed council members, to reject this report outright and let us continue to fulfill the responsibilities of the Danforth Village BIA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of this deputant? Councillor McMahon and then Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Amisha. So first off, you seemed upset that one of the questions is asking potential board members, whether they've had experience on boards before.
Yes.
And you find that you're upset with that?
I am not upset. I just question that particular recommendation because it's asking specifically, and I'm reading off of the report here, it's talking about previous experience serving on a board or other community-based organization. I'm just questioning that particular recommendation because, as we all know, a business improvement association is to improve businesses. So my concern is if someone is on a nonprofit board, how will they know what the needs of the businesses are? Because it's a for-profit business, so
Right.
that's my concern. I'm not upset with it.
Okay, but are you aware that that's a standard question we ask applicants for any boards? We just ask what kind of experience you have?
That's fine.
It doesn't rule them out. Were you aware it doesn't rule them out per se, but it's just a standard question we ask with no ulterior motive behind it?
Then my question is, why was it put in specifically as a recommendation on the report? Because it's a standard thing, then, I mean, to have a person on the board, if there are certain standards that need to be followed, I do not think there is a need for some staff member to put a report together that says, this is a standard and this is what we recommend. I don't see how that is a recommendation.
And do you accept that the staff who are putting this report together have years of experience with business improvement associations all over the city?
I am not sure who authored the report, but I'm guessing that they would have had experience. Does not say that experience does not, and I'm pretty sure everyone would agree, experience does not make something right or wrong. It has to be weighed on its own merits.
Okay, and then you're saying that you don't think the board should be decreased to from 18 members to 12. You think 18 is fine? Or
as long as there are members available to work, I don't see why there is a need to put a number, because right now we have 9 members, 9 board members. We are running the board, we are submitting our minutes, we are submitting our treasurer's reports in a timely fashion. So I do not know why a number was put on there, because I don't think there is any requirement for any standard number of people on a particular board.
so you're fine with any number? You're not saying we need 9 more?
I did not author the report, so I'm not saying anything. All I'm saying is, if there are people willing to work, I'm more than happy to have people help out. But I don't see why there is a need for a specific number of people on the report there have to be X number of people on a board.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Davis.
Hi, Amisha. I'm wondering if you object in principle to the notion of sending out a notice asking for people who have an interest in serving on the board.
I do not have any objections to that.
Okay, that's number 1 recommendation. Number 2 is to reduce the size, which seems to be almost not relevant by the fact that you only have 7 members plus 2 councillors at this point. So it's not going to affect, other than to potentially add some new people who will help. How would that be bad?
My concern is putting a number to it. So in this case, if there are more than 12 people who are willing to be on the board, I do not want to have any restrictions on the membership.
Okay, so if we were to get more than that, I will ask questions of staff if there's an ability to change it, if as a result of this recruitment, we get more interest.
Sorry,
finally,
Janet, to your first point, I wanted to answer your first point as well. I am not opposed to the fact that the report is asking the DVBIA to express interest to get more members on board. I am not opposed to that at all. My concern was the point number 4 on page 1, which was previous experience serving on a board or other community-based organization. When I joined the board, I'll give my own example. When I joined the board, I was not asked that. I was just simply asked which business I represent, and I was willing to be there, I was willing to work, and people did not oppose my election, and all of you esteemed council members approved my application, and so I was on the board. So I was not asked that, but the thing is, if we are going out and actively recruiting members, and if we ask them, oh, have you been on any other boards? They might get a little bit intimidated by it. And I am aware that our mayor has put out 4 modules on BIAs and what they do. So that is again something that we can very actively utilize to tell potential board members what the BIA is all about.
Okay, and finally, just to clarify, there seemed to be some understanding that, or misunderstanding about who would recommend the appointments. This leaves the decision of who to recommend to the board. Is that your understanding too?
Who would recommend to the board? Really, it doesn't, it does appear that because again, page 2, it says section 19-15 is quoted on there, and it does state, the very last 2 lines state, directors are appointed at the pleasure of community council and can be replaced at any time for any reason.
Right.
So it does state that. I do agree. It is in writing over there, but as to who will recommend the people, it is a gray area, which I really cannot comment on.
So if you look on page 3 of the report, it says the board would then, or could then put forward a list of 3 candidates that best meet the above criteria, or nomination by the membership and appointment by community council. So, I mean, I will ask staff to clarify, but it seems to me that the intention is, as the bylaws says, appointments are at the recommendation of the board itself if there are vacancies. So I think that there's no difference in terms of the current process. But I will ask staff. Okay.
Norm, I don't have any concerns with the appointment process as such. I think my concerns were quite clear as to what my concerns are with the report itself. I am not questioning the appointment of board members or the recommendations or who would nominate board members. I am not. That is not my concern. My concern is the tone of the report.
Maybe when we get to Louis, because I think that's in your submission, or somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Louis, you're up next, 5 minutes.
I believe the councillors have passed out some literature everyone's received.
Yes.
I'll read through this here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Louis Dapergolis, chairman of the Danforth Village BIA. The Danforth Village was started in 2006 and is located on the Danforth between Victoria Park and West Lake Avenue. The membership is made up of 400 businesses and 150 property owners. Annual budget for 2015 was $500,000. We are currently paying $81,000 per year on a $659K streetscape loan with the city, with a 10-year repayment plan scheduled to end in 2023. We made additional $200,000 down payment this year, and with $250K earmarked for 2016. At this rate, Danforth Village will be debt-free by 2017, 6 years sooner than scheduled. At the 2014 AGM, we had 9 board members, inclusive of 2 city councillors. Many offered to join the board at the 2014 AGM, and thereafter, other commitments caused departures. 1 resigned because of an investigation by the Integrity Commissioner for improperly endorsing a councillor. 1 resigned due to being ineligible. 2 moved out of the BIA. 1 sold their business and was no longer a member. 1 resigned due to health issues. 1 due to business demands on spare time, and some due to frustration over streetscape politics and meddling. Presently, the board consists of 7 active board members and 2 councillors. Currently, we have $350,000 in cash reserves. We are just about completed a massive streetscape project, 160 pedestrian light poles with 320 flower hoops. The last phase of this streetscape project, 122 pedestrian light poles, was a $1 million cost share project with the city. We paid 2/3, and the city contribution was capped at 1/3 $350,000. Last year, in recognition of our efforts and achievements, Tabia presented us with the award for Best Streetscape in Toronto. This award was given because we were nominated by the BIA office. This is not a problem BIA, and our board is highly resentful of such allegations and the proposed efforts to meddle with our governance. We have sustained enough interference and mismanagement from the Office of Economic Development, the BIA office.
I'm gonna cut you off right there. Just to make the same point I made earlier, we don't make defamatory comments about our professional staff at the city. They manage almost 100 BIAs at this point, and we have very few come before us speaking ill of them. And so we don't in this chamber, particularly on the record, make such statements.
We might be the first, but it's only because we're the first. I mean, there's other ones that might want to come forward as well. I mean,
just if you could be
this is just our opinion.
very clear, we don't make statements like that. The BIAs are agents of the city, and so just I would be very careful with those statements.
So the rest of this now you're basically denying me from.
I'm not denying you from doing anything, sir. What I'm saying is that we don't make comments like that in our professional while we're in this committee room on the record. Okay.
You see, I believe there's a reason why this report came about. It's because we've been disputing the streetscape project. There's been some overcharges, some claims have come forward. In the beginning, last year, in excess of $500,000, which was going to be the burden of the Danforth Village BIA to pay. And these are expenses that were never discussed or budgeted for. We agreed as a board at the 2012 AGM to a $659,000 streetscape loan with the city. At no time, for instance, did we have any discussion about sidewalk restoration costs or claims with the contractor for putting in the lights. Because we've been speaking out against this and we've been fighting and asking questions and not agreeing with the BI office, I believe this is a vendetta coming after.
Again, I'm going to cut you off there.
Okay.
We don't use words like vendetta.
Sorry.
We don't cast aspersions on our city staff.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Okay. As long as we went, last year, everything was great with the BI office. As soon as we started speaking out against the extra charges, the minute we objected to wasteful spending, the board started, the BI office started, I have to be careful now what I say here now. Okay. I ask you to reject this attempt and this motion. At the very least, if you choose not to believe me, defer the matter until we can make a more detailed response or until you undertake further review and investigate the matter further. I believe you are being misinformed and misled by the BI office, and I don't believe they are not attempting to help us in any way. You know what? I'm a volunteer on this board. I've been on this board since 2006. We've accomplished a lot as a BIA. If you're familiar with the area, you've seen all the improvements that we've done over the years, and the area is fantastic. You can hear from our merchants and surrounding residents about all the improvements and how impressed, and the councillors will agree as well, I'm sure. Our real problem here, I'll sum this up, is that we were never notified of any of these issues in this report. No one from the BI office ever contacted me. Michael Saunders, an employee of the BI office, has been attending all of our meetings and at no time brought up any of these issues with us about policy issues or running our board meetings. I think our board really has the right to decide who we should bring on the board and the number of board members, and we should decide when we want to add more members. We really shouldn't have the BI office, really shouldn't be deciding that for us.
I'm going to have to cut you off there, but thank you very much. It looks like you have a question. Councillor McMahon?
Sure, thank you. Louis, do you equate the verb assisting with the verb meddling?
We never asked for the BI office to help us bring on
Okay.
board members. So this is meddling as far as I'm concerned, yes. We never asked for assistance to bring on new board.
Okay, do you realize that the BIA office at the city is tasked with assisting all the BIAs and helping them with support, resources, and helping them see their projects through to fruition, that's the goal, that's the intent of their position in their office?
Yes. But I also believe that the BI office has mismanaged this entire streetscape project.
Okay.
Are there any more questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Are there any more members of the public who wish to depute to this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? Councillor Davis.
Is it the intent of the BIA to handpick and choose the board members, or will the board select its own and make recommendations to community council? Proposed candidates.
Through you, Mr. Chair, our intent is for the board to decide. We simply provided them with a sort of a more rigorous process to go through in terms of recruiting members that could assist the board. We laid out four kind of key questions to ask potential candidates. They could add more if they want more representation from greengrocers. They could put that out there. It's up to them. We just put a very rudimentary sort of set of questions to ask.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more questions of staff? Just as a caution to everyone, this is quorum. And so no one leaves the room. So if you have meetings this evening, I'd suggest you send staff or consider delays, because we are quorum, and that means we don't even get a washroom break. So let's move on to the next. That means no one leaving this room until we're done or deferred all these items. To speak, I have Councillor Davis and Councillor McMahon. Councillor Davis.
So I will speak in favor of the staff recommendations before us. And I, as I told the board at the meeting this week, or last week, I forget what day it is, I moved the motion to ask for a report on the composition. And I believe today we have a recommendation from our staff that are intended to help strengthen the board of the Danforth Village BIA. I note that, I won't go there.
Is that done?
There has been some conflict, there's no doubt, between the BIA office and the board. And I believe that it's time to move on and to begin with some additional new board members, having received these various resignations over the past year. So I will support the recommendations before us. Yes, this BIA has done a lot of good work along with the city. And sometimes we feel like we don't get enough credit as well in terms of what the city has committed to in terms of improving the Danforth. We share the same objectives. We want our Danforth to be a vibrant business district. We want it to be beautiful. We want to have successful businesses. We want our residents in the neighborhood to shop locally. And I think every person on that board shares that view. So this is about moving forward and hopefully finding some additional new, keen people to come onto the board to assist with the many, many demands of a large BIA. And I think I would just leave it at that and hope that moving forward with these recommendations that we can begin to build a new relationship and a new trusting relationship between the city and the board. Thank you.
Councillor McMahon.
Great, thanks. And thank you very much for coming down and waiting a long time. And yes, the Danforth Village BIA has done a tremendous amount of work. So it's fantastic streetscaping with all the trees and the wells and the little gates around them. Michigan, as I say, Michigan Avenue style in Chicago, and the phenomenal Adopt a Tree program that you've worked so hard with residents and the city and Leaf and whatnot to take care of those trees and the botanicals underneath. The lampposts look great. The flower hanging baskets were the envy of many other BIAs in my ward, I know. And so very, very proud of what you've done and what you continue to do. I think we do have to get beyond this somewhat suspicious behavior. City staff works hard. They don't have some mindset to meddle or take over or vendetta, that kind of issue with BIA boards, BIAs. They have many to deal with all across the city, and it's a partnership, and they want to work with you. So I'm sorry if there's been some confusion or just on the wrong page, but definitely the verb is assist, and it's not meddle, it's not take over, and it's not choose your board and run your board for you. You do a good job at that. And we've had some wrinkles. 18 may have been, I voted for 18 at the AGM. It may have been too cumbersome, but we are getting great new businesses. I'd love to see the number increase actually from 9 with some of the new business owners and move along and continue to do great work together.
Thank you very much. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank the members of the BIA for coming down and also for all the great work that they do. The one point that I wanted to bring to this conversation that hasn't really been raised yet is there's a fundamental issue around the accountability and transparency of the use of public money. And the BIA is using public money, money that we collect in taxes, admittedly for a fantastic purpose, but we have to guarantee that there's real transparency, real clarity, so that any member of the public can come and see how that public money is being used. And the fact that our city staff have to give us advice from time to time to remind us, here's the kind of thing you have to do to really guarantee that the public has confidence that the public money is being used well, it can be difficult. We often, up here in the council side, we often feel a little burdened. Each of us, for example, we have to post on the website, on a publicly available website, each time we spend even one single penny of our council budget. So if I buy a paperclip, I have to make that, there's a form I have to fill out to make sure the public can see it. It can be onerous and it can make you feel a little bit put on sometimes, but the purpose has nothing to do with a mistrust of you or a desire for a conflict or an urge to control. It's just our staff have a legal duty to make sure that that transparency is there. And that's the real fundamental issue here. So that's why I'm going to support Councillor Davis's motion.
Point of privilege, maybe, comment that I'm sure there was no implication that there was any mismanagement on a financial or lack of transparency on the financial side. There are absolute transparency, accuracy on the financial management side of this.
I'm just talking about the transparency of the governance of public money. It's the transparency of governance. And that's why our staff have to bring us from time to time reports like this, reminding us of, how the transparency needs to work better. That's all it is.
Thank you very much. Any
Mr.
other?
Chair?
Nope, you're not able to speak at this stage. I'll just make one very quick comment about, we've been through this. Councillor Perks and I went through this with another BIA board that we worked together on. The BIA is functioning very well. It was before and it continues to now, but there were some hiccups in the road. On one specific point about the number, about the maximum number of board members, it needs to be stated within the operations of the BIA. We have to give a number. Can that number increase? Yes. You can add space for keen volunteers that come out. I would also encourage you, something that we try to do, and I've got like 12 BIAs or something, that we try to make sure that if people are for the first time coming out and don't exactly know what role they want to fill, but are really interested in one thing, that a committee structure can help you funnel even more volunteers, get more people involved that perhaps aren't as committed as yourselves, because clearly you are, to putting in a ton of time. You just sat here most of the day. To have a committee structure that funnels people into leadership positions, so that when next time they answer, well, what's your history in working on boards? They could say, well, I worked on the streetscape committee, or the garbage committee, or the this, that, and the other committee. And it really is a good way of getting people geared to play significant roles in leadership that you guys are all going to be training that next generation of leader on this board. So again, I'll thank you, and we'll move on to the vote. All those in favor of the motion? All those opposed? That carries. Next up is before we move on to TE 12.41, Councillor Fletcher on TE 12.7.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a number of motions that staff have been working on for the day on affordable housing, regular construction liaison standard, the site plan approval, taking out permit parking, site plan approval to deal with laneways, fire exits, and the dog off leash, and then asking the Director of Planning to provide further details on the auto dealerships, if there's any significant issues with air quality, the as-of-right issues, who is on the working group, and what type of, some of the issues that were raised today by deputants, so we can clarify those publicly, and as well the preservation services to report to the February 23rd meeting on all of the adjacent heritage properties on Queen Street. So with that, I'd like to thank staff so much for their work on this, and the indulgence of the committee in helping us work this through today with deputants both very pro and very con on this one, Mr. Chair. And thank Streetcar for working in the way they have with the different community members. And I think when we get some of these other reports, it will clarify things for the broader community. Thank you.
Councillor Cressy.
I will take less than 60 seconds, but we spent an hour or more with deputants, and it's worthy of a few brief comments here. I just want to say that the accomplishments on this site have been tremendous, and I want to recognize the local councillors' work on that. On heritage, there is listings that have been done as part of livable development. There's a park space. There's a dogs off leash area. It's family friendly with family sized units. There's a small scale grocery component to this when we look at small and independent businesses. And the planning principles, in terms of adhering to good planning principles, have been maintained. And that's that height story limit on Queen. And I think most importantly, and I want to note it here, a $5 million contribution towards affordable housing. That's equity. And so from a livable point of view, from an equity point of view, from a good planning principles and heritage point of view, this is a tremendous piece of work that's been done, and I'm pleased to support Councillor Fletcher's work on it.
Are there any other members to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor, recorded vote. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Perks, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Layton, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Mahavik. The record reflect that was unanimous. We're now at TE 12.41. Before I do that, is there a Marlene Morris still here? Marlene Morris, if you could identify yourself. Councillor Fletcher just want to chat for a second. We're going to go through the rest in an order here. TE 12.41 preliminary report 897 899 Queen Street East zoning amendment application. The first speaker is Jennifer Ward. Jennifer Ward or John Clark?
Hi.
Hi. Sure. You'll have 5 minutes. I'll start your time.
Thank you. My notes say good morning. I think I mean good evening. Good evening, committee, Mr. Chair. I'm Jennifer Ward, owner, along with my partner, John Clark, who couldn't be here today because he had to stay at the studio and work. We are at Syndicate, located at 909 Queen Street East. 909 Queen Street East is the property adjacent to the east side of the proposed building at 897, 899 Queen East. In preparation for this meeting, I have read the Leslieville Urban Design Guidelines published in June 2014 and the supporting documentation to today's development application supplied by Daniels Leslieville Corporation. Corporation. I've contacted City Planner Daniel Wolfson in an effort to understand the process of approval for this project. It's certainly not in my realm. I have spoken to the Daniels Corporation, first inquiring about the soil samples that were being taken at the site, and then about the processes they saw fit for the project to take form. And I have made a call to Councillor Paula Fletcher's office to inquire about the project and its potential to exceed the density of Leslieville's fragile facade. I will say, though, that when we made that call, we were all under the impression, because there was a rumor a big tower was going up, that proved to be incorrect. Before the city sign was erected on the property at 897 Queen Street East, letting the community know that there was a development application to amend zoning bylaw, our first indication that something might be going on at the address was the loud and thunderous pounding of the drill used to take soil samples. We were, at the time, recording voices in our facility. We quickly made contact with the site supervisor and made some calls to stop the drilling while we recorded. We worked with the soil sample firm to ensure that we could both get our work done. The soil sample people were unaware that there was a recording studio in the building next to the site, and that is a recurring theme. The drilling process was conducted over 2 days. We anticipate the construction phase, if granted, to be much longer in duration. During my conversation with Mr. Neil Patterson from Daniels Corporation, he informed me of city noise bylaws for construction projects, the use of seismometers, I think that's what they're called, in construction sites, and the approximate schedule of building if their application was successful. I was most concerned about the accompanying noise levels. He admitted that he did not know there was a recording studio in the building adjacent to the site. Let me return for a moment to the Leslieville Urban Design Guidelines. That paper features a drawing on its front cover illustrating the building at 909 Queen Street East. How nice. With a building to the immediate west of it that is currently not there. However, it is, I warrant, the building that you are currently developing. The Design Guidelines Appendix C indicates that although, quote, most properties in Leslieville will not be candidates for mid-rise development, end quote, quote, 2 sites, 897 Queen Street East and 1196 Queen Street East, were selected to test built form and massing options above the permitted zoning height of 14 meters. In the same guidelines in Appendix F, there is a historical building study that recommends on page 17 that 909 Queen Street East is one of the properties recommended for study to determine potential heritage value. In section 4.3 of the report on page 38, there is this. In addition, heritage impact assessments will be required for development applications that affect existing and potential heritage properties in the area. I am assuming that a new building being built immediately adjacent to an existing potential heritage property would qualify to have a heritage impact assessment conducted if one has already not been done. While the Daniels Corporation made it clear to me that they would have the right to operate within the bylaws to build their development, I indicated to them our concern as a neighboring business that we not have our trade restricted simply because we happen to be in a business adjacent to a potential and optional construction site. For many businesses, the noise of construction might simply be a nuisance, but for Syndicate, it could greatly impede our ability to conduct our business. I wonder how the urban design guidelines published in June of 2014 that specifically name the site at 897 Queen East could feature drawings site-specific to 897, 899 Queen East, including artist renderings, and subsequently be under development without the knowledge of area residents and businesses until such time as the development proposal sign was erected on the property in September 2015, a full 15 months after the report was published. It would seem to me that if a development determination had been made back in June 2014, that residents and businesses might have been informed then, especially those businesses and residents who are directly affected by the 2 potential development sites. I wonder how there is an 80-page study of Leslieville on Queen Street East that looks only at facades and not at the businesses within them, because we are the businesses that truly make up the fabric of Leslieville's artistic Main Street experience. After all, urban planning is not just about buildings, but about the people and the businesses within those buildings. Like any business, we require knowledge to plan for the future, and these guidelines may have influenced our decision to renew our lease. Syndicate is maintaining an open dialogue with Daniels Corporation. We wish to be informed of work before it happens, and for them to work with us to mitigate construction noise so that we can both conduct our businesses. We would suggest that the mitigation of noise be a special consideration in the application for development of this site, if necessary, going beyond the bylaw requirement. As business owners in the community, we look forward to working with our neighbors to ensure a peaceful coexistence. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant?
Yes. Thank you for waiting all day.
Yes, you're welcome.
You were through
Thank
many
you.
planning applications today. Are you under the impression that through the Leslieville guidelines that site was under development already? That's what I heard you say.
Well, you know, it is peculiar because the plan that is actually under review today, which is 897, it looks very much like the plan in the document, although I spoke to Mr. Wolfson and he told me today that that wasn't the case, that the application came afterwards. So I thought then it might be a lack of imagination in that it looks so much like what is in the report.
Or could it be that they've actually followed the guidelines for their development?
That'd be
Which would
awesome.
be awesome, actually,
Yeah.
if they did that.
Based on what I've heard today, awesome is the word.
That would be
Yeah.
awesome, and I think they were planning on doing that, but I will check with staff that there was no pre-development application in that.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, our urban design staff isn't here any longer, so you'll have to do that. And I will make a motion, this development application has to proceed, but I certainly understand your issue, and I hope you would agree if I add in give you special consideration in this planning document around
appreciate that.
mitigation and being very central to whatever's going to take place on this.
Appreciate that, and we'll plan on attending the public meetings.
Well, more than that. It'll be more than the public meetings. There'll be a very fine-grained conversation with you in working on this.
I appreciate that very much.
Yes, I'll do that.
Thank you, Councillor
I'm
Fletcher.
getting that ready, that motion ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any more questions? No? Is there a John Clark here?
Oh, that's the business partner.
That's the business
At the
partner.
business.
All right. Any questions of staff?
Yes, I just want to make sure and have the Director of Planning for Toronto and East York confirm that the Leslieville guidelines, there was no development application, that Leslieville guidelines were showing examples of what a good development would be in that particular area because it's considered a soft site, one that would probably be developed. Is that right?
That's completely correct.
And that this development actually, surprise, surprise, everybody, they've actually come in completely with the Leslieville guidelines. Is that correct?
We're reviewing that, but it's very, very close. Which was the intent of the whole exercise.
Which is why we had that. So that is good news. And would you be prepared to work with the deputant and work with Syndicate and bring the developer into that conversation? Because this is an important business in the industry in the East End of Toronto.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So I do have a motion that I think staff have. They could put that up. That would be great. And thank you very much to the deputant for.
We have a motion
Yeah. Ooh, look at that.
to speak.
I just did.
You just did. Great.
I'm just tabling the motion that's just been written.
While we're waiting for the motion to come up, there are 6 other items with speakers. I just want to get the indulgence of the committee. Do we want to go to our presentation from staff on TO Core, or do we want to finish those items, then have the presentations?
Well, you're here.
Okay. To vary the order paper, and all those in favor? Okay, we'll just keep working our way through, and we'll get, your planning's here to the end anyhow.
Get
so.
you on there.
Yeah.
In this Hotel California.
Don't worry, just stay set up. Stay set up. Don't wor- keep the setup here. We're just going to run through items as fast as we can and
Just
get
waiting
there.
for the.
The motion?
have it. Yes, I'm sorry. Greg really wants to make that right now. I think it's set, 5:30 or 6.
We've got about 10 more items, including other ones. Yeah.
Where's all the new business?
Well, while we're doing this, let's go through and get whatever releases we can done. So there's speakers on 50, 54, 59. There's none on 61. Parking amendment application, Ramsden Park Boulevard,
Yes.
Ward 27.
Thank you very much. I'd like to defer this item until February 2016. Gives the opportunity for the community to meet with some of the local consultants to see if they can come up with a strategy to improve the laneway conditions there.
Yeah. 2016 is a deferral. On the item, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. 72, pedestrian safety, Spadina Avenue, Ward 20.
I already gave a speech on this, and so I'll now move my amendment, if that can be put up on the screen. This is instructing transportation staff to report back in the first quarter of 2016 on their preferred option for pedestrian safety, including but not necessarily limited to a couple examples I've given them. But they have to come back to us with something.
Anything.
All those in favor?
I'll move something
Opposed?
then.
That
Stay
carries.
tough, we'll do something.
TE 12.73 Bay Street and Davenport Road intersection safety, Ward 27.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to adopt the recommendations in the staff report and to thank staff for all their hard work. This is an intersection that we actually worked hard on to redesign to make it safer, and we have continued to measure the performance of this street, and this is the latest gesture of trying to prioritize pedestrian safety above all else. There's 2 senior facilities as well as a public school. So this is the latest attempt for us to do exactly that. If it doesn't work, you will recognize that this intersection, Bay and Davenport, will be back again. Thank you.
Do we have
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries.
1, 2, 3.
We'll go back to 41, TE 12.41, preliminary report 896, 899, Queen Street West. The amendment is on the screen.
That's increased, larger notification and looking after the representative syndicate. So with that, I'd like to move that.
All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? That item carries. Let's just go through the ones without speakers quickly. TE 12.74, road alterations and traffic amendments, Shaw Street. I have an motion, 1, to deny the installation of an all-way stop control, instead approve the installation of an all-way stop control, and 2, the words north and south need to be reversed. The recommendation is just incorrect. The motion's long because it's deleting the south to north and north to south. The issue is, this is the contraflow lane on Shaw Street. We need a northbound stop sign for bikes. We can only do that putting a southbound stop sign for cars and bikes as well. So you'll have a stop sign every 15 feet on Shaw Street. All those in favor of the amendment?
the Mike Layton Cycling?
Opposed? That carries. Next is 12.76, road alterations. Grenville Street at Yonge Street, Ward 27.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to move the recommendations in the staff report and to thank staff for all their hard work. I'll save you all from a very long speech, but it took a lot of wordsmithing to get it right. And I'll just say that this is, it looks easier than it is, and it's not. But it's a good thing, because at the end of the day, it will hopefully set the precedent to make things go a little bit smoother with respect to streetscape improvements and developments in the city.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.90, endorsement of events for liquor licensing purposes. Councillor Cressy had an amendment. We're just waiting for an amendment.
I have an amendment to extend liquor serving to 4 a.m. in all bars.
The amendment is to send some without recommendation. And I believe I also put an amendment in to make it indoors only and not outdoors. All those in favor of the amendment in the motion, all those opposed, that carries. T 12.107, nomination of Beaconsfield Avenue for Heritage Conservation District. We have a letter from Councillor Bailão.
Mr. Chair, if you're going to introduce that, I have to declare an interest. No, it doesn't affect quorum. If you're just bare quorum and I declare an interest, you're fine.
Thank you very much.
My residence is immediately adjacent to the study area.
Okay. So if Councillor Perks will leave the room, Councillor McMahon, you're prepared to move it on her behalf?
Right. Councillor Balau asked if I would move that for her.
Great. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Gord? TE 12.108, direction for city planning to amend section 37 provisions for 8187 Peter Street. Councillor Cressy.
Yeah, this is a new item of business. I'll be moving the recommendations in my letter. It's being circulated. This is for a rezoning on a section 37, and the information's in front of you.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. I had one more on item TE 12.59, parking amendment, Western Battery Road. I had a motion to refer it back to staff so that they could investigate the addition of some space, the last remaining spot in Liberty Village, to make it part of the permit area. We require a petition. We're working on that. We just wanted to do it all at the same time because we're at capacity, and eliminating a couple spots would in fact negate 5 permits. So all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And now we're at the assumption of services, Don Mount Court subdivision, 12.44. Hello. Thank you for your patience. Rosalind.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, members of the Community Council. The light is on. I am the solicitor for Intercorp Marion Hill Rivertown Limited. And this is the company that developed the Don Mount subdivision, which is south of Dundas East and east of the Don River, commencing back in 2006. Now, the staff report that is started coming before the city in 2015 recommends the assumption of services and roads within the subdivision. As I say, it came to the Community Council in January 2015, but has been deferred 4 times in February, April, May, and September. And that was at the request of the local councillor to await the completion of a study by staff to address traffic safety issues raised by the local community. Okay. My client, who's with me today, has been in attendance on each of those occasions and was patient in the hope that this matter would be dealt with on a timely basis. But when this dragged on and was deferred again in September, I was retained and to speak to Community Council, because now my client's patience is worn thin. What I need to point out is that the roads and services in this subdivision, for which construction commenced in 2007, they were complete in 2013. So the assumption has now been pending for almost 3 years. And the practical reality is that pending assumption, securities remain tied up with Terrian and with the city, and my client remains responsible for maintenance and liability. Now, in my view, there's no legal basis for the city to continue to delay the assumption of services. The staff report is very clear that the roads and services have been completed in accordance with the subdivision agreement, and these roads should now be assumed by the city. All of my client's contractual obligations under the subdivision agreement have been met. In terms of the transportation measures that are now being studied again, I point out to you that all of the measures that were recommended by the traffic study at the time of the OPA and zoning application was approved back in 2004. Those requirements were met as conditions in the conditions, addressed in the conditions of draft approval and fulfilled by my client. And as well, there was already been a study back in 2013 which examined traffic calming again in one of the streets in the area and concluded that simply wasn't warranted based on the city's criteria. So what are we doing here again? The city's conditions have been met. The transportation requirements were scrutinized by city staff, by the TTC, and there has never been an identification of a need for traffic calming measures. The subdivision agreement spells out the requirements, and the staff reports show that they have all been met. Now, I understand the councillor would like to meet with our client. We've had brief discussions already about the traffic study when it's completed, and talk to my client about making a contribution. And what I say to this community council is my client is perfectly willing to meet and entertain any reasonable request. We're not adverse to meeting with Councillor Fleischer, that's fine. But what I'm saying to you is that in the interim, it's simply not appropriate or fair to hold up the assumption of services for a matter that my submission is unrelated. So we're asking that the staff report, the recommendation of the staff report be approved and that the assumption of services and roads be endorsed at this time. We're perfectly happy to come back and meet with Councillor Fletcher in the future. We will be reasonable as we've been throughout the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Any questions of staff? No. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
I have a motion here, and yes, I have spoken to Intercorp and the lawyer, and they have been here, but they've, unfortunately, this is the first time that I've had this direct conversation. I am moving that this come back to February 23rd. And I understand that maybe the city, TCHC, Intercorp, everybody feels that that was fair. The fact is, it was a deficient traffic study when this new development was put together. It's the first redevelopment for Toronto Community Housing. There's a park with a speedway between the kids and the park. How these things all happened, I don't know. I just keep trying to get somebody to take some responsibility and put some funding to fix it. Their community came forward and said, we don't believe that the city has taken this seriously. We don't believe the developers have taken this seriously. And how did we end up with this after it was built? And I know that in Regent Park and other places, there is really fine detail paid to the movement of people on the site after. So, as I've always said, we always learn from Don Mount. We never do anything the same. This is unfortunate that it is still going on. I have a commitment from Mr. Lintern to pull this together. The Kyle Kinnick and Public Realm have been meeting. The community has a plan. They've been planning this for a long time. And one of the things that they kept hearing was no, no, and no. So when there was traffic calming that was brought forward from Monroe Street, brand new street, many kids, there's over 400 kids in this small area. It was just, no, you can't have speed humps. No, you can't have this. No, you can't have that. Well, we have to move beyond no for traffic planning, and I've made myself very aware of the type of traffic management planning that's been done in Regent Park, in Lawrence Heights, and Alexander Park, and I simply think my community deserves to have a look at this and be treated fairly as well. So I'm sorry if the deputant feels that it's not fair. My job is to look after my community, and this has not been a good process because we're only learning as we go. So many things to be brought together, the threads to be pulled together by February 23rd. There is already a plan. We need to meet and figure out how to implement that and report on that in that date, and I'd like your support, please.
Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? That item carries. Moving on to TE 12.50, construction staging area 60 Colborne Street, Ward 28. There's a speaker, Nicholas Elson. Is there a Nicholas here? No Nicholas. All right. Any other members of the public speak to this item? Seeing none, Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. Councillor McConnell left this with me. She couldn't be with us anymore. And she's asking that we adopt the staff recommendations, all 10 of them.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 12.54, City of Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 918, Parking on Residential Front Yards and Boulevards, 918-7, Canadian National Exhibition Temporary Parking. We have 4 speakers on the item. First speaker is Greg Barry. Greg, you'll have 5 minutes. Thanks for staying with us. I think it's been all day. A little taste of what we go through on our monthly Toronto and East York Community Council meeting. You'll have 5 minutes. I'll start your time when you're all set.
Well, to that point, good evening, your councilorships. Thank you very much. Thank you for your tenacity in what I'm sure is a crazy, long, arduous day. My 5 minutes this evening encompassed in the theme of putting the horse before the cart. Recently at a community meeting held November 2nd in Parkdale, Councillor Perks advised he was hosting this meeting to review the impact of the bylaw. In a document distributed at the same meeting and dated October 22nd, the summary states verbatim, Transportation Services has received a request from Councillor Perks to rescind Section 918.7 CNE temporary parking, etc., etc. And I sincerely hope this evening that I am here presenting to a committee that has not already made up its mind. Since 1982, temporary parking has been legally allowed in our neighborhood. Since February of last year, I have been a homeowner in the neighborhood in question, the home which my grandmother before me owned and parked for events for more than 40 years, 22 or so of which I have been around to bear witness to. There has never been a single incident of injury or security issue to anyone as far as I'm aware. A fact that my neighbors will attest is most likely attributable to the fact that we are, as a community, out there keeping an eye on things from early morning till late evening. I have personally called at other times of the year to ask for traffic enforcement to visit our neighborhood, to address traffic issues and speed control, and my requests have gone unobserved. And yet, in the one time of year when you have the most possible neighborhood participation in keeping a community watch alive, there is a movement being requested to remove it. Perhaps the most legitimate concern is what our neighborhood streets look like from an emergency services point of view in the busiest time of the year. Fire and ambulance would be hard-pressed to get anywhere at the busiest times, particularly if A, all of the vehicles satisfied by our neighborhood parking spots were still on the road, and B, if a member of our community weren't there to assist in directing traffic on the rare times there is a need while the CNE is happening. This issue has gotten considerably worse since the city's choice to close the south end of Dufferin during these events as well. Councillor Perks was quick to outline the city's overall mandate to decrease car trips and by eliminating the destination, in this case, our neighborhood parking spots, and yet no part of the plan that I have seen stipulates the city removing any of the revenue-generating Greenpeace spots within Liberty Village, spots that will continue to require car travel through our neighborhood streets. Should any of you have frequented the streets in question during Air Show weekend or during Caravana and witnessed the bidding wars happening from idling vehicles for spots being vacated, you would bear witness to the fact that the need for the space we provide is very much alive. We are a cottage industry and understand that there are plans in place for Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment to potentially construct a parking venue, which will likely take up to 3 to 4 years to come to fruition. Councillor Perks clearly understands that change takes time, and yet the city seemingly intends to make this change to the existing policy overnight. The cultural phenomenon that is what my neighbors and I do is very unique, and the income from it for years has provided a minor benefit to the inconvenience we face as a community living adjacent to an area in the city that is host to a multitude of functions through the year, one whose use is clearly growing, soon to include Argonaut football and whatever the rejuvenation of the Ontario Place lands yields. It has been a breeding ground for friendships and community between our neighbors and the repeat visitors that we all see year after year. We have yet to be presented as a neighborhood with the results of a broader reaching third-party traffic study that will encompass the long-term effects of the development that has already happened and the development that is yet to come on the traffic and unequivocally must pass through an area in question. If people are going to get into Liberty Village from either direction, either the east or the west, anyone from the west is going to pass through our neighborhood. While you can lead the horse, in this case a driver, to transit, you can't force them to take it. And clearly the car is still going to be a factor in our neighborhood. Until alternatives are in place to help ease the existing issue, it seems cruel to start the process by taking away the small financial reward that the people who have helped for many years to ease the issue receive before the city and big business have completed the entirety of their due diligence and formed an appropriate plan for change. Please do not put the cart before the horse on this one, because it's the little guy in the neighborhood who's going to feel the most pain. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and right on time. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Move on to the next deputant is David Nicholson. Hi there, David. 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I'm David Nicholson. I live at 35 Springhurst Avenue, right in the heart of it, and I do park cars on my lawn. And I'm one of those. I'm a pensioner. I'm a pensioner. I'm also an orphan, if that helps any. No, I see it doesn't. And I'll get back to why I'm saying that kind of thing in a moment. My neighbor Greg brought to your attention there was the November 2nd meeting in our neighborhood called by Councillor Perks. Now, and mentioned that at that meeting, Councillor Perks came to that meeting already having his mind made up, already having made the motion to rescind the bylaw. That was the first public input the neighborhood had had on that issue. And it struck us during the meeting as something's not quite right here. We're having our chance for input, but the decision, Councillor Perks at least, mine, was already made up. Now, I say this with some difficulty. I have supported and, as he knows, voted for Councillor Perks for some years now, and this is difficult for me to do, to go against it. I would think it's wrong whether I park cars on my lawn or not. Here's the thing about this November 2nd meeting, and I kicked myself on leaving it for not calling for a straw vote or doing something similar. I'd say there were about 40 people there. There was a significant majority of the people at that meeting who were in favor of continuing C&E lawn parking. Now, that included the people like myself who park cars on their lawn. That goes without saying. There was also a certain number of people who didn't park cars on their lawn. I would say that half or more of those people were neighbors who came to support the other neighbors who parked. So they were people, there were some who objected to it and objected to the craziness and the noise and everything else, but there were, I would say, at least as many or more people that came to say, hey, this is a Parkdale tradition, let's carry it on, give these people a break. Now, I don't know if you all received things that I sent in. So it was a package of 4 newspaper things. The one I liked the most, of course, was the 1930 letter to the editor, which means, and she's talking about, hey, please don't stop it. Bring back lawn parking, which means that lawn parking for the exhibition has gone on since the 1920s. Now, I didn't know Jane Jacobs, but I imagine that this is the kind of city she would like. She wouldn't say, well, we don't allow lawn parking for the Beach Jazz Festival, so why should we allow it for, and I'm not focusing on you, we don't allow it there, why should we allow it here? Well, because it's been done. Because you don't have to have in one part of the city the exact clone of what you have in every other part. This is urban character that I think Toronto should be proud of. Councillor Perks explained to us, and 3 or 4 times during that meeting, that why he was doing this was that studies have shown, he said, that if you cut out the parking, that's the best way to cut out traffic. And that it was our turn now to cut out the parking and cut out the traffic. That seems a little draconian to me. I would think improving public transport is surely a better way, public transit. And I was slow during the meeting because I kept talking about the kind of thing that I've done here, about what a good experience it is, how we are out there. I mean, we're not out there all day and all night, but we provide a certain amount of security, and I have people who've come every year for I'm a newbie, I've only been there 16 years, but I've had people who've come with babes in arms, and now there are kids running around and throwing things, who've come back every year to my thing, that this is actually bad, I take it, because this then encourages them to keep driving their cars. Well, I think it's a good thing. I think we provide. I think that we provide a service. Councillor Perks also outlined that in, I think it was 3 to 4 years.
Mr. Nicholson, I'm going to have to get you to sum up in just 10 seconds, if you could.
Okay. That there were about 1,300 parking spots coming up in 3 to 4 years. I'd like, if nothing else, if you can't see your way through to just saying defeat this, to say let's defer it for those 3 to 4 years till that large number of parking spots in the C&E comes available. And our trees, which have been there for 100 years, and you have pictures of them, have done really very well with only 18 days parking a year beside them.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Davis?
So I have a picture of a map that shows where the parking is allowed. This is the only place where parking is happening?
It's the only place where Lawn and Boulevard happens, yeah. That's right. It's a very discrete area. Just around, you can see how close the Dufferin, well, they're not there, but that's where the Dufferin gates are. Yep.
Right.
Very limited area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dennis Wilson. Hello there, sir. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You guys do this every day?
Once a month in this forum. Yeah.
Your jobs are safe. I'm not going to run. 35 years ago, I know you were shaking in your boots. 35 years ago, they did shut down the parking at the exhibition in 1980 and one more year in 81. It was chaos. Quite frankly, there were cars were frustrated. They were double parked up and down, mostly the north-south streets between Springhurst and King. They just dumped their car and said, we'll take a chance on a ticket. They certainly didn't want to get towed, but they just dumped their car there. The fire trucks could not get around the corner. The ambulances had difficulty because those streets are narrow. There's only room for one side parking. It was parking cars on both sides, up on the sidewalk, in the curb, whatever. Some people started saying, you know, if there's a fire, if there's a heart attack and somebody can't get saved, that this is going to lead to other unfortunate necessary moves. But the thing of it is that then there were, I don't know, what, 3.5 million. I did look it up. The GTA is now almost 7 million. Cars have grown in an equal number. Yet the parking in the exhibition area is decreasing dramatically with the hotel that's gone up there, with the two side buildings, with the Raptor double court practice area, which really is going to hurt some of the businesses there a bit because the parking for them, like Liberty Grand and Medieval Times, are really squeezed. I think that with the loss of parking over on Strawn Avenue, the Princess Gates side, the loss of parking inside the X, and the removal of parking on the lakeshore, specifically Marilyn Bell Park, it's shrinking, and yet the population has doubled. I see an awful possible mess for those 18 days. We've just had Dunn Avenue closed, the Dunn Avenue Bridge, as well as the Dowling Bridge, and I can just notice the difference right away. I think, you know, the first two speakers have made some great points, and I'm not going to bore everybody by repeating them all, but there is a sense of we're trying to be ambassadors for the city, for the X, for the neighborhood. I have helped people get their cars started at midnight. I remember one guy, he had his 3 little kids with him. He had to get back to Kitchener, and he was literally scared to death. So I jumped him with my old car. I mean, I jumped the battery cables. And then there's people who have it was deep as usual. Well, there's things like the bathroom. There's things like directions. I gave out so many directions every year. I just thought, I should get a job. Information guy on the street. Never mind the parking, the heck with that. There's probably more money in information. I don't know. But it has helped. There's a lot of seniors down there. There are some that aren't here. Many of them don't park a large number of cars, but every little bit helps, as one senior put it to me. And I know I'm going to regret not saying everything, but I think that's about all I have to say, and I hope that you will give us a little bit of time, and thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Our last deputant on my list is John Kelcher.
No, it's Don, not John.
Don.
John's my brother.
Oh, I thought I said Don. Sorry.
It's a slip of the tongue. I'm going to be very brief, because I know everybody wants to get finished up and go home, no more than I do. The village people had a song out, "We Are Family." And guess what? South Parkdale, in the summertime, is family. We are all out there. We work together. We protect each other's backs. If somebody runs out of change, here, take this and we'll square it up later. Don't worry about it. We're family. We're a neighborhood. I keep hearing from the city that they want to create great neighborhoods. Councillor Perks, you're blowing this one, buddy. You've got nothing in place to replace what you take away from us. There's nothing in place. I challenge you, if this goes through, to come down and spend the Labor Day weekend, the entire weekend, in South Parkdale and observe the chaos that you've created. That is a guarantee. It will be chaos. We've had fistfights on the streets over parking lots or parking spaces. There's no need for that. You've got a plan with the C&E that they're going to be implementing in the next 3 to 4 years. Then let's wait. It doesn't have to be done right away. We might not even be here in 3 or 4 years. Who knows? God willing we are, but you don't know. Give us that time. And then the exhibition can have their parking spots and we'll abide by it. But give us that period of time until you've got something in place. Don't make our neighborhood the mess of the city, because I guarantee the police are not going to have a problem responding. Fire will have a problem responding, as will EMS. And you people have to wake up and realize this. You cannot close off an area to do that. There's too many other repercussions. So I beg you, please, defer it until there's something in place to replace it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Don. Are there any questions? No? Are there any more members of the public who wish to make deputations? Hello, sir. If you could just state your name off the top, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I start my time, just want to check that the item I sent into your committee is there and has been distributed to, I sent it by email. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, or through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor or co-chairman or whatever. Is there a real need to eliminate a centuries-old cultural activity, a legal cultural tradition, since, no fault of our own, the automobile? No. No. There are no direct facts presented and or documented in the submission made to the councillors here. As an aside, just to recognize some of the other statements my friends made, you should be talking about a UNESCO World Heritage Cultural Site. You have something here that is not duplicated everywhere, every town. You have something that's been here for a long time. But anyway, that's an aside. The tiny zone referred to with the minuscule window of time has, in fact, value and utility. Value and utility. This value and utility has to be accurately measured and over a century of contribution. You know the first Canadian car. What was the name of it? Come on, $10. Yeah, just down the street. The Russell car was invented just down the street from us. Yeah, so the Russell car, other cars have been around. We have been parking them. Modal split has not even been referred to. I thought we were all objective here. Modal split is not referred to. The baseless termination of a legal service is promoted here without even talking about modal split. Will this reflect in a modal split change what you have recommended to you? Will transit usage be used as a false canary? Do we have a false mine being presented to you? A sort of, what's those village that they had for the tourists in the Soviet Union? So we have a false canary. The current C&E patrons arriving by vehicles may not be able and or wish to arrive by transit. You had that referral to you by others. Where's the documentation on the effect of modal split? With the elimination, say, for example, I'm going to use an example here of 5,000 parking spaces operated by the city in the Marilyn Bell location. Huge numbers of parking spaces eliminated. What happened? The Metrolink suddenly became, overloaded? No documentation. I can go on and shoot all sorts of cannons like this. I used to be a member of the City of Toronto Planning Board. I dealt with Section 7 of the official plan. Huge official plan amendments that the City of Toronto, that is your predecessor, used to deal with. So this leads to a rational question, if we want to consider a rational question. Will the city, will you guys here approve a full transportation impact study for the macro area of the C&E or Exhibition Place, Parkdale, as we refer to it, the political area, Liberty Village? A third-party study is necessary and required, is very necessary and required. Third-party study will reveal the real, actual traffic data. Data is needed on the toxins, pollutants, particulates, noise, vibration, light, etc., produced on minor and major road and rail right-of-ways. We have a lot happening here, and not just by fault or accident of the municipality of Metro Toronto. This C&E zone focus is meaningless, I would say. That's my suggestion to you. Focus on the macro issues with funding an actual third-party study report. This legal activity has preceded this corporation. It was involved with the old city corporation of City of Toronto. It's a legal activity. Elimination of this legal activity predates. You didn't have traffic laws. You didn't have lights. You didn't have, all these municipal this, that, and the other thing. When the first cars were zooming around being parked on these identical lawns. So I don't understand a lot of things. Hopefully, a third-party traffic impact study will start to make sense of so many facts out there and precipitate facts, catalyze facts so that we can look at these, that is, the residents can look at these. As I said to you before, this is meaningless attacking a tiny little microzone and saying, oh my God, 100 properties. I believe that you should listen to the other deputants, do something positive, Mr. Chairman, and recommend to full council that a full impact transportation study be considered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your kindness.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Are there any other members of the public who wish to depute to this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Perks to speak.
Thanks. So I have a motion, if Roz can put it up. So I'm going to be moving that in addition to the motions in the staff report in front of you, that we also establish a parking and traffic working group in the neighborhood to review all of the other regulations. There are a series of regulations you might recall that we impose that change the traffic flow, the stopping times, all of that stuff in this community during the X. So we're going to review that as well as just review the general regulations and see what other things we need to do to help make this transition work. I want to start, though, by saying something about the folks in South Parkdale. There aren't that many communities where you could go in and say, we want to have well, we're thinking about removing a benefit that you currently receive from your property and have as civilized a conversation as we've had about this. And that speaks, I think, to, as Dawn said, the extent to which this is a neighborhood and the extent to which there are strong social ties, and these are people in the community who are committed to making the community work. It's not been an easy conversation, but it was a respectful one and a thoughtful one, so thank you for that. The last deputant made the point that this kind of activity actually antedates an awful lot of our traffic regulations, and that's absolutely true. It used to be commonplace that around major venues, people would park cars on front lawns. Councillor Kyle Ray, I think before any of us who are currently on council right now, when he was councillor, he removed a similar privilege that was extended to people who lived around Maple Leaf Gardens. There was an historic right that they had there. Just this afternoon, a city staff person who grew up in Hamilton pointed out to me it used to be commonplace for people to park on front lawns around Ivor Wynne Stadium. So this used to be a normal code of practice, but over time, the way we understood the automobile, the way we understood its relationship to neighborhood and to community changed. Through voices like Jane Jacobs, actually, who very, very strongly advocated, yes, that neighborhoods should be different, but also that neighborhoods should be for people more than for people traveling through them. This is the very last place left in the city that is exempted from meeting any of the rules around how a parking space works on a public lawn. There's no requirement for there to be a curb cut. There's no checking about sight lines for people making turns. There's no taxation on the income. There's no requirement to meet any of the standards that we have for private parking stations. None of that. They're exempted from everything. And it's an exemption, frankly, that we would never grant anyone again. We are changing, though. We've removed the parking, several hundred over time, from down on our parks. That used to be commonplace that you could park on Marilyn Bell. 6 years ago, I led an effort at council to remove that. The nature of exhibition place is changing. The average annual attendance at the X has been in gradual decline over the years. And actually within the last 5 or 6 years, the number of people going to exhibition place for things that aren't the X is now greater than the people who go for the X. The use of the land is changing. The way we view neighborhoods is changing, and it is time to make this, to rescind this privilege. I would point out that what led us down this path was an increasing number of complaints, both to my office and to the city's transportation staff, from people who live in the neighborhood who don't like the fact that for 3 weeks in our precious summer months, the neighborhood they're in, the sidewalks aren't safe for their kids to run around on. That effectively, the neighborhood that they live in becomes a parking lot, and it's a benefit that only accrues to landowners and not to tenants. So with that, I ask you to support both the amendment I've put here and the motion contained in the staff report to rescind this admittedly long-standing privilege that people in this one section of Parkdale have enjoyed.
Thank you very much. Are there any other councillors to speak? Seeing none, we'll have the amendment and the motion together. All those in favor? All those opposed, that item carries. Next up on the list is TE 12.67 Parking Amendments, Fernwood Park Avenue. I have speakers, John Ferris. Hi there, John. If you could, I'll just set the clock up. You'll have 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, fellow councillors. I have been living on Fernwood Park for the last 28 years, happily. As you know, there's a parking crisis in the beach, and the proposal here is to remove 3 parking spots from the bottom of Fernwood Park. So it's obviously got our neighborhood very concerned. The elimination of the 3 spots represents about 25% of the parking spots on Fernwood Park south of Fir. So we feel that it needs a strong rationale supported by thoughtful and conclusive evidence, and we just are having trouble finding that sort of strong rationale and evidence to support this rescinding of the spots. There is a little bit of confusion, which I'd like to clarify in the issue background, about whether or not these spots are legal or not. It refers to Transportation Services was requested to rescind the parking prohibition in 2014. But in fact, and I have a copy here if you care to see it, but the Toronto Municipal Code, which in Schedule 12 talks about permitted angle parking, includes Fernwood Park and the south end of Fernwood Park. So they, God bless, they are legal spots, just to be clear. The staff report is very brief, and unfortunately there's only one sentence that relates to the rationale for eliminating these parking spots, and that is observations have found that this parking encumbers vehicles turning around as well as access and egress to the trail. So there's not a lot of information that we could unearth to support this other than the one paragraph. In fact, it's noted that in this report that Forestry Parks and Recreation actually have jurisdiction over this spot where the 3 spots are. There's no report from the Forestry Parks and Recreation Department. So it would seem that they have no issue with the parking as is, and they have the primary responsibility for this parking area. To carry on, the 2 points raised by Transportation Services relate, 1, to the inability to turn around, and 2, to the access and egress from the Martin Goodman Trail. With respect to turning around, obviously private cars, it's very easy, a 3-point turn, and there's also a driveway into which they can turn. So it's not an issue. With respect to snow vehicles, yes, if there were not 3 parking spots at the bottom of Fernwood Park, it would obviously be easier for snow vehicles to turn. But if that were true and applied to the beach, the bottom of Silver Birch, the bottom of Hammersmith, the bottom of a number of streets in the beach would eliminate all the parking on all of those. So I don't think that's an issue. And lastly, with respect to the garbage truck, we even talked to our garbage driver today, who said the new garbage trucks have such a poor turning radius that even if there were no cars parked at the bottom of the street, he couldn't turn anyways, nor would he. So with respect to the one issue, which is the inability or the difficulty in turning around, I think that's a non-issue. I guess the other one that's very important is the access and the egress to the Martin Goodman Trail. And the Martin Goodman Trail ends at Fernwood Park on the very bottom. And so you get bikes and flying off the Goodman Trail and coming down Fernwood Park and onto the Goodman Trail. And that's the real safety risk. It's not the fact that there are 3 cars parked at the bottom of Fernwood Park that's the safety risk. It's this concern by neighbors, very broadly, that people come down Fernwood Park and onto the trail, or they come off the trail onto Fernwood Park. They're cycling, they're going very quickly. The sight lines from Fernwood Park to the trail are not good. So we believe that that's the safety issue, the big risk, and that's the one that should be being addressed, and that's got nothing to do with the parked cars. The elimination of the 3 spots needs to obviously be taken very seriously. As you will see, several neighbors have taken the time to submit email deputations, which you've received. We've obviously called and expressed our views to our councillor. And my neighbor Scott, who's speaking next, has collected signatures on a petition from affected homeowners. And we have that petition here. There are 56 houses on Fernwood Park, He was able to talk to 34 of them who were home. Every single one of them agreed that they did not want to see the 3 spots eliminated. And we have a petition here, which we will leave with you, signed by 45 people who live on Fernwood Park, asking that these parking spots not be eliminated. So in
With that,
summary,
I'm going to need you to get you to sum it up in just a
we
sentence.
submit that in the absence of any detailed substantive rationale or evidence as to the safety risks, the lack of consultation with the affected parties, i.e. our neighbors, together with a lack of input from Forestry and Rec, which has primary responsibility for these spots, that this application be declined or at a minimum deferred so that we have more of a chance to bring the Transportation Services, Forestry and Rec and the neighbors together and come up with a solution.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, I'll call the next deputant. It's Scott Allen.
Hi there. Thanks for hearing what we have to say. I did the survey, and I've lived on the street now for 33 years. We're about 5 houses up from the end of the street. And the thing that was very interesting to me, getting to talk to all of our neighbors, which doesn't happen very often, is, and I'm a family doctor, and I'm coming from that perspective. It was very interesting to talk to the people on the northern part of the street. I didn't realize that there actually is no stop sign from people coming down Fernwood, which is a one-way street, and entering onto Fir, and nor is there a stop sign on Fernwood, the lower half of Fernwood, again, moving on to Fir. And what the people on the upper said was they will be coming down their street, entering onto Fir, and they will narrowly miss a cyclist coming the wrong way on Fir, trying to enter Fernwood and enter onto the Martin Goodman Trail. I've personally also on the lower half, and also heard from people on the lower half of Fernwood, the same thing. There's a number of issues related to safety, which I think really should be addressed as part of this whole removing the 3 car spots. We were told that safety is an issue, and really I don't think that looking at just the car, removing the 3 spots is going to really deal with the issue. We constantly get people, and I use the Martin Goodman Trail every day, both for walking and both for riding my bike down to work when I am downtown at work. People, again, come around. We are either backing up, moving up the street, or even going straight up the street in order to enter onto Fir. With parking on one side, with a car, there really is no other room on the street. The street's about 19 feet wide and doesn't leave much room for a cyclist. When you look at the bottom of the street, and again, we've got people on strollers, we've got people on electric scooters, we've got people on cycles. They're all trying to sort of enter and exit from a opening that's about 11 feet wide, that there is a ramp to get onto the Martin Goodman Trail. There is a curb as you go up north from that. The curb, which is right beside the entrance, is hidden by the leaves, and if any cyclist was to hit that curb, they'd go right over the handlebars. The sight lines are awful because there's a wrought iron fence with a lot of bushes there in the summer. You cannot see when you're trying to enter. And right on the other side, on the north side, continuing up, there is the driveway that John talked about, which cars are backing up. And most of the cyclists will use that driveway ramp to enter onto the trail, because the entrance on the trail, the way it's configured, it's further away, it's not as wide, and it's sort of, the curb sort of juts out, so you have difficulty sort of even getting onto that. Fernwood has a slope to it, people pick up speed, and again, I can say with my own personal experience, plus people that have, that are on Fernwood that use that I've, again, almost been run over by cyclists who don't, because there's cars parked there, they don't see until the last minute any kind of opportunity of what's going on there. And so many people use that. It's not just obviously a bike trail, but so many people are using that trail that it really is, I think, a safety issue. And I'm one of the lucky ones. I have a driveway, so it's not going to hurt me, and I'm really coming at this from a safety issue that says I think it would be very helpful to do this right. There is ample opportunity to put in a new entranceway off of Fur, and the Balmy Beach Club, which is right there, is going to be actually doing a lot of work, changing the asphalt to the area, and I think it's too good of an opportunity to miss, to meet with groups and to, talking about forestry and parks and whatnot and traffic, to really try to come up with a real solution that takes a big step forward, not just focusing on the 3 cars. And that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Are there any other members of the public to depute to this item? No. Are there any questions of staff? None. Councillor McMahon to speak.
Sure, thank you. And I'd like to thank my patient and polite beachers for coming down and waiting all day. Hopefully you weren't scarred too much with today's items. So this first came to my attention over a year ago when I had some calls from residents on Fernwood Park Avenue who were getting tickets parking at the bottom in those 3 spots. And I had no idea that those spots existed. And you have a map, everyone, councillors, in your notes. So it gives you a good visual. So the spots are down here at the bottom in what's actually zoned parkland. So we looked into it. I looked into it with Transportation Services and heard from them and heard all their concerns. Safety, of course. We have the Martin Goodman Trail coming up here and ending, as the deputant said, at that section ending at Fernwood Park. Maneuvering and mobility of trucks, emergency vehicles, solid waste, snow removal, safety of pedestrians and cyclists, as I said, on Martin Goodman Trail, and of course that it's zoned parkland. So I can't, for the life of me, I'm just baffled as to how these spots actually went in the first place against staff recommendations by the local councillor at the time. So that is a concern to me, how that actually happened. You know, we're all worried right now. We have an unprecedented amount of pedestrian fatalities and injuries in Toronto right now. We've just shaved our speed limits down from 40 to 30 in TEYCC community on residential streets. We're taking steps to look at Vision Zero, and thankfully there's not been really, major accidents here, but it's still a safety concern. Transportation Services is concerned, as are parks and forestry and the cycling department. And yes, we are rejigging the Martin Goodman Trail closer, a little bit east of here. We are still retaining that access to that one entranceway right there to Fernwood Park. That's not coming away. The other thing that's interesting that I found out over the course of this conversation was that there's actually, the permit parking for this street is permit holders only from midnight to midnight. So that was a shock to me because I've never heard of that. That's, again, that was the councillor at the time, midnight to midnight, permit holders only for that street. That's, as a taxpayer, the City of Toronto, I feel we have the right to park, as everyone does, as Fernwood Park residents do, on every street in the city. So it's quite exclusive. It's not a gated community, but with parking times like that, I'm not looking at doing anything to that time, but I sure as heck would not allow that kind of parking because I don't feel it's fair. But parking is tight in the beach, absolutely tight in the beach, which is why I support parking pads within reason. So I understand why the residents are concerned, absolutely. And so I'm working with Transportation Services to look for other parking, safe parking in the area, and as soon as we can, parking spots. And so what we've done in the past is with Park Avenue, we switched the parking to the south side of the street and we freed up 5 extra spots, which was great. So I'm very hopeful, and I will definitely push hard because I know how crazy parking is in the beach, and especially in this area. But really, I'm righting a wrong that should never have happened, and I hope you would support me on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers to this item? Oh, seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. The next one is TE 12.77, All-Way Stop Control, Logan Avenue at Simpson Avenue. We have a speaker, Marlene Morris. Marlene, I'll start your clock when you're ready. You'll have 5 minutes on this item.
Thank you. My name is Marlene Morris, and I live on Simpson Avenue, and I've been here for about 25-plus years. I first became aware of this issue on November 3rd, where I got an email indicating that 84% of people in the area that were polled informally were in favor of this, which caught me a bit by surprise because I had spent a considerable amount of time having discussions with a variety of people at all levels within the Department of Transportation, Traffic Operations, the Clerk's Office, and Councillor Fletcher's office. And I found no evidence, and actually to the contrary, virtually all recommendations were against this particular change, both officially and non-officially from my communications with these people. Some of these are attached to previous meetings you've had on this topic.
My apologies.
That's all right. All right. So when I got this email, that's all right.
We don't have long to go, but we do have a couple important deputations and a presentation that we're going to try to finish by 7:30.
All right.
So let's direct our attention to our deputant, who has waited a considerable amount of the day. Thank you.
So on November 3rd, when I got that email, I went back and inquired to Councillor Fletcher's office to say, where did this 84% come from? And I quote, that they did an informal ballot of every household on Simpson from Broadview to Carla, and from households on Logan to Gerrard. And the results came back from that entire area, 65 in favor and 12 opposed. Well, I went to the planning records, and roughly we got 209 houses on that area from what that little informal poll was done. So the numbers don't add up here. If you look at 65 in favor opposite 209 polls, you're only looking at about 31% of those particular area that were in favor of it. So my point is if we're going to go against the recommendations of Transportation Services and all the formal recommendations against, and have numbers like that against the immediate residences that are opposed to it, I'm not sure why this committee would go forward to recommend that stop sign be put in. Also, as I was going about this, I found that even formal polls, when they're presented in statistics from a point of view of percentages, don't often represent what the details of the poll were showing. I'm not going to go into those in details. I'm going to leave those for a further discussion with Paula Fletcher's office. But in respect to this particular one, I don't think that the numbers warrant us going ahead to make that change. And I will just add for the next item, just to save time, for a 0.78 here, because it's all done as a part of that very same poll that was done informally through Paula Fletcher's office. The numbers are even smaller, but I understand from the November 3rd email that she wasn't going to propose that. But if and when we get to propose that, what I'm suggesting here is that particular change will change traffic patterns, which I don't think is evident from the way that this has been represented here at the committee and or within the community.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, I've been asked to take carriage of both items. On this particular one, the local councillor would like us to approve the installation of the all-way stop control. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. On TE 12.7A, prohibiting through traffic from Simpson Avenue to Jack Layton Way, I've been asked to defer indefinitely on this one. And for the last time, I will get to say, you don't just drive through Jack Layton Way. All those in favor? I don't know what exactly that meant, but it was funny the first time. Yeah, I do not have a conflict because we don't offer a toll on Jack Layton Way. It is free to the people. All those in favor of the deferral? All those opposed? That carries. Our final item of the day, thank you very much.
Can I just ask one question? Given this is my first time here,
Indulge us. Yes.
because I'm taken aback by how quickly you all sort of went, even though all of the numbers say nobody wants it.
That is a mystery for the ages. As our staff sit down to start off the presentation for our last item, perhaps I can just make a comment that typically that's done because the local councillors have a closely follow the pulse of the community, and it's the polls, as you mentioned, are very difficult things to actually administer. Our polling data is not the greatest in the world because of the number of households.
From all the conversations, but even in my conversation with Paula now,
we need to move to our last
she
presentation.
indicated that it was 29 houses.
We're gonna need to move to our last presentation.
All right, what's my recourse?
Thank you. You don't. You can vote in the next election on for someone who
Is
stands
the
for a platform.
ombudsman the next level up?
That is a complaint of staff. We'll talk to you. We can talk to you offline about that. Okay. Thank you very much. Our last item of the day is TE 12.43, TO Core Planning to Toronto's Downtown Phase 1 Summary Report and Phase 2 Directions.
Thank you,
Thanks
Mr.
for sticking
Chair.
around.
Thanks for sticking around. Thank you for indulging us. I'm joined today by my associates in city planning and by a number of actually still some representatives of other divisions who were part of our TO Core team. And we're actually quite excited to be here, even though it's a late hour, to present to you where we are at with this process. We were here, I think it was in May 2014 last, to launch this project. And this presentation is really about our Phase 1 report, what we found out so far in our analysis, and kind of set up Phase 2, the Phase 2 work program. So I'm going to take a few minutes to go through this, and mindful of the hour, I'm going to try to keep a fairly good pace. I don't want to miss some key details, but on the other hand, I know that you've been at it all day, and I'm very sensitive to that. For those of you who don't know already, this project is about how we're going to accommodate future growth and shape that growth in downtown Toronto. We feel we've got a great place to live, work, learn, play, and invest currently, but we know we have a lot of pressures. Witness everything that happened on the agenda today and all of the ins and outs that you deal with almost every night of the week and on weekends sometimes with development in the core of the cities. In the city. So how we're going to continue to shape that growth and what physical and social infrastructure we're going to need, where it's going to go and how we're going to secure it. That is essentially what TO Core is about. And the geography, you're familiar with the geography, of course, is the 3 downtown wards. This is a traditional geography of the core, the central area. It dates back into planning documents in the 60s and 70s, and we kind of stick with this boundary. It's an important boundary. It relates to the growth plan in the province of Ontario as well. So where we are with the project, we're kind of at the end of our taking what we're calling our taking stock phase. We have a much better understanding than we did a year or so ago of our existing conditions. We've been busy defining our issues going forward. We feel it's very important to give us a sense of where we want to go with this because, as you can imagine, you can take the scope in so many different places and then you can lose focus. So we've tried to bundle and basket our next phase of work around some common themes. and give you, in this presentation, a sense of our strategic directions going forward. This is about shifting gears in a way in the planning for downtown, and it can't be done in isolation. So this slide really tells you, and we've got some of our partners in the room, that we're doing this together. This is really important message, and we've been building our relationships around this project with our divisional partners and other supporting partners that are outlined in this slide. We can't do this alone in planning. This is all about how the whole city and the ABCs respond to a very strategic and important goal. The city actually relates as well to what our strategic plan corporately asks us to do and how it asks us to work. In the past decades, we've been planning on the principle that we're using up excess capacity really in the system. The whole principle of intensification, and you see this on the avenues and you see this in the centers and the downtown, is that the whole theory of intensification is you make better use of land, you make better use of infrastructure. And that's the basis of a lot of the growth that you've seen over the last 10 or 20 years. But our analysis tells us that we're reaching some limits. And this project is about finding out specifically where those limits are. If you think of two lines that maybe have crossed in some ways, that growth line and that infrastructure line, and the growth line kind of surpassing the capacity in some areas of infrastructure to support that growth. So we feel we have to re-articulate a relationship between planning and infrastructure, and you hear this all the time in growth pressure areas around the city, making a much clearer distinction between planning. It's not just about built form, it's also about building complete communities, hard and soft infrastructure, and how we can find more effective ways to deliver that infrastructure in a timely way, in a balanced way with growth. We've been busy over the last year with a first round of public engagement. We've been in touch with almost 15,000 people in various forums. This slide just highlights for you our stakeholder consultation. Also, importantly, we've been in touch with over 100 human service organizations as part of our analysis of community services and facilities. A few quick slides on what's happening with growth. And you know this from all of the reports you get from your city planning department. It's really happening quite quickly and at a pace that really even has surprised us. On the residential side, in the last 4 years, we've grown in the downtown by the size of Charlottetown, or maybe a couple of Collingwoods I've heard recently. But it's a lot, and it's happening at a pace in the downtown that we even, as I said, are surprised at the pace of that growth. Importantly, though, we are also growing our non-residential development. That slide represents 4 First Canadian Places. So, we're growing the jobs at the same time that we're growing the residential base. This is obviously important for the relationship between transportation and proximity to work, keeping pressure as much as possible off the transportation system. That pace is just represented again by this slide. In 2011, downtown was growing at 4 times the rate of the rest of the 416, and that pace of growth has kept up, and we're in progress of getting those numbers for the rest of the city to be able to evaluate that. The pipeline, more growth is coming, and we know this from the monitoring that we do. These are very up-to-date numbers to June 2015 that show us that we've got a lot in the pipeline, and depending on the persons per household, we could see a population downtown if everything got approved in its current form, and I can't guarantee that, and maybe in some respects it shouldn't be approved in its current form. But if we looked at that total amount, we're looking at perhaps getting close to doubling our 2011 population over the next horizon. So many factors here around interest rates, absorption rates. I can't tell you when. All I know is that we're tracking very closely the pipeline and the pace of growth. You know the planning story. You know the narrative around the growth plan, and I've already spoken about this. That The central area of Toronto is the preeminent growth center in the province's growth plan, and their policies are about combating sprawl and making a more efficient use of municipal infrastructure. This card is played very strongly in the development world, and we know that we need to articulate a much finer grain vision in our official plan. Our official plan, which conforms to the growth plan, actually articulates a finer grain vision for the city. It tells us that we grow along the avenues and the centers in the downtown. Actually, 25% of the land area of this city is designated for growth. The rest of the city is not designated for substantial change. And we know this because we enjoy and cherish our neighborhoods, and we want to direct our growth to where our transportation system can best handle the growth, our existing and our future planned transportation system. And we know that in the downtown, especially, we've been quite successful in directing the growth where we want it to go. We want it to go into our mixed-use areas. We do not want it to affect the stability of our neighborhoods. We even have neighborhoods downtown that we cherish. We have heritage conservation districts like in Cabbagetown and other areas of the city, and in Yorkville, for example, where we need more of a gentle approach to how these areas change. And we are quite successful. I think it's 90% of the growth in the downtown is actually going where we want it to go. So that's kind of a snapshot of the growth and where it's going. And it's always important to have perspective about this. It's thriving over a long period of time. It's no accident. We've intended this through policy direction, and obviously through the market and the economy. And this slide reminds us that we've passed through a period where we've done the large scale planning. We've done the St. Lawrence. We've done the Regent Parks, the railway lands, and we're moving into a different period of change where we're more and more challenged with how to bring the infrastructure online. And you can see even with the employment projections or the analysis over a long period of time, the resiliency of the economy downtown, the strength that we get through the diversity of the economy is quite profound. You may have seen this postcard before, but this is the small but mighty argument where we know that the downtown supports the largest concentration of jobs in the city, the contribution that it makes to the tax base, the fact that it supports the city's role in the global economy. It's in everyone's interest that the downtown remains vital. And this is only one slide that demonstrates that. It's everyone's downtown. People are downtown for all kinds of reasons, in addition to the people who live there. And this is, just an important message that people are here, they're working here, they're learning here, and they're playing here from all over the city. And it's something that we need to maintain the livability and the success of, so that everybody can benefit from that. The destination, downtown as a destination, it's different than the other centers in the city and indeed the region. Just by sheer number, the reason why people are here, the fact that it has a solid nighttime population, people actually living here, which is a deliberate outcome of policy over many years. It's got a unique role to play, again, when you look at the entire urban region. I made the point that I've made the point about the diversity of activities, and overwhelmingly, this attribute among others is what it gets its strength from. In addition to people just living and working, they're here for so many different reasons. It's a 24/7, 365, whatever cliche you want to apply. It applies to downtown Toronto in so many respects, sets it apart as a North American city. When you look at the American cities that we often compare to, even large cities like Chicago, the diversity that we have downtown and the reason and the purpose that people are there is quite powerful. The report that is before you contains about a dozen recommendations, and it actually has an appendix with 43 next steps. So we've really applied ourselves and focused down on things that we feel that we can reasonably deliver over the next couple of years, a series of strategies that I'll go through. We've tried, again, to be as specific and as we can, knowing that we can't do everything for everybody. We want some decent outcomes at the end of this that are meaningful, that will inform perhaps new policy directions, but certainly inform your decision-making as City Council around things like service planning, around your financial decision-making that you need to make to support growth, and the whole way that we can interrelate planning and infrastructure planning. So the first recommendation in the report is an important kind of milestone that we've come to, where we feel we had a central area plan in 1976, which was really a secondary plan for the downtown. We've moved away from that. Our plan has a lot of policy in it now for the downtown. It's got many specific smaller plans inside that geography. We feel that we need to renew that and reset it as an overarching policy framework. And again, it's to give us one place where we're actually being much more deliberate about applying or aligning growth with infrastructure. This whole message about master planning in an infill context, as I said, we've done the railway lands, we've done the regents. It's a lot trickier to get things that we need out of infrastructure when we're dealing with small sites, and we know from all of the applications that we manage and work through, we try to do, frankly, a little bit here and a little bit there, and we cobble things together. It takes a good 10 or 15 years to raise money to do a pool, and so on and so forth. It takes 20 applications to reimagine what Bloor Street was going to be like when the Bloor Street Transformation Project. It takes 20 applications to fund a John Street transformation, so on and so forth. So we know that master planning is a lot trickier when we're dealing with infill. We also want to make policy clear for the development industry. We want to make it clear for the stakeholders and the residents who are engaged in the process. One of the hot button items that we feel we want to move a little faster on is our old friend tower separation. It tends to pop up almost in every major tower development that we have. And this is actually something that we've been using now for close to 10 years when we produced the guidelines in 2006. So it's actually, I think well socialized, well understood. We still have our squabbles about this. But it's actually time to put it into the regulatory framework in a more certain way than it is now, which is it is in guidelines. When we're evaluating an issue of a setback, right now the zoning says 5.5 meters. This guideline says 12.5 meters. We think that decision on varying the setback should be made on a decision about varying the 12.5 versus varying the 5.5. So it's really just a reset that has to happen, and again, we think it's been well socialized. I'll say publicly that sure, we'll get appeals on this one, but I think it's time to kind of put it on the books and make it as real as it can be. The third recommendation in the report is about the economy, and we've done a lot of work and developed a deeper understanding of what's going on with the economy downtown. I'll just highlight that we need to make sure that we've got space for creative industries. One that jumps out at me here, the fact that we know that we have what's equivalent to the financial district in King and Bay. We have the King and Bay of culture is over at John and King. We know that in King Parliament, it's a huge center for film and post-production. There are a lot of people working in these industries, and we want to make sure that we keep space available for these people. We know that the spin-off benefits to the economy are huge, and it's part of that diversification strategy that we think is working for the downtown. Another one I'll emphasize is just making sure that we balance local serving and destination retail. I don't think we have any problem with the market providing destination retail. We've got to make sure that our regulatory approach makes sure that there's enough room for the smaller units, the small businesses, the incubators that come along and turn into other things. Recommendation 4 is about prioritizing walking, cycling, surface transit. This is a transportation strategy scaled for the downtown. This is not about the subway debate. This is not about other things that are at other committees. This is about working on some downtown-specific things that we can do for transportation. I think an exciting part of this will be some work that we want to do on visioning what King Street could be about if it were to be a street that had a better balance between the automobile and streetcars. So we're going to work with Transportation Services. They're doing modeling work. We're going to develop some ideas and begin to, I think, try to bring this conversation along to see where we can get it. Coordinating, again, with Transportation Services on cycling, pedestrian networks, curbside management, all those downtown-specific things that are in progress that we can undertake to make things work a little better from a transportation movement point of view. Recommendation 5 is about something that we hear about at all of our public meetings and you hear about, and that's about parks and public spaces. We have a specific recommendation about undertaking a parks and public realm plan. We're retaining consultants, and this is going to be a very, I think, exciting, engaged part of the process. A part of it will be a public life study dealing with how people behave in public spaces, what they get out of, why they're there, what they're doing, how long they linger. All the different, sorry? Yes, chip everybody. No, we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. We're going to go up to them and ask them a few questions. But all the things that we get out of the public realm for movement, for connection, for accessibility. And again, this will be an exciting piece of work that will link very much into the transportation work that we're doing, the transportation study. Recommendation 6 is about picking up where we left off and all of the work that we've and the information that we've been gathering from our work with community service and facility providers and developing a strategy that actually responds to the needs of both a growing population and a diverse population, including the vulnerable populations that live downtown and use services downtown. And the categories are noted there. I'll highlight what we've heard, especially around the affordability and the notion of making sure that human services aren't forced out of what is in some parts, a rapidly changing landscape for them. The idea of managing climate change, our Energy and Efficiency Office is very excited about this. Making sure that we're looking forward at resiliency. We know that Enwave is in 100 buildings, I think it is. Already, it's the largest system in North America. So we've got some good foundations here, but we've got more work to do when we're dealing with climate change around tall buildings, how tall buildings respond in a more resilient manner. And dealing with other ideas around the electrical supply. This is something that we hear a lot about, and making sure that we're feeding those processes with very good, robust planning information so that we have the right supply and the right conservation approaches going forward for the types of buildings that are being built downtown. Another very significant issue is around how we're dealing with water infrastructure, stormwater, water distribution. There are 3 actual pressure districts downtown that are affected by this. The Toronto Water is updating a lot of their modeling. Our new information is feeding into this, and all with a view to making sure that we have the most up-to-date strategies and ultimately really good service planning so we know what level of change we need to incorporate in our infrastructure plans. Toronto Water has been, as I know, very involved in many of these exercises already, so this is very timely for them that we've got new information to feed into that. There are a series of recommendations around making sure that we know what public property we've got to work with. We know, and we've got examples recently, such as 505 Richmond and others, where we want to be as opportunistic as possible. We don't want to be selling things off and then realizing that, oh, gee, it could have been a park. There are a lot of properties that are already committed, but we want to be very engaged with our agencies and our facilities and real estate around this. We already have a process around disposition, but we want to be, as I said, as aligned as possible with emerging strategies that are coming out of TO Core. We have to pay for all this, and that's what recommendation 10 is about. It's about making sure that we have a financial strategy reference group to develop the strategies that are part of providing infrastructure. Part of that is obviously linking into divisional service planning and capital planning that goes on, and the various financial strategies that might accompany the various specific strategies, including parks infrastructure. Finally, prioritizing parkland acquisition opportunities. Again, this is a real hot button item, and we are moving more assertively to requesting on-site parkland than we have in the past. We've got a higher level of partnership and engagement with Parks, Forestry, and Recreation. They're actually a strong partner with us in co-funding our Parks and Public Realm Plan, and they're doing significant work on their acquisition strategies. Here, it's about being, again, opportunistic with development. It is something that presents itself in ongoing development applications that we can take advantage of a lot sooner than at the end of a study. Finally, just on engagement, there is going to be another phase of engagement where we're going to develop these strategies and these recommendations together with our stakeholders and the public. And then just a reminder that is something as large as this and as complex as this, certain things are in scope and certain things are out of scope. And this is kind of my project manager speech, where we know that a lot of other initiatives are underway, and we're seeking to make sure that TO Core is aligned as much as possible with those initiatives and not duplicate the effort, try and be as efficient, as effective as we possibly can be. And that is my presentation.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mihevc, a point of order.
Just, may I recommend that we close the meeting, and those who can stay, because, I would love to stay, but I can't, and I don't.
Well, we're going to lose quorum in 5 minutes. So unless we have a lack of questions or any motions to move, are there motions to move on it? Okay, then we'll need to go through the motions of putting them on the floor. So who has motions? Pardon? Let's see those hands. Councillor Cressy has motions. Do you need to ask questions prior to your motions to help explain them? No? Let's table the motions and have some time to speak, and then we can go from there. Councillor Cressy?
Do you want me to just table it? Do you want me to say a few remarks?
You can say a few remarks. We've got 5 minutes. We've got the bills and to finish this item.
So I'll be quick then. The motion, as you can see, is up there. This refers specifically to the recommendation, which I believe is recommendation number 11 or so, but it's on there, as it relates to the inventory. And it's two pieces. The first is here. This is more than just us doing an inventory. It is during that process to ensure that any and all pieces of government land at the disposition of our ABCs actually consult with the City Planning Division before we move forward. And it's not a requirement to stop the sale at this point. It is to consult. And the second one is a particular piece of real estate and that I'm referring to in there. I'll just say a couple very quick remarks. I do believe that this is the most important and comprehensive planning study that the city has undertaken in decades. The question of how much infrastructure, how much development can we handle is based on how much infrastructure, social and physical, we have. And that's what this study is looking towards. I won't rehash all the numbers. We've seen it. But during the presentation, Greg Lintern said that we're reaching our limits. I would argue, as one of the 3 downtown councillors, that we have in fact reached our limit. And in that context, as it relates to building, but not just building, but mandating a city that is livable, that is sustainable, that is equitable, and that is prosperous, that without urgent action, it's already too late in the downtown. And so it's for those reasons I think that the quick steps identified around good planning principles, the OPA on tower separation distances, the inventory on lands, the prioritization of acquisition. These are key quick steps. I think the bigger necessary action, which I'm pleased to see, is the proposal for the secondary plan. We need some teeth. We already have 9 secondary plans in the downtown, 12 site and area specific policies, numerous HCDs. We need teeth. We need to mandate equitable, sustainable, and livable development, not just suggesting guidelines. And with that, I will wrap up. I could go on.
Thank you very much. Any other councillors to speak to this item? Questions of the mover? Councillor Davis.
Well, first of all, I do think the Planning Division already would receive circulation in the surplus disposition process. So is the intent to just highlight that you want them to look within these boundaries?
Yeah, and I think the intent, it is not to say to stop the sale, as you will note. It is in the context of the TO Core study, which is looking at hard and soft infrastructure for a particular focus for the project team in particular, I think, who's looking at TO Core to review all of those.
So when I first read, and my second question was going to be hard and soft infrastructure, I thought you were talking about permeable and non-permeable.
No, that's in the
So
context of the TO Core study where we refer to hard infrastructure, water, hydro, transit, and soft.
Maybe you should make it social infrastructure. Is that what you mean? Or
That's fine. I'm, as a friendly amendment,
or
physical and social infrastructure.
yes, that's
If we can do that, that's a friendly amendment I'm comfortable with.
Any other questions? Any other councillors to speak? I'm sorry to seem like we're rushing this along, considering all the hard work, but all those in favor? I believe that would be up to them once I adjourn the meeting, but sure, on their behalf, they can stick around. Maybe they'll stick around at the pub around the corner. All those in favor of the amendment, are you holding something up?
No, yes.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment and to receive the report? All those approve the report?
Approve the recommendations.
Approve the recommendations. All those in favor, oppose, that carries. Our bills, Councillor Mihevc.
159, 166, 173, 175 to 183, 186 to 1301, prepared for the November 10, 2015, 12 meeting of council. Bill 1245, Bill 1247 to 50 deferred immediately, indefinitely, 1259. Can you put it on the board?
there.
All of that.
That.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Councillor Davis. Oh, I thought there was a confirming vote. Councillor Cressy. Oh.
No, I got it. That the Toronto and East York Community Council pass and declare as a bylaw confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto and East York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 12 on November the 10th, 2015.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And that's 10 hours, folks. No. Oh. You want to ask some questions of staff?
I just have one comment.
Perhaps you can ask your question then.
I think this is great work, but just as I think what would be helpful to many of us would be some quick wins that you put in there. And for example, I'll tell you the one that that really Torontonians would love to see sooner rather than later, and it's of course related to mobility, right? That King Street, which is basically, we got to put LRT on King Street from one end to the other end, and we got to do it. It's been kicking around for almost 20 years. And I don't think the issue is a lack of thoughtfulness around. I think it's frankly perhaps on our end, the lack of courage on it. Similarly, on the bicycle thing, the bike network, maybe that's another area of some quick wins as well. I mean, the amount of people that are on Harbor, on College, on St. George every single day, it's just unbelievable. I don't know if it's a modal shift or if these are just new bicyclists that what's happening, but it's so. The world has changed. The world has changed, and I think if we spend 2 years planning, 3 years planning, and then implementing, we'll just never get there. I think we need some quick wins, especially in the area of mobility.
Well, I mean, I'll just say that I agree. In fact, the conversations that we've had with the local councillors, the 3 local councillors, and the mayor have been, and in our minds from the beginning, have been developing quick wins, or what we're calling rolling implementation. We don't want to wait for the end. So we're actually doing a lot of things now as well. There are a number of parks that are coming out imminently that have been secured, that will be built in the next 2 years. There's a John Street, there's a Yonge Street exercise underway. So there are a number of public realm projects that are underway. But we want to add to that list so that we can make TO Core come alive as we move forward in the next couple of years. And so I 100% agree with you. King Street will be an interesting one because it'll be debated, as it has been debated in the past. But something that's very meaningful, something visible that people can, that taps into the shift that's underway. I would agree with you that there is a shift underway that taps right into that, would be very powerful.
First of all, this is terrific, and as a councillor who's been sitting here raising my hand, voting for, 199,000 units on the wall, it's always been concerning to me about whether or not we were stepping back and looking at all of this in a big picture. Clearly, it's the parks issue and open space issue that I think has everyone, quite concerned. But one of the basic questions for me is how much growth, what did we anticipate under the official plan as our growth target for, or the anticipated growth for this core? And where are we on that, I was going to say trajectory, but maybe that is accurate.